Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to TopstepTV. Today, Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. It is a great day to have a good day. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John. Actually, nope. In the middle, we got
We,
JD.
I just noticed that
Never
we're
looked
mixing it
better.
up today.
I never
JD's in
looked
the
better.
middle. JD's the man in the middle.
I
And
guess I'll
to
start
his far
today.
right, we got John Hoagland. JD, Hoag, how you guys doing this morning?
Okay, I'll go first since I'm in
There
the
you
middle
go.
today. I'm feeling great.
Yeah, you
Good
gotta go
morning,
first.
Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. That really goofed me up when I saw it. I'm so used to seeing myself on the right side of the screen. That's funny. Happy Tuesday. Happy Turnaround Tuesday. We just mentioned Turnaround Tuesday in the green room. Is it going to be? Are we going to get a Turnaround Tuesday? Sound off in the chat. What do you think? What's up, Hoag? How you feeling today?
Feeling good. Jay, JD, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to see all of you. Let's have a great trading day.
Let's get it.
Let's
Polls up in
have
the
a
chat.
great trading day. We got that poll up in the chat. 50 votes right now. Which opening range trade are we taking in gold? Are we taking a 1 minute or a 5 minute? Make sure you get your votes in there. I'm going to place a vote right now for the 1 minute, but 57% of the vote going to the 5 minute. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern time, 7:20 Central. We're going to be taking a 5 minute or whatever the chat votes on. We'll be taking that trade long above the high, short below the low. We'll be waiting for a confirmation candle. So a candle close outside of that range for confirmation of direction. And we'll go from there. So make sure you get your votes in there. Hoag, let's take a quick look at the gold charts. What are you seeing over there? Do you like this opening range trade? Give us a little bit of context on this gold market.
I mean, we're really range bound in the short time frame here. The market has just kind of settled into an area, a range, if you will. This to me looks like a gelatinous glob. We're in the middle of it. I've taken, a lot of the indicators off of it. I'm going to put those indicators back on just to kind of get a sense of where we are with relation to yesterday's range and value, which was inside the previous day. We are opening with a little bit of a gap to the downside, maybe a little bit of overnight inventory to the short side, but not a lot. I'm going to watch and see if we close this gap and show any signs of reacceptance inside range from yesterday to the upside. Rejection of where we are, I could see the market rotate back to the downside, but in the kind of smaller time frame, big picture, we're in a range here, guys. We are in a range. We added 8,800 in open interest yesterday. I would say that was probably to the downside by looking at the volume. So maybe we've seen some more kind of interest coming into this market, which has been very low as far as open interest is. Been dropping open interest for the last couple of weeks. Maybe it changes in the wind here, but I don't really have much of an opinion as to where we are going to go off this opening range. Basically, again, if we reaccept value range from yesterday, maybe we roll a little bit higher. We reject, maybe we roll a little bit lower, but I'm flipping a coin on this one, guys.
Yep.
Yeah,
Couldn't agree more.
I'm with you there. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Coming off about 6 days of consolidation here. We've been trading on both sides of this market for over a week. Will that stop today? I don't know. If you keep trading the range until it's time to not trade the range, right?
That's
how do
right.
you know that? You get confirmation of the breakout. So I think if we get into a trade, we shouldn't get married to it. See money, take money type of scenario. Yesterday, we fell victim to it. We held on to that trade too long, came back and burned us in the end. You called that failed downside auction in gold, but it was it ripped in our face a little too fast. Yeah.
Yep.
But,
yep.
So let's try not to get caught in that type of scenario today. So see money, take money
like
on either side of the market until we break out of this range. That's my opinion. This is not trading advice.
We got 59% of the vote going to the 5 minute with 152 votes. So we will be taking that 5 minute opening range trade. Gold is officially open now. But again, we're going to wait for a 5 minute candle close to establish the range and then another candle close outside of that range to be taking the trade. JD, anything we got to worry about on the economic calendar today?
Not so much going into the bottom of the hour. We do have a couple events happening today. On the talking Fed front, Michelle Bowman already spoke early this morning. But as we saw yesterday, we can't really depend on the economic calendar when it comes to talking Feds. They could just pop in whenever they really choose to. We saw it with Austin Goolsbee just yesterday. Can we throw up that eco calendar, please? We got a couple other items. That's okay. I'll just rattle a few things off. On the earnings front, we got Pfizer and Uber already out this morning. Redbook scheduled for 7:55 a.m. Central Time. We'll see what happens there. We got a White House press briefing at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We'll do our best to pipe that in for you. If anything important starts coming out, we'll have one eye on the ditch for you. You've got API crude oil stocks coming out after the close, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And then, 3:15 p.m. Central Time, we've got AMD earnings, Q3 AMD earnings. That could be a market mover. Big AI chip company there. That's what we're seeing on the economic front. We've got Treasury Secretary Bessent talking right now. Like I said, he wasn't on my calendar to speak, but we're getting some headlines out from him as we speak at the moment. We're seeing a little selling in gold based off of that, too. Oh, he's talking about tariffs.
Oh,
Treasury
do it.
30% on tariffs. Lots of other authorities can be used depending on Supreme Court decision. CNBC.
Here we go. We know the T word can move the markets around. So like JD says all the time, keep one eye on the ditch. Keep one eye on the ditch, one eye on the headlines, and stay tuned in to Topstep TV. If you want to know market moving news, we are going to be giving up-to-date news as well as the market's reaction to it. So make sure you are here watching. Sometimes the unplanned news moves the markets a lot more than the planned news does. And that's what we've seen pretty much all year. Here. Hogue, before we get into this gold trade, we still got another minute and a half before this 5-minute candle closes. Let's go through that checklist. Make sure we do our homework, that we're prepared for the trading day.
We go through this quickly, so pay attention. Remember, this is all about context, risk management, and patience. Do your pre-market research. Take a look at your charts. Have different scenarios available for whichever one begins to ring true. Get your pre-market research done. Check. Morning checklist. Did you do your exercise? Did you wake up? Did you get your coffee? Did you move around a little bit? Check. How about your mindset? Are you in the right frame of mind for trading? Once you determine that, put your check mark on that. What about your trade entry checklist? You got your piece of paper, you got your pencil, you got your system for writing down those trades and reviewing them at the end of the day. Put your check mark down for that. And then, of course, the post-market checklist. Go through your trades, feel your way through those trades. Think about the things that you could have done to bring a better outcome on those trades. Ask yourself, was that trade in my best interest? Ask yourself before every trade if you ask me on that one. Do your journaling, get prepared for the next day, and then you can put your check mark on that post-market checklist. There is your Top Step daily checklist. Get her done, and you get to party.
Get her done.
You get to party. All right, we got this gold 5-minute opening range closing in just about 10 seconds here. I have a high in the big gold JD 4,350, a low of 39.96 evens.
96 even. Ooh, I got a low of oh wait, I was looking at the wrong part. 39.96.10 on the downside I got, and 4,350 on the upside. So off by a tick on both ends.
These opening ranges have been huge. 75 tick opening range this morning.
I know, right? That's why we've been scaling down to just a couple of micros. We're still taking $200 worth of risk on some of these trades, and we're only trading a pair of micros. So we'll continue to scale down on the size until these ranges start contracting a little bit, but that hasn't happened in a couple weeks. A lot of risk on these trades still.
Is this just the new norm in gold now? With gold being above $4,000, is that just the range we should be accustomed to now, right?
I don't hate it. Volatility is opportunity, right?
Right. Absolutely. Well, we're going to get into these gold charts in just a minute here. Again, we're going to wait for a candle close outside of this range to take the trade in either direction. So if we close below the low, we'll be short. If we close above the high, we'll be long. But JD, before we get into the charts, any news that we want to cover?
Yeah, let's talk about this government shutdown. So today is day 35, and we have officially tied the record for the longest government shutdown in history. Uh, with Congress now tied for its longest ever shutdown, a small group of fed up lawmakers in Washington are furiously trying to end the standoff as soon as this week. Those members insist that there's real momentum this time. Yet it's not yet clear whether this potential off ramp will deliver Democrats any real win in their biggest demand on the shutdown, which is healthcare. In a quote, I do believe that we are finally making progress. It's too soon to declare that this nightmare of a shutdown is over, but I'm cautiously hopeful that it will get resolved by the end of this week, said Senator Susan Collins, Senate's top GOP spending leader. That quote came from CNN. The main Republican has been involved in a flurry of conversations in recent days to end the impasse by funding both parties' priorities in bipartisan year-long funding bills. There's still a long way to go. Party leaders are still not really talking to each other. The Senate is about to fail its 14th vote. I believe the 14th vote is happening today. Not expected to pass. That's for a stopgap plan to reopen the government. Neither side really expects tangible progress on election day, with key races from New Jersey to California happening today. It's also election day here in the United States, folks. A lot happening today.
Yes, it is a lot going on. Tie for the longest ever government shutdown. We got some comments in the chat. Michelle says they're never going to reopen the government. Well, let's hope that's not the case, because there's a lot of people who are relying on that government being open. But I'm going to be honest, it does not sound like we're anywhere closer than we have been this entire time with what you're saying, JD. So let's hope they figure it out. Let's hope they figure it out. Did break the
Is anybody
low
working on a
of this
plan to
opening.
just bypass government in general? What do we need them for? They're not doing anything.
35 days. 35 days. We did break the low of that opening range in gold. We still got another minute and 20 seconds to see whether or not this candle closes outside the range. Let's take a look at these charts, Hogue. And JD, let us know if we get triggered into a trade, but let's take a look at gold. It's been an interesting market.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we're done talking about the junior high school that is Congress. I think a lot of investors are getting really tired of this, as well as the rest of the country. Let's get things straightened out, kids. All right. Daily in gold. Volume has been really shutting off. You can see here, we were just talking about how range bound the market is in the short time frame, and then there could be, it could be very clear here on this daily chart. We're really inside of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, starting to look like that gelatinous glob, right? When we start to see a whole lot of consolidation, this kind of goes from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, and that's what we're seeing going on here. These markets are really seeking some sort of new information, and they have not been getting much from the junior high school in Washington. So yesterday, we saw the largest jump in open interest we've seen in over a month. And the market really didn't go anywhere, but that is indicating that there is new interest, new positions, and new energy coming into this market. And I think it bodes well to a potential change in market state direction or some opportunities coming in the near future. We don't know when. Jay, what do you think on this daily chart? You're kind of watching your VWAP from September 2nd there.
Yes, I am.
See if we get a look at that today. See if we get some opportunity. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah,
Hey, real quick,
that's
guys.
exactly.
Just mind if I butt in for a second? We got into a trade here in gold. That second 5-minute bar did confirm a short, so I only put one on. We're short 1 micro gold at 39.9340. Maybe we can get in better trade location on a second one if we get a little pop here. But risk is
Right.
pretty wide. We're risking about $125 on a single micro right now. So I scaled down even more than usual. And maybe if this turns our way, we can get in and double up on this position, or maybe get in a better trade location in a few minutes. So I'll keep you guys posted.
Hey, JD, good call. Good call.
Good stuff, JD. I don't hate that short. I do not hate that short. But on the daily Hogue, yep, you're right. That VWAP from September 2nd, which was the day we broke out and had this rally to all-time highs, that's down at 39.4990. It's been supportive this entire time. We have traded below it a couple of days last week, but every time we get down there, we do find buyers. I do like that as a potential target for this trade, even that we're not finding any buyers above 4,000. So we'll see if the market agrees with that. But yeah, just pretty much imbalance. Right now, we're kind of in the middle of that range, getting glued around that 4,000 level. But this market is not in a hurry to go anywhere directionally right now. Very comfortable trading these prices. Big enough ranges for us to trade. Daily ATR is still over $100. The last couple of days, we have seen contracted ranges. Yesterday's range was about $70, which, you know, when you look at the $150 days or that we had, it seems small, but there's still more than enough opportunity in trading gold. Still the MVP of 2025.
I like that. It certainly has been the MVP of 2025. I'm hoping it continues to be into 2026. We will see about that. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart now, Jay. And so here is our gelatinous glob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, day 7, perhaps, in kind of range-bound activity. And again, you know, we're just looking at short time frame levels, short time frame entries, short time frame exits, because, you know, with the lack of open interest, yeah, we added a bunch yesterday, but we're still, I believe, largely in short time frame control. As we came off those highs, we lost a whole bunch of open interest. That was, I believe, the longer time frame traders saying, okay, we're going to take a little break here. We're going to let the short time frame traders pick each other's pockets for a little while. And as things start to kind of resolve around these markets, then we'll start to get back in to these markets in whichever direction the longer time frame chooses, of course. As far as overnight inventory is concerned, we are looking a little bit short as far as that overnight inventory is concerned. Here we are. There's our open last night. We are trading a little bit lower. We do have a session gap from yesterday's session low, $44,006, down to where we are now. So just a little bit of a gap here. And if we're going to be trading gap rules, we know that if we can't close that gap relatively early, we trade in the direction of the gap, which we are currently short in the house account and starting to show a little bit of profit in this. So showing rejection of range from yesterday, perhaps even a rejection of value from yesterday, could get this market moving back to the downside. I like that anchored VWAP on that daily chart. We'll take a look at where that is again here. But again, really just kind of hanging, looking for new information, it would seem. I'm going to take these off of here. Back to that daily chart. Where was that? VWAP 39.4990. That would be a very tasty opportunity to hold on to this short down to that level. We will see. Yesterday, we had a kind of a neutral day. We were short the opening range trade yesterday. We did have a failed downside auction that traded all the way through the initial balance high yesterday. So we ended up taking a loss on that yesterday. We'll be a little bit more hawkish probably to watch for those failed downside auctions on this short, perhaps. But we will see how this plays out. We may just see some continuation to the downside. Jay, opening with the gap. No attempt to close the gap. Market pushing lower. How are you feeling about this short, Jay?
I do like the short. I do also want to remember that we said it might be a see money, take money trade, because I love the targets that we have lower. But gold has done this to us before. So I'm watching you, gold. But where we are right now, Hogue, we're under the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, which is at 4,007. We traded up there a couple of times in the overnight session. Volume is well below it, right? We have a VWAP about 10 points below that right now. So I do like the short. The question is, do we get an extension of the range to the downside, right? Overnight low somewhere now down near 39.75. So that would be the real target on this before, I would think to start to limit some risk. But ultimately, I think that anchored VWAP from the breakout is a decent target and a spot where we might find some buyers in gold on a higher time frame. So I like where we are here. We do need the market to agree with this short as well, but under that 200 moving average, volume under the 200 moving average, right now everything is telling me to short gold until maybe we get down to either the 75s or that 39.50 area.
So the 75s, I mean, this is a pretty decent reversal pattern, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you got a lot of excess on that low. This is a pretty decent reversal pattern. I think we should really give a good thought and a good look at possibly taking maybe 10 points on this, because this excess low does look a little bit ominous, but we will see how that plays out. I'm going to put my levels back on here. We've got that. You're going to see how this plays. It is already 164 handle range. And on the daily, again, we've got 101 on the ATR. So we're already expanding beyond the ATR. Taking one more look here. Again, yesterday's profile was a neutral day, which neutral days usually tell me the price is going to go looking for new levels to facilitate trade. The market's job is to facilitate trade. One last thing, coming off that high on the daily chart, we've been seeing volume fall, open interest fall. If we were to look at this as a new market state, the downside market state is not performing well, losing open interest, losing volume. You have to see how this plays out. But if I were to give this downside auction a grade, it would probably be at best a C minus, looking for some sort of basing to occur, something to change. For either, we get into this downside auction and start to show that it's performing well, or we end this downside auction. We see this market continue to push back to the upside. There's been a lot of talk about the U.S. dollar, and the U.S. dollar has been a little bit stronger lately. It's back over 100 this morning on a delay. I'm looking at $100.06. So the dollar has been cutting off those lows. Also something we got to keep an eye on when we're looking at gold here. But those are kind of the ideas. Anything left you want to talk about here, Jay, in gold, or are we good?
I think that's it, Hogue. Where we did just bounce from, that 39.85 area is the high of the 30-minute candle that made the low of the day. So again, I do like this short. I don't know when we want to start doing position management. Maybe if we start to get to a 1-to-1, we take the risk off, because this is an area where we found buyers earlier in the day.
Yes.
So it's like, if we were in multiple, I'd probably say take one off and then leave the other one. But I think we might have just gotten to a one lot, because I love the idea JD had, right? Let's scale in if we can get a better price. And then I feel like every time I say that, the market just goes. Like you said, your dad says all the time, Hogue, when it's going your direction, you never have enough on.
Never
And
have
that is
enough
the
on.
case today. But good trade we got going on right now. But let's take a look then at the equity charts. We get into the S&P. But before we do that, JD, we got some more news.
Yes. Still only one on. We'll talk about peeling this off at 1R when we get there. We're still about 75 ticks away, $7.50 away from that in gold. All right, let's see what happened overnight in Asia. Stocks closed mostly lower. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.79%. The Nikkei down 1.74%, and the Shanghai Composite down 0.41%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. We've got the DAX down 1.22%, the French CAC down 1.04%, and the FTSE down 0.42%. Hogue just mentioned the U.S. dollar above 100. That it certainly is. 100.047 last print on the U.S. dollar, up about 0.17% early this morning. The VIX back below 20, but not much. It's still up overnight, up 12.5% overnight, 19.32 on the VIX. So it did pop significantly in the overnight trade. And the yield on the U.S. 10-year Treasury note is resting comfortably at 4.09%, still over 4% in the 10-year note. All right, on the news front, with this government shutdown, people are facing some financial struggles going into the holiday. So we found a nice little article about staying within your budget during the holidays and how tough it can be. So according to a recent Bankrate survey, more than 1 in 4 shoppers may take on debt this gift buying season. That's serious. So how can you buy something special without it turning into a financial Grinch that sticks with you well past the holidays? Michael Yoshida joins us live with some financial pitfalls to avoid and ways some shoppers are finding savings while still giving meaningful gifts.
'Tis the season when gift giving can take over our lives. But with many Americans still worried about rising costs, resale or secondhand shopping is becoming a more popular way for finding value and meaning in gifts.
What we're finding is that consumers are ready to spend nearly 40% of their holiday budgets on secondhand, which is up significantly from last year.
Alon Rotem of ThreadUp, an online thrift store, says the stigma around buying secondhand is starting to disappear, with it becoming more mainstream.
Because value is king with consumers, this is a great way for them to extend their dollar and get more for their money. Secondhand is also a way to sort of cut through the noise of the ordinary and find more unique items that tell a story, items that are more personal.
Other ways to save. Start early to take advantage of end-of-summer clearance sales. Don't wait until Black Friday. Use reward credit cards, taking advantage of cash back or points. And to keep your holiday shopping from turning into a financial horror show, remember, for your debit card, know your balance, don't overdraft and suffer fees. For your credit card, even if you have a high limit, don't spend beyond your budget. And with buy now, pay later options, try not to use them for discretionary spending that can quickly add up.
Very easy to forget, say, 2 out of the 20 small purchases with different payment due dates that you made from a few months ago. And once you have missed payments, they may get reported to the credit bureaus.
I'll be shopping at the Real this year.
Dolby had me cracking up in the chat. I got some incredible pants at a thrift store. Excellent quote from Dolby Time. Thank you, sir. Love a chortle to start the day.
Hey, my suits always come from Salvation Armani.
Nice, Hogue. I see what you did there.
So, there was a comment I like. I'm sending macaroni cards this year for Christmas, says Darnell Price. Those have sentimental value. I think my mom probably still has some macaroni cards that I made in kindergarten. So it's not about the price of the gift; it's about the intention behind it. But let's take a look at the S&P here, Hogue. What are we seeing? We're still in this gold.
When I was in grade school, we were still making macaroni ashtrays for our parents.
Oh wow!
My goodness!
Wow, macaroni ashtray. I've never heard of that. It's a functional gift.
All right. S&Ps. All right. On the daily, coming off these highs, we've been pretty much overall losing open interest. The volume has been pretty decent on these down days, but it usually is on down days. So I don't worry about weak volume on up days, but we do see some pretty decent volume coming on the down days. We did have, however, a nice jump in open interest. Now, this is, of course, the estimate, and it can be wrong, but they're saying they added 22,500 contracts yesterday on an inside day. An inside day. We're going to take a look at where that direction kind of came in and where the probability of the new positions, what side of the market they're on when we get to the 30-minute chart. I know we've now closed the weekend gap. We've pretty much closed another gap, which we'll see on the 30-minute chart. We are systematically taking out a lot of the weaknesses in structure that have been kind of lurking below the surface here in these equities markets. Nasdaq still holding up much better than the S&Ps, and I know, Jay, you're going to be talking about this 20-session simple moving average that put in our overnight low. Jay, how do you feel about that as far as opportunity for us today?
That kind of satisfies the healthy pullback that we were looking for in this market. Hogue. We got kind of extended, especially with that gap up. And the market, I think everyone was looking at it and saying, hey, we need to close this gap. That 20 moving average, 67.85, which is pretty much the low of the session. We haven't tested it since in a little while. So I like the fact that we traded back into it. We found some buyers there because this is a market that's continuing to the upside. But what I'm also looking at here, Hogue, is October 10th. That was one of the highest volume candles that we've had all day. Now I want to watch the market's response to this, right? So 68.08 is the high of that candle. That was the tariff candle. That was the tariff candle, the October tariff candle, where we had a major sell-off. That was 3.5% down day in the S&P. I think almost a 5% down day in the Nasdaq. We're trading back into that now, right? So do we see price acceptance here, or do buyers defend this area again? When we printed that candle, we talked about it for a while. It was 2 weeks of price action in there. We said, if we close outside of it, then we're going to all-time highs, and we close outside. The next week we got that huge gap up. So decision-making area for the markets for sure here.
I like that. Yeah, we were inside that one bar for like 2 weeks. Finally, we broke out of it a week ago last Friday, and then we set up that gap. We've closed that gap. The pullback, while volume has been okay, I don't think it's been great. We've been losing open interest. So instead of like new shorts coming in, we've been seeing long liquidation, and a lot of that has been more short time frame controlled. I think we've been seeing our longer time frame traders pretty much just maintaining their hedges at this time, and we can see some of that on the 30-minute chart because the market has been basically trading to, checking, and occasionally respecting short time frame levels. So here's yesterday. Yesterday, we did leave the opening range at the dead high. And when we look at the highest volume bars, they were to the downside yesterday, as are typical. So I'm looking at the increase in open interest as new shorter time frame shorts in this market. They're getting paid as of right now. Overnight inventory, we have shorts. Where do we open last night? We opened right about there. We are trading lower. We also have a new session gap to the low from yesterday. Yesterday's low to close that gap would have us move price back up to 68.49 half. Basically, we did have that failed downside auction yesterday below the initial balance low, and I want to kind of show you what that means and why I think we're continuing this push to the downside. So this was that failed downside auction. Price opened or left the opening range the high of the day. We left it. We had the initial balance. We looked below it. We rejected. We did have a pretty decent push away from it. However, this rally was relatively weak. It was low volume. There wasn't a whole lot of tempo to it, and it never reached its eventual target, which would have been the initial balance high, which also contained the 1 minute opening range, which was left at the high from yesterday. So even though we had the failed downside auction and a rally off of that, how did the rally do? It didn't do all that well. It seemed as though, okay, we're just going to let this thing wander now. The sellers got their business done. They just kind of let it wander, and now we're seeing continuation to the downside. What levels have we checked to? Here's what remains of the weekend gap. All right, we took that out last night. Naked point of control. All right, we took that out last night. We had an afternoon pullback low. All right, we took that out last night. That afternoon pullback low now has become resistance since the London opened. We haven't been able to trade back above that. Where did we trade down to? Well, we had another session gap from the 23rd to the 24th, the Thursday into the Friday before the weekend gap. Where did we trade to? We closed it to the tick. that gap. Now, this is overnight. I'd prefer this to happen during regular trading hours, but I'm sleeping in the overnight, so I don't get to choose that. So, but again, it's evidence again that we're trading to and respecting shorter time frame levels, telling me this isn't longer time frame sellers. These are shorter time frame sellers. And if we added a whole bunch of new shorts yesterday, and we're seeing that continue today, eventually we're going to end up too short in the short time frame, and we're going to see some sort of vicious pushback in the opposite direction. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to happen, but when we end up getting too short in short time frame, all of a sudden everybody will get the idea, hey, we're not getting paid anymore. Let's get out. And you see the big push to the upside. So we are opening with a gap. Overnight inventory is short. We've checked to a number of weaker structure levels in the overnight session. There's still a couple left. We've got another afternoon pullback low from here. Now, if you remember, we were looking at these weak highs. Yeah, well, we've come back and we've rechecked those weak highs. We got one more point of control down here, 67.60.75 and 67.60's weekly kickoff low, before we really start to maybe get in trouble and start to really look for weaker structure down below. If we start to do that, then I think we may bring the longer time frame into adjustment, probably below the weekly kickoff low, 67.60. Got to see if we can see any acceptance below that. But other than that, I think this is shorter time frame. Weaker hands, shorts that are getting shorter and shorter as price continues to move to the downside on okay volume, but overall dropping open interest. Finally starting to see a little bit of open interest coming into the short side and short time frame. Jay, what are your thoughts?
On the 30-minute Hogue, I think the shorts now have work to do, right? I think they had the kind of market on their side where we weren't really pushing highs. We had that huge gap below that everyone was kind of looking at and saying, no, this needs to fill. So I don't want to say that it was easy to fill that gap, but the easy part for shorts, I think, is out the door now, right? Now they have to step into a place, and if they want to continue to sell through an area where we've seen some aggressive buying step in recently. So that 6808 area, I'm going to be watching to see whether or not volume for the day can trade below there. We've already had price trade below it, but can VWAP trade below there as well? Right now, VWAP's at 68.24. And the selling that came in last night was pretty aggressive, right? If I'm looking at the 30-minute chart, the second 30-minute candle of this session, so the 530 candle closed outside of the first 30-minute candle, and VWAP was an aggressive angle to the downside, right? So that's what Coach Paul and I call urgency, right? Right away, as soon as the market's open, that's liquidation type of selling that closes that gap. And really, when you see that, it's not a market that you want to fade. We were talking, last night during slow markets about maybe looking for a potential area to buy. I ended up closing that trade, or canceling the order. I set a bid and I ended up canceling that order because of how aggressive the selling looked, right? And the only thing the market was saying was we want to go lower, but we've reached an area where there's a decision to be made here with the added open interest. I think it's really interesting that we added that much to the short side. Hogue, you know where else we're adding open interest every day?
Where?
On TopstepTV. We are almost at 188,000 subscribers. We're 15 subscribers away. So let's see if we can hit that before we close the opening call. 15 subscribers away from 188,000. The interest at TopstepTV is growing every single day. We appreciate you all being here. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button, like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications as well. Tell your friends and family too. If you hit that bell, you will know exactly when we're going live, not just for the opening call and for the daytime show, but for At the Buzzer, the slow market show, the London Open, and the Euro trade. Like and subscribe. Smooth transition, right, chat? Getting good at this.
Man,
Getting good at this. But
very good. Very good. We're not going to show any more charts until we get to that 188,000 subscribers.
We'll just sit and stare. Sit and stare, Hogue.
So just to top one thing off that you were saying, and I think it was a very smart thing that you just said, Jay, when we were looking at the market and we were at all-time highs, we kept saying, we need new business. We need new buyers to come in to keep this market moving lower. And Jay, what you're saying is the shorter time frame traders have done the easy work pushing this market to the downside. Now they need help. Now we need new sellers to continue continue this push to the downside. Of course, that can happen with any kind of news, but I agree with you. I think, the short time frame sellers have had a little bit of a party here, and they're going to need help to move this market lower. Excellent, excellent idea and excellent thought. Good job, Jay. Hello, Love Wetlands.
All
Right,
right.
I still only see 187,000. That's it. We're
No
done.
more charts. No more charts. All right. We'll just sit here. You know any good songs, Hogue?
I do, but it's been a while since I sang. I don't think anybody wants me to start cold here, so
We got to get to 200,000 subscribers for that.
yes,
200.
I will see.
We
I
are
will
still.
sing you a song at 200,000 subscribers. I will sing you a song.
You heard it here first, chat. You heard it here first. We are still short gold here. Did trade down to close to the 80s, 39, 81, 70 was the low of that move there. Gold's still looking pretty good for us in this house count trade. That's what we got in the S&P. Crude oil is opening up in just a couple minutes here. We're going to be looking at crude. This is from my friend Farkas in the chat. Says he's going to get upset if we talk about crude oil. Well, Farkas, here you go. Time to get upset. We're going to talk crude. Before we do that, JD, let's get to some news.
Let's do it. Starbucks back in the news again today. We've been following the Starbucks story for the last couple months. First, they fired thousands of employees. Then they shut down hundreds of locations, and now they're giving up control of their China business. Let's run that clip. Starbucks says it plans to form a joint venture with investment firm Boyu Capital. The deal is valued at $4 billion. Starbucks says the partnership marks a milestone in the coffee giant's future in China. The agreement will give Boyu up to 60% interest in Starbucks retail operations in China. Starbucks will retain a 40% interest in the joint venture and will continue to own and license the Starbucks brand and intellectual property to the new entity. Every day seems like a bad day over there at Starbucks, doesn't it?
It's crazy. Giving away 60%. It's like my first prop deal.
Sounds like they're getting the screws put to them. Yeah, right?
Sounds like it.
Jeez.
Everyone wants a piece of Starbucks right now. Get out there and grab your chunk while you can. The getting's good over at Starbucks.
They don't get any of my money. They get plenty of my wife's money. Every time she's out, she's got to get a Costa latte.
60%. I haven't been to Starbucks in a little while. I have the Starbucks Nespresso pods, which are pretty good, but yeah, I haven't been to Starbucks. But 60%, it's a big number.
It's a tidy sum. A tidy sum.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
I'm not a fan of McDonald's, but their
walk-
coffee's good.
There aren't too many places, Hogue, where you can walk into and walk out with a large cup of coffee for $1. And that's
$1.
McDonald's. That is my speed. A $1 cup of coffee. That's the way I like to do it also.
A fan of the Dunkin' Donuts as well.
Absolutely. Well, we're talking about let's talk about some liquid gold. We're talking about coffee here. Let's talk about crude oil, Hogue. What are we seeing on the on the daily in crude?
All right.
Actually kinda
Well, let's
interesting.
talk about the Texas tea. All right, here we go. We don't even really have to talk about it, I guess. I mean, it's range bound, multiple time frames.
Yes, it is.
We are, basically almost 100% inside the October 23rd bar here. We've tested down to it a couple of times. We've rotated higher. We're rotating back lower. What do we do as far as open interest? Yesterday, we added 6,200 in open interest. Open interest is very hard to read in crude oil. I'm almost done even recording it, but I do have to keep doing it because, well, it's a habit, and sometimes you may get some good information on it. But on the daily chart, I mean, we're kind of bouncing back and forth here between the 20 session moving average, which is right at last week's low, which is 59.64. That moving average is at 59.57. And the 50 session moving average, which is up at 61.37. Took a look up there yesterday. I mean, range bound to breakout rules apply here, folks. Last week's high, last week's low. The upper and lower extreme of the current area of balance. We get down to the low, balanced rules say you try and get good trade location to the long side against the low. You try and get good trade location to the short side against the upper extreme of value until proven wrong. When proven wrong, you would look for a substantial, sustainable breakout, and you would go with that breakout. But again, been a very tough market to trade. A lot of folks have kind of divorced themselves from it for now. I don't know, Jay. What do you think of the daily here, my friend?
Looking at the daily in crude, the one thing that's really interesting to me here, Hogue, is the VWAP from the low, right? We traded 55.96 and anchored a VWAP there, and it's at 60.05, pretty much right at that $60 level. That's what's interesting here. It's been a support area similar to what we had in gold on that breakout from September 2nd. This is anchored from October 20th, but it's been supportive, this $60 level. We probably don't even need the VWAP there. Throw a moving average on, it's probably within 10 ticks of the range that we're in. But this $60 level has been supportive. It's a range bound market. The opportunity has been fade the extremes of the range until it breaks. And I think this is a decent spot. And I feel like a lot of times we come in talking about crude being a difficult day trade because of the location. I actually really like the location here because I don't mind establishing some risk with a stop maybe below 59.60 to the long side, just to see whether or not this holds this range. But it's maybe not the greatest day trade, but probably a better opportunity today than we have seen recently. I think if we take the trade, we're taking that 5-minute opening range. Go ahead, Hogue.
I was just going to say, one thing we didn't mention on the daily chart there in crude oil is if you do hit the subscribe and the like button at the same time, it's luck. It's very lucky, not financial advice. But you just might want to do that.
Real quick here, Hogue. Gold is selling off, getting pretty close to our targets. JD did say we are at a 1R here in gold. Do we want to do anything with this trade? What do you think, Hogue?
Hogue, you mentioned this excess low from overnight down here at was it 39.75? Was that the level you were looking at?
Yeah, so there it is. So 39.75 approximately. I mean, at this point, we should be limiting risk on this.
Yeah. So we've only got a single micro on, and we're at 1R. So we could either take the trade off altogether, get back in a better trade location potentially, or we adjust our risk, move our stop down.
So I mean, we're one time framing lower. It looks as though the market is maybe likely to check that overnight low. If we do sweep that overnight low and can't and kind of come back above it, then I think we just get out.
Okay, sounds good. So hands off, no Lennian on this trade right now. Not adjusting risk, just waiting to see how much more we could sell off here. So I'll check back in with you guys in a few minutes. Thanks, Hogue. Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, JD.
Yeah, let's see if we can take out that overnight
gold.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like it wants it.
There is no real luck in futures trading, folks. Just to let you know. On the 30-minute chart here in crude oil, overnight inventory is short. We opened all the way up here, and we are trading currently right back down there. So again, overnight inventory is short. We are opening with a gap to close the session gap to yesterday. Price would have to return up to.
There's that overnight low in gold. New lows. New lows gold here.
Lows.
Gold just dipped. Took out that overnight low by just a couple ticks, and we're seeing a little rejection off that level.
All right. So that was the sweep. Do we just take the trade?
I'm covering. I'm working a bid.
It's trade. about 18 points in gold, maybe a little bit more. We were short from 93s. See if we can get
I'm
out
chasing
here.
it now. Hang on a second. All right, we covered at just about 1 hour. Made $150 on that trade on a single micro.
Nice trade.
Beautiful.
$15.
Nice trade there.
$15 on a gold trade.
$150 with
So-
1 micro.
Nice. Nice. All right.
I can dig it.
So I'm going to go back to crude oil and see what we can get into this. See how much what kind of trouble we can get into here in crude oil. Again, range bound, overlapping to higher ranges, overlapping to higher or lower values. I think that the strongest nuance that we have in crude oil today is overnight inventory is short. We do have a gap. We can't close the gap relatively early. Do we target last week's low as the lower end of the extreme that we are currently in? I'm with yes. If we get too short and we see buyers coming in shortly after the open, we get a break to the upside from the opening range trade. I could certainly see the fact that we've tested to the last week's low, which is the lower extreme of balance. I could certainly see that the market could begin a new rotation back to the upside up to maybe last week's high, the upper extreme of this area of balance. The market has been very relatively organized. Okay, there's one naked point of control below, one naked point of control above. Either one of those could easily be targeted today. Jay, I don't know what you think. Let us know.
I'm probably looking for that rotation to the upside as well, Hogue. Just kind of the way we held that $60 level. VWAP is, and it's similar to the equities last night. We did see some aggressive selling coming through the London session here in crude oil, but I do like this area as a potential bounce zone. Just that $60 level again. VWAP from the low of I think that's the low of the year. To be honest. I do like the longs for a rotation back up to right now the 200 moving average, which is 60.56, and then we assess from there, which doesn't sound like the biggest trade, but they always don't need to be the biggest trades, right? Take a couple of ticks out of the market, but I am looking for that rotation back to the upside, just with the range bound market that we've seen.
You see this little purple line here? You know what that is?
Yep. What is that?
It is the center of a session gap from the 22nd to the 23rd of October that we've tested to several times. 1, 2, 3. No real acceptance below it. Finding a little bit of a degree of support there today. Maybe we are looking for a possibility for a long off that level. We will see. Profile yesterday. Neutral day, traded both sides of the initial balance. Central location as far as the settlement is concerned, not too far from the previous day's settlement. Not a big change in value. We are below value. I could see looking for a long off the open here. But hey, man, ACH, anything can happen. Hit the subscribe button, please.
Yeah, hit that subscribe button. No trigger on that trade. 5-minute opening range. We closed inside the 5-minute opening range, so no trigger on that trade just yet. But we will let you know if we do get into one. Nice out on that gold trade. Even though I think gold has some more room lower, I like the way we managed that trade, especially with just a one lot on. You got to make finite decisions with trading a one lot, and can't think about what could have happened or what might happen. You take the trade and you move on to the next one. Speaking of which, let's move on to the Nasdaq. Hogue, give the people what they want. They are clamoring in the chat for what is your Nasdaq analysis. So, what do you got, Hogue?
All right. Well, let's take a look. All right. So the Nasdaq is holding up better than the S&Ps. It still has not closed the weekend gap. You can see it right there. It still hasn't been closed. We're just up against last week's low. We added 2,000 in open interest yesterday. Not a big change. We did test the weekly kickoff high at one point yesterday, 26,255. The high yesterday was 266, so 11 points through weekly kickoff highs showing signs of rejection. I think the bigger move yesterday, just like the S&Ps, was to the downside. So we may have added some shorts that are currently getting paid. But overall, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, day 5 in range, in balance. Looking at last week's low as the low end of that balance. So if we start getting into this gap here, that could be vacuous towards to the downside. The open interest increasing. Jay, do you have that same feeling in the Nasdaq that you were feeling in the S&Ps? Like, okay, the short time frame shorts have had their fun. Now we need real sellers to come in to push this thing lower, or do you think that there may be a little bit more room to the downside in the shorter time frame here in the Nasdaq? What are your thoughts, Jay?
In the shorter time frame, Hogue, I do think there is still some room to the downside. Out of the 4 major equity markets that we have, every market has closed that gap but the Nasdaq. The Dow and the Russell did it. The Russell did it last week. The Dow did it yesterday. The S&P obviously did it this morning, and then the Nasdaq still has to fill that gap. Has to put that in quotations, right? Nothing has to happen. But if it does continue, I think there is more room to the downside. We haven't even closed that price gap, 25.5. What was that price? 25.570 and the orders, 25.570, 75. So I do think there is still more room down. Do we get it is the question, right? The Nasdaq has been the stronger of the 4 equity markets that we have, but with everything else selling, that 20-day moving average in the Nasdaq down at 25.401. I do still think a test of that kind of eases any buyers that are looking to buy up here, eases any reluctance that they might have to buy, where if we get that necessary pullback, that satisfied pullback to that 20 moving average, then we can continue higher, right? So 25.400s, also the high of that October 10th candle, 25.381. We're talking about another 300 points in the Nasdaq, about a 1.25% move. I do still think there is room lower.
Yeah, Jay, this October 10th bar is what the S&Ps are dealing with right now. So
Yep.
It's still a
Yes,
long
it
way
is.
to go in the Nasdaq here. Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So again, looking at this saying we need new buyers to continue to push this market higher. We have not pulled back as far in the S&Ps, obviously. Here is that weekend session gap. Taking just a kind of a look. This is the low of the last week's low. So the gap, depending on how you look at it, if it's a session gap, it starts up here at where is it here? 25,796.5. If you look at it from where the market opened and the low from last week, 25,700. So it depends on how you look at that, of course. We do have a lot of overnight inventory to the short side here. Market opened here. We are way lower. We are opening with a gap with overnight inventory to the short side. The halfway mark of the session gap is kind of put in our low here. We're looking at that at let's just say 25,669 is that halfway right there. And below that, there's of course visual targets. I mean, we just closed the gap on this day here in the S&Ps, the 23rd to the 24th. This is our low in the S&Ps all the way down there. So the Nasdaq is certainly holding up better. Looking at shorter time frames, sellers at this point, I think is true. See if we can get this gap close. Naked point of control 25,542, which is right around that gap close. That gap close is 25,546.5. Little confluence there. Overnight inventory short gap rules. That's all I'm looking at here in the Nasdaq. Jay, what are your thoughts?
I'm with everything you just said there, Hogue. We are under the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory aggressively short here, whether it's long liquidation or new shorts coming in. I think with that open interest we saw, it was some new shorts coming in potentially. I wouldn't be surprised at a little bit of a bounce here. We are kind of extended. Let's look percentage-wise. Percentage-wise, we are down almost 1.5% in the Nasdaq right now, 1.45%. Anecdotally, I don't exactly have the stats. I probably need to check out some Edgeful stats on this, but I feel like from what I've seen is when we open up with a gap of about 1.25% to 1.5%, we just continue in that direction, maybe with a little bit of a pop. Often when it's less than a percent gap, there's a higher probability of that gap filling, obviously because the gap is smaller, right? So down almost 1.5% coming into the open. I wouldn't be surprised at a little bit of a pop, but what I'd be looking at is the market's response to major levels. If we get a pop here in the Nasdaq up to 25,800 for the New York session open, and there is no buying above that, that might be the pull up for the next leg lower. But we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. It's going to be an interesting trading day for sure.
Aren't they always, Jay? Aren't they always?
Aren't they always, Hogs?
All right, well, that's our look at the NASDAQ. Hopefully, you're getting a good idea of context, risk management, and patience for these markets today. And profile yesterday was another one of those days with the relatively large initial balance, failed downside auction that just didn't perform well. Doesn't necessarily surprise me that buyers have kind of backed off. We're seeing some continuation to the downside here, at least prior to the open. Only time will tell, folks. ACH, anything can happen. That's what we got for you for the NASDAQ.
Awesome stuff, Hogue. We are getting close to fast markets here. JD, who is trading with us on TopstepTV today? Also, nice call on that gold out. We swept that low, bounced 10 points from there. So nice call, nice management on that trade team. JD, who do you got trading with us?
Do we want to get back into this gold trade? It's still valid. What do you think?
It is. It is still valid.
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's go over the schedule real quick. Yeah. Coming up in fast markets, we've got a great show ahead of you today here on TopstepTV. Coming up next, Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be joined by Jacob Trades. I see him in the green room right now. He's dressed to thrill. Aaron Trades will be here too, and so will Deanna. Deanna will make a nice a visit around 10 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Morning recap with Hogue at 11 o'clock. He's going to go over some of the trades we took here on the opening call and the trades that we're about to take in fast markets. So stick around for that one. Also, we've got another rising star. CJ will be here with Coach Jay and Dolby Time at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. Jack, Ben, and Dakota will be here for the shoulder tap. That should be an interesting little conversation between Jack, Ben, Risk Manager Ben, and Coach Dakota. They might have a little announcement to share with you also. At 12:15 Central Time, group coaching, me, Hogan Hoop will be here. We're going to throw a form up in the chat in just a little bit. Have your questions ready, fill out that form, and we'll answer them live here on TopstepTV. And then Mindset Matters coming up at 1 o'clock Central Time. Hogue and Dr. V will be here. We've been putting a question form for Dr. V up in the chat a couple of times so far this week. We're going to do it again today. If you have your mindset questions, if you have any mindset questions for Dr. V, make sure you get them in there before 1 o'clock Central Time. That should be a great segment. After that, we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre. Our boy Doom is going to be here, and Dolby Time. Great way to wrap up a turnaround Tuesday. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day long right here on Topstep TV. Let's get it.
Awesome stuff. Great show coming up. That re-add into that goal, JD. I do like that. I see Aaron in the background there. I was going to ask for his check mark. Should we get back in short? But it is looking pretty good. Aaron, give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Should we short gold again? Not financial advice, of course. He said no shorts.
No more shorting gold today
from Aaron. But we'll see. Aaron, our resident gold trader, is going to be joining us for fast markets, so it should be a fun time. Again, gold, obviously one of the better trading markets that we've had all year. We got one more piece of news, JD. One more piece of news. You want to get to that?
Yeah. Figured why not ruin all your days early on? Let's take a look at this. Oreo has dropped some Thanksgiving turkey and stuffing cookies. New flavors coming from Oreo. It's what you get when you cross Oreos with Thanksgiving. How about this? Oreo is launching 6 new Thanksgiving-themed flavors. Those flavors include turkey and stuffing, sweet potato, and creamed corn. There's also caramel apple pie, pumpkin pie, and cranberry sauce. Each Oreo cookie is covered in fudge that's infused with one of the 6 flavors. The cookies come in a limited edition Oreo-shaped tin, which includes 12 cookies, 2 of each flavor. The Thanksgiving-flavored Oreos are only available through the Oreo website. Go make yourself sick, folks. Happy Tuesday.
There we go. Andrew's face in the green room when you said that cream corn Oreo. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh man, that sounds disgusting. Yeah, we're not going to try those. Febreze says we need the Topstep crew to try it before I buy them. Well, you're gonna be waiting forever because I won't be eating those. I promise you that. But hey,
Finally came up with something worse than the circus peanut.
Thanksgiving Oreos. I'll eat real food. How about that? But nice little trade there in gold. Let's quote some prices really quick before we get into fast markets. 39.7980 last trade in gold. 25.734 last trade in the Nasdaq. Take a look at the S&P. 68.1050 and crude oil 60.44. We didn't do anything in crude, right? No crude trade.
No crude trade. Nothing done in crude.
Nice.
What is crude doing?
It actually
lost
closed out.
track.
I mean, yeah, we lost track. We got into the Nasdaq. It closed outside that range. I mean, it gave us a decent long opportunity, but no trade there. That's all right. We got a nice one in gold. All right. Missing anything? Do we got to get to anything else? Why did I just have a? Oh, I do want to talk about micro Bitcoin. For the first time, really quick. If we can talk about this, Hogue, if you can pull it up.
Absolutely.
On the daily in micro Bitcoin, we are potentially closing below, and depends on how today closes, potentially closing below the 200 moving average for the first time since April. Coach Paul and I were looking at Bitcoin yesterday, and it's almost flat on the year. And I was kind of surprised at that, right? Where we made new all-time highs, but if you look at Bitcoin for where it opened for the year and where it's trading right now, it's pretty much flat. And I didn't expect that. Today may be the first day since April that we've closed below the 200-day moving average. That right now is at 106,697, and we're trading at 104,305. We haven't tested the 100,000 level in micro Bitcoin since May of this year. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. Right now, micro Bitcoin is down. Our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 2.57%. So I am going to be keeping an eye on that one today for sure.
So, can you imagine a doji on the yearly bar in Bitcoin?
Right. Yeah.
Indecision?
That's kind of what we're getting here.
Wow.
Still got a month left, but
Good eyes.
Would you have expected that, Hogue?
Heck no.
Yeah, same here. And I think it's because of, the way we started the year. We started off with an aggressive sell-off, right? And we had Bitcoin under 80,000, and then we had the rally to all-time highs. So it seemed like it did a lot more than it did. But on the yearly, it's not doing better than the equity markets.
Huh. Well, I'm obviously no expert on Bitcoin, but I would not have expected this.
Yeah, same here. So interesting stuff going on in Bitcoin there. Of course, that 100,000 level, if we do test it, is going to be a huge level of contention. I'm not going to say that Bitcoin is just going to sell through 100,000 easily, but it is looking kind of heavy up here. We got a little bit of a triple top pattern on the monthly candles, so looking pretty heavy. But I know we got to get into fast markets here soon. But I did just want to bring that one up. I see the team in the background. Aaron's here, Jacob's here, Andre's here, Hogue, you're sticking around.
Party's all here. Gang is all here.
Are we ready?
Let's do it. Jay,
Let's
much appreciated. JD, much love, and much love to all of you. Yeah, we are heading into fast markets here, but top of the chat today, Shubham, the lucky winner. Of course, you don't win anything. Leave now. Dan Trader, Anastasios, Grillionaire, Cedric, Logan, Sammy, Risen DeVille. I'm not going to say the other one. Nick Nichols, Mike Godfrey. Great to see everybody this morning as always. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace. Now I'm going to wait for that 188,000 subscribers to pop up before we go into fast. No, I'm only kidding. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go get them.
Turn the machine back on! Turn the machine back on! Turn the machine back on! Turn the machine back on!
Oh, yes. We. The man in the middle now is back on land. Jacob trades in the house. Good to see him. Aaron trades as well. Welcome everybody to Fast Marks. This is Top Step TV. Let's get right into it. Jacob, you're back from the cruise.
Yes, I'm back.
We're back in land looking dapper. Very, very dapper. Thoughts coming into this Tuesday. Sellers in the house. Jacob, how are we doing today?
Pretty happy to be home and have a good connection and be ready to trade with you guys.
Yes, as well as the tuxedo. Very, very dapper as well. All right, Aaron trades the start of the London Open. How's it going, my friend? Gold selling off a little bit beneath 4,000. Aaron, thoughts?
Good to be back on with you guys. Decent sell-off on gold actually, which I was quite surprised to see looking at the daily on gold. I actually thought we were going to see some longs, but we're coming in some interesting levels pre-New York Open here. So keen to see how we react on here. I think we're going to get some pretty decent plays today.
Oh, yes. Okay, very, very good. Let's take a look at some of these prices. We've got about 2 minutes till the opening bell for the New York session. ES trading 68.07, overnight low 67.86. Uh-oh. We got Nasdaq trading 25,730, overnight low 25,645. Still haven't closed that gap from a week and a half ago. We got the Dow trading 47,180, Crude trading $60.43, and gold trading $39.77. Aaron, how have you been trading gold? Gold's been consolidating. Remember, we were just on that incredible bull run the last 6 weeks or so.
Yeah.
I'm taking a breather, kind of taking a pause right now. Thoughts, any levels, any areas of interest you have your eye on?
We had some nice. I was in the YouTube chat with you guys yesterday. We had some nice longs here into them 40s yesterday. I think Dakota got that nice long as well, which was a great trade. To be honest, I was actually looking for some upside in the London session today. I was kind of looking at this daily time frame. I mean, it's hard to see it right now because it's looking so bearish right now. But when we were kind of coming into London, this daily had already come down for a pretty decent wick, and it was looking like this daily was going to start to break back higher. Previous day, Monday, grabbed the lows, broke back above 4,000. But today we are right back down. So although I would love to see gold go higher, I would love to see what's going to happen to two very different things. So as long as we trade back below 4,000, I guess looking at it from a neutral perspective, there you go. I was about to say, gonna like that. They're gonna nice squeeze. I think we could feel a pretty decent range here now. Wow, look at that. What an
gold is getting absolutely hammered right now. Gold is trading 39.61. Sorry, go ahead, Aaron. Wow.
No, you're good. I was I was trying to see how we're going to react off these lows for potential longs, but absolutely ignore me until we break above a node long. So could we squeeze down into 39.50 again? I mean, it's looking likely. We're going to get a pretty strong hourly closure here. So,
Aaron, I have a question for you.
Yes, please. Oh, for Aaron, go ahead.
Man. Yeah, Aaron, are you trading during New York session or most likely not London?
Mainly London into pre-New York. Sometimes I traded New York yesterday. Majority of my trades, I would say, London into pre-New York. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm usually done before. But no trades to me so far today. So we'll see.
Was there a headline? I'm not seeing anything. Gold, absolutely getting smoked. What's trading? Not seeing anything either. What is the headline? Help us out, chat. Okay, we are now open. New York session is now open. Gold absolutely just got smoked right there. We are open. Let's get ready to rock. Again, gold was trading 39.80. Absolutely cooked $20 to the downside. Here we go. What was it? All right.
There was some Trump news.
Was it? Okay. Help me out in the chat. Let's trade in the 68.12. 68.12. Nasdaq trading 25,734. Looks like there might be some more downside in gold here. Very heavy.
Yeah, big squeeze.
that one. Oh, no. Okay. Crude trading $60.41. We are now open. We'll get Hogan here when he is ready. Just saw him on opening call. We got to get his thoughts on what is happening in gold. There he is, just beneath me. What is happening? John Hoagland. You saw that big sell-off in gold. I heard you in opening call saying maybe the winds have changed a little bit based on the sell-off in equities, sell-off in gold. What did you mean by that, Hoag? Keep an eye on his price action, but something feeling a little different here? Nice cardigan, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, this is my rally sweater. We'll see if it works, but as far as gold is concerned, I mean, we're in 5 or 6 days of balance here. Last week's low, the lower extreme of that balance. So what we've been talking about a lot is the fact that we've been losing a lot of open interest on the way down, and volume has also been cutting off. So it's not like this is a very healthy downside auction. We were talking, we need new sellers to come into this market if we're going to see any continuation to the downside. Most of what we've been seeing has been shorter time frame, weaker hands, sellers that are getting paid right now. Right now, they're getting paid. As far as this morning, we opened with a gap below yesterday's range and value, and we've been just kind of running with that gap. We left the opening range at the dead high. We did have a good short in the house account. We swept the overnight low, and then we gave that back. So we kind of covered that overnight low, that short. We only had 1 micro on, so it wasn't like we could kind of piece out of that and leave a runner on, which it would have been nice to be able to have. But where's this thing going?
Look out below.
Jay has this anchored VWAP from the 2nd of September. That's the breakout of the 3-month area of balance that we were in, and that's coming in at 39.49.80. Aaron, you were just talking about 39.50 as a kind of an interesting level. So I'm going to be very, very interested to see if we can find some sort of basing here, perhaps, and start to see some of these early shorts maybe start to cover just a little bit for a see money, take money long. But we're kind of in the middle of this area of balance. So anything that I'm seeing, I'm kind of in a see money, take money, not looking for any major moves here, although a pretty decent downside move we've got going here already in gold.
Absolutely getting cooked right now.
Yeah, it is.
Huge.
Wow. 39.47, 39.46 now last trade. 39.43s, 42s just printed in the last 3 minutes. We are down about $40. Yes, $40. We were just trading 39.80.
Over.
Gold is getting absolutely cooked right now. S&P is selling off a little bit too. Beneath 6,800, 67.99. Now 98 trade. Nasdaq selling off as well. 25,667 closing on overnight highs, or overnight lows, that is. 25,645. Look at the tilt, 50-50 across the board. But gold right now continuing to sell off. My goodness. Big move right there. 39.50s cooked through. Aaron, when you see this type of move, you just get out of the way and let it consolidate. How do you jump on board? I know you're looking at the 30 minutes candle, but right now we got some 5 minutes just opened up. First 5 minutes, absolutely pushing lower here, Aaron. Wow.
Yeah, it's not. I feel like it's one of them things. If I try and chase this, I kind of look at this and go, well, like, where could I manage my risk? Where would my stops be in a trade like this right now? I'm like, my stops would be huge, so I kind of have to just, unfortunately, I wouldn't short it because my stops are too big. I also wouldn't chase it because I know gold's not the market to chase. So unfortunately, there's a huge rip down. I just kind of have to let it find its feet, and then give it a couple minutes, half an hour maybe. Could shape up, but right now I would have to sit on my hands here.
Wow,
I'd have to. I'd kick myself if I jumped in this.
Question about Nasdaq: did we fill the gap from 2 Sundays ago? Has the gap been filled in the Nasdaq? ES, yes. Nasdaq,
no.
We filled. Still, what price? What price do we got to get to?
We got to close. We got to get it closed to. We got to get down to 25,546.5 to close that gap.
25,546. We can get there. It's 130 points lower. We can get there. Last trade, 25,680. 680.
We're halfway through it right now.
Halfway there. We'll see if we can do it. 67.98 last trade in the ES right now. And we just hit 188,000 subscribers here on Topstep TV. Thank you so very much. If you click subscribe, click like, click notify as well, if you'd be so kind. Jacob, you're selling right out of the gate. I know you like to watch the first 30, 45 minutes of the into the New York session before you do take your trade. How are you processing this? I know you like to keep an eye on VWAP. We got the buyers right now. Jacob, the markets are moving. Any prices of interest at all in the NQ? Markets are alive and well. Thank goodness.
Not right now, but yeah, I do believe we'll fill this gap. So we'll continue lower. But
Okay.
I will not take a position right now, as you know.
Right back up. Okay, seeing some buying step right back here in the Nasdaq. We did just bottom out at 25,663. We are back up about 80 points. 25. The sellers just stepped right in. My goodness. ES and Nasdaq. 6,800 in the ES. 50-50 on the tilt right now. But markets are absolutely cooking. Take a look at the 10-year yield really quick. 10-year yield still right around 4.1%, just underneath 4.1%. A lot of things, a lot of cross currents going on right here. Topstep,
dudes?
Yo, oh, Jack, look at this, man. Markets are absolutely, what markets are absolutely cooking. We filled the gap
saw-
in the ES. It's a big one, Jack.
I saw a tweet somewhere that was along the lines of we've gone 24 hours without an open AI deal or a Trump reducing tariffs on China announcement, and this is what stocks do.
Wow. That's the way the sell-off is all about. Oh, man. The Nasdaq, they just walked that thing up to 25,730. Sellers came in and hit the bid. Now we are well beneath 25,700, 25,680 now. Again, gold just getting absolutely smoked. Jack, what do you have your eyes on? Any prices of interest in the ES? I mean, my goodness.
67.80 would get us down to the 67.50 SPX. We're trading 67.70. We just, overnight we just showed little regard at all for the big 6,800 level in the SPX and opened well below it. But that would be the next spot I'm looking at. So a little bit of room still.
Righty. Keep an eye on that gold. Aaron trading 39.45. Session lows 39.42. Now 39.44 trades. And huge selling in gold. Down about $40 in the last 15 minutes or so. Hoga still got you there. First 9 minutes in the New York session. Looks like the dead ass high here in the Nasdaq and the ES. Probably Dow same thing. We saw that as well yesterday. I mean, what do we see? 69. We're up around 69.07 or so. In ES, that was a dead ass high, but we are just looking to the downside. What's the VIX at? Anyone got the VIX, Andy?
Opening range is neither the high nor the low in the S&P or the Nasdaq. It's both sides. Gold is just getting worked over.
Yes, it is. We had 20 yet in the VIX?
19.3. But we did spike to 20 overnight. So we got above it. We haven't even really started a sell-off. The kind of truism is not truism, but old market tale is the sell-off doesn't stop, so at least you get above 30 in the VIX.
Yeah, well, looking heavy here in gold. New lows gold 39.38. 39.38 now trades. My goodness, we are down.
Wow.
Yes, $45 in the last 15 minutes or so. More selling in gold. Where are they going to take this? We right when that New York bell hit, we were trading right around 39.80. 39.37.
I can see us coming down to some more lows. I can see us coming down maybe back down here into 39.25s. So if I can get a little, if I can get a little bit of a pullback, I can see it squeezing lower. But it could also just keep dropping. But the next, that would be the next level of interest to me. Back down at these lows here.
Jacob dressed to the nines. Look at this turnaround in the NQ. Will this be a successful push higher? We are looking at about 80-point pop right now, 25,745 now trades in the Nasdaq. ES turned right around as well, back up to 68.11. Markets are absolutely cooking right now. We are so back, yo. Says we sure are. Markets are rocking right now. Hogue, what was open interest coming into in gold coming into today? If you have that handy,
I
are
do.
they long? They just wow! Look at this turnaround.
The preliminary was an additional 8,700 contracts, and if you look at the kind of direction of the day yesterday, I would say those are probably new shorts coming in, and that's kind of new because we've been seeing open interest falling off. You know, it was an inside day yesterday as well, so it's kind of a surprise that there was that much of an increase in open interest. But again, that is the preliminary number, and that can change. But we definitely added some shorts yesterday. I believe they're shorter time frame shorts, and they are still getting paid right now.
They are turnaround here in the ES, closing right to overnight VWAP 68.16. A 20-point pop here in this 5-minute candle. Look at that Nasdaq turn right around as well. We're looking at about 100-point turnaround in the Nasdaq on this 5-minute candle. Markets are rocking right now. Tilt 50-50. Not seeing many major numbers here in the next 15 minutes or so. Actually, for that matter, not major numbers for the time being. In terms of speakers, we do have some speakers a little bit later, but it is pretty quiet as far as news goes. So we do have a White House press briefing at 11 a.m. Central Time. Right now, we are locked in on these markets. Anyone catch the long in the equities there? Jacob, you're seeing this price action here in the first 15 minutes. Any thought? I mean, typically in the first 15 minutes, you're watching and you're trying to process what is happening. Does any of this price action in the first 15 minutes sway your trade idea one way or another?
What I'm saying here is, yeah, we go higher, but we have VWAP. So I want to see the reaction here of the VWAP. It will tell me a little bit more for later on, like my positioning, if I short or long. And yeah, I want to see what is the reaction here of the VWAP. We either like bounce of it or we go higher. So I'm waiting for that.
Okay. You can see some buyers here in the ES now. A couple ticks above that.
Aaron, are you seeing some bids coming in down here in the in gold?
Yeah, we're trying to. We're trying to find some support. I got the 15. I'm just watching this 15 close coming in here. I feel like if we close below 39.50, we could still continue selling off here. A quick little pullback. We might continue selling. We're trying to.
What a push higher here. Nasdaq turn.
Right, the leaf blowers are gone.
Look at this turnaround. 6,800. They were able to defend it. Got done at what, 67.95 or so. Buyers turn that thing right around about 30 points to the upside in the ES Nasdaq with about 110 point turnaround. This last 5-minute candle. We're only 15 minutes into this trading session, and markets are absolutely rocking.
Point of interest, if you're long right here, we're about 9 points away from that 6,800 level, the big fat one in the SPX that I mentioned. Be at 6,830 or so.
Just where they try to trap the longs in gold. Aaron, 39.44, kind of Hogue, we're seeing perhaps some bids coming in. Trying to hold it long right now, about $7, $8 off those recent lows just printed. That selling came in with volume too. Right over
I'm considering, if I can get a good risk reward in the lower time frame, considering a potential short micro. Only if this 15 re-breaks back lower. The 15 starts to get back above 39.50. Last 15 of the hourly could still hold it. So I've kind of been watching this. If we re-break lows, I'll consider a potential short into these lows. If the 15 starts getting back above last 15 of the hourly could hold 39.50. So the bigger, I'm watching for a potential short here, but it'll be very small risk for me. So we'll see.
Okay. Such a getting with the momentum, getting with the push to the downside here. Recent low was 39.37. Last trade, 39.45. ES got 800 lot to the downside in the ES on the bid. 68.14 bid 850 times, about 2.5 points away to the downside. Again, we saw 1,000 lot come in. That did get pulled, but there's 850 lot sitting on the bid to the downside. Baba, welcome aboard. Someone for the new welcome, Baba, to TopstepTV. You came to the right place. The markets are rocking here. We got Aaron trades. We got Jacob trades. We got Jack. We got Hogue. 68.19. Last trade in the ES. What's cooking over there in the Nasdaq? Anything on the ladder? Any big size in the ladder? Nope. Sellers coming in here now. Markets are whipping right now.
We're just down 1% in the ES, 1% in the RTY, 1.4 in the NQ. So nothing too scary so far.
It's one of those methodical technical sell-offs. Started yesterday. They continued overnight and kept it going out, but these buyers did try to step 6,800. Again, gap fill in the NQ from about a week and a half ago. We get to be 25,546, about 200 points to go to the downside. Now, ES Nasdaq holding bid. Gold as well holding bid right now. Not seeing anything on the wire right now. Man, things are whippy. 800 lot was pulled. Take a look at the Nasdaq ladder here. It's thin, not as thin as yesterday. And spread's not too wide right now. Last trade 25,767. What? 6.7. I did it again. More buyers here in the ES. Now holding above overnight view at 68.22. Now 23's trade. Well, the Nasdaq go with it. Wow, what is that? Holding bid in gold as well. ES. Man. So, Aaron, you'd be looking for perhaps a short, yes? If anything, a short in gold, or what would it take for a long? I mean, I can see people walking up to the chart and say, "Hey, long is the trade here." Seeing that sell off, will we retrace, or that?
For a long,
yeah,
I mean,
like the momentum.
I would have to see a pretty big turnaround to want to buy against this current hourly. I was just kind of measuring this hourly move down right now. You're down about 550 points, which is a very decent move for gold. So for me to want to even consider trading against that, to be honest, I would probably want to see these lows grabbed. I personally think you will get a lot of people trapped in potentially something like this. And I think if gold even was going to have a retracement, you'll likely come down and squeeze out any early buyers here, which is kind of with the long trade I took yesterday. I'm buying up to squeeze out any early sellers before having the real move. So I would be looking for something similar to this. I would also, to be honest, I would like to see in 9 minutes if we actually close below 39.50 or not. Because if we start waking up aggressively like this, then is there a potential, for a little bit of a pullback before you do get the short? Yeah, I guess you could say so.
You're trying,
but it's yeah, we are. That's why gold lasts like 10 minutes of the hourly candle. You can look so bearish, you can completely change around, and vice versa. So I would probably like to see this hourly closure, but we close anything like this, a little pullback at the open of the next hour, and I think we could continue selling. To be honest, it's hard for me to want to buy it after this huge drop. If we break back above 39.50, man, we'll see.
Yes. It's
decent break above.
Yeah, 39.52 last trade gold. Buyers are in the house here in the Nasdaq. We're looking at about 150-point turnaround right now at 25,800 last trade. We did just bottom out, put in new lows at 25,645. Yeah, same story
Edging
over
up.
there.
We are almost at 6,800 in SPX right now.
What price would that be in futures?
Roughly 68. Sorry, where are we? 68.30.
Okay, well, right there. 68.27 last trade. About a 30, about 30, 35 point turnaround in the ES. Look at the NASDAQ go. My goodness. What a turnaround. 25,820. Jacob, you saw what it did to overnight VWAP. We had overnight VWAP at 25,780. We cooked right through that thing. Longs or shorts? I mean,
Longs look good, like above the VWAP. If you close above on the 15 minutes,
sure,
can be good. Yeah.
Good question. Freeze brain, 500,000. It's on the bid. Good question. When I say 500 on to the downside, that means it's beneath the price that's currently trading. Just so directional. I say above, that's on the ask, and to the downside, it's on the bid. Good question. Did not get filled, by the way. Crude, catching a little bit of a bid, $60.47 over there.
And yeah, Clark, you can think of the SPX as the spot price of the S&P 500. But more importantly, it's where everyone goes to trade their zero-date options.
Jolts. I did not see no jolts today. Where's jolts? Is that a government number? You have ADP tomorrow. That's a private. I did not know that. Yes. Again, government shutdown day. I think we're going to make a record here. Congratulations, Washington, D.C.
I think tomorrow we hit the record.
We did it?
Yeah,
all right.
35
well
days.
Done. Well done, D.C.
Pat yourself on the back,
Well, there's
American.
We did it.
Is there no NFP on Friday? No NFP this week?
Nope. Aaron, nope. Going with no. Our government officials can't strike a deal here in the States, so no non-farm payrolls, no jolts. Okay, that's a BLS number. No. They'll get around to it when they can. Still pushing higher.
Jack, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Are we going to have a CPI this month, or you're not
Nope.
sure? No? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Actually, that's
No
the real
CPI?
confusing one with both of those.
No?
As I mentioned yesterday, we had CPI last month because the Q3 CPI number goes into pegging, standard of living increases in Social Security and what have you.
Okay.
This one, we ain't going to get.
And
why not this month? I didn't know that. Sorry, go ahead. I did not know that.
When is the next one? Do you know?
Supposed to be next week. It was supposed to be next week.
I don't know. I don't think anyone knows.
Wait, no.
Okay.
So why did we get it last month and we're not going to get it this month? Man, what?
Because they have to deem the employees necessary, and they really needed that number to set the Social Security payments for the year and stuff like that.
Right.
Next month is just for our fun.
Thank you for that.
I don't make the rules.
Neither do they at this point. 25,850 last trade in Nasdaq. What a turnaround! About a 200-point turnaround in the Nasdaq in the last 5-10 minutes or so. ES, same story over there. 68.33. 40-point turnaround in the last 15 minutes. Markets are absolutely cooking. Gold is trying to grind its way higher. Looking at it, just bottomed out at 39.37. Currently trading 39.60. Wow.
I mean, to be honest, if we turn around like this, my original bias this week, I mean, it's pretty far away, so I don't want to make that crazy. Of course, there's no need, but I do. My original bias this week was for price to come back up into that 40-50 level. So I'm wondering, is this a potential squeeze out of any early buyers? We start breaking back above, then we go back to the original longs. I mean, maybe this is the last couple of minutes here on gold. You go from looking so bearish. This is why I say that gold's not the market to chase. It's also not the market to fight. And you all of a sudden wick back above, from the lows, almost 300 ticks. We start getting back above. So, man, maybe I go back to the longs. We'll see if we can break out here. But
The internal thoughts of a trader here in real time. Where else can you get that? 76% long on the tilt in the ES. Same thing in the Nasdaq. 76% long over there. Heavy longs on the tilt. Average price in the NQ on the 76%. 25,795 in the money. Very nicely in the ES. 68.21 in the money as well. You got 76% long. And the tilt over there. What a push higher here. Won't we get back to 4,000s? 4,000s in gold. Really trading 39.61. That sell off right before the bell rang, Aaron. Yeah, it's a tricky one.
I will consider longs if this next hour opens and instantly pushes down. I kind of seen a potential little 30-minute morning star play here for a bit of a pullback. But again, the ranges are very big, so I will have to trade small size.
Sure are.
May even combine it. We'll see.
There's an 800 lot on the bid. 68.29, about 2 points. This is ES, 2 points lower than what we're trading right now. We're currently trading 68.31. Will that bid get filled? Last one got pulled. Well, still call it out. How am I seeing that, you may ask? That's at level 2 data on my Topstep X. I recommend you have it. You can see where the orders are. See how the market reacts to it. Does it fill it? Does it run away from it? Does it get pulled? Just like that. Got pulled.
Hmm.
We're stalling out here again. 76% long.
Well, we filled that gap. It was overnight, unfortunately.
The ES, yeah. Nasdaq almost. Nasdaq not quite. We got close. And gap fill in the Nasdaq 25,456. Within about 100 points. Right when that New York bell did ring. I haven't even got to this. Pinned to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Make sure you click on that. Have them open. Those are updated and refreshed before every New York open. Yes, Topstep daily levels. Do you one better? Click on that indicators tab right there at the top of Topstep X. Topstep daily levels. You will have those overlaid right there on your charts. And update and refresh before every New York open.
Well, let's see if we can get some semblance of consolidation here around that 6,800 SPX. Dip buyers are
Gold
out.
is on the move.
Damn. Nasdaq looking another leg higher. What a turnaround. Oh, man. 25,865 now in the Nasdaq.
Gold is pushing. Pushing.
Come on.
That is crazy.
We're looking at 3 green candles on the 5-minute. Last 15 minutes just been all buyers. Are up about $30 in the last 15 minutes or so. 39.66. If they want to essentially retrace that entire sell-off, we got to get back up to 39.80 or so. What, $13 to go. Incredible. What a turnaround.
Also, 68.40 would put us back into the gap. There's a 260 lot sitting there at the offer in the ES. Sorry, I'm looking at the MES right now.
We are Nasdaq pushing higher here. ES pushing higher here as well. Gold says hold up. I'll do the same. 25,880 last trade.
We get a little bit of a quick pullback here on gold. I'm gonna see if we can see if I can potentially get along here. I like that hourly close. In order for me to get a good risk reward, I just want to see just a quick little pullback. Nothing huge.
Okay. Last trade gold 39.67. Let
me see.
66.
Rally sweater's working.
Hogue, man, look at this thing. What a turnaround. There, what's up, Hogue? There you are. Hey. Opening range dead ass high. Then the buyer stepped in. Just throw it all out the window. What's your take? I mean, they just came in and absolutely squeezed any shorts that were had any ideas of taking this thing any lower, Hogue.
I mean, all of these markets, S&P's, NASDAQ, gold, they've all been shorter time frame sellers. This has not been major selling coming in. This is shorter time frame, weaker hands. They're too short.
How do you? What makes you think that, Hogue? When you say that, what do you see that says these are short-term, weaker hands? Size, the volume, or the price action?
Just the levels that are being respected on the way down. Like S&Ps. All right, it respected this little gap. Okay, that was the gap on the way down, right? That was the weekend gap. It respected the second gap in the S&Ps. This was last a week ago, Thursday to Friday. This session gap, the bottom got respected. Okay, almost to the tick. So when there's exactness like this, it's shorter time frame traders that are controlling the market. And when they stop at these levels, overnight inventory was short. They stopped getting paid. They got nervous. Equities, this is all short time frame overnight inventory adjustment. This was shorter time frame, weaker hands, short in the hole. They're unraveling. As far as gold is concerned, I mean, we can look at this real quick.
Yeah.
Going back to the gold. So the market has come off its highs. Okay. What's been respected on the way down? Naked point of control, gap close, naked point of control, gap close. That means that this is shorter time frame sellers, not longer time frame participants adjusting inventory. So when we see that, we start to look for opportunities when we think that the shorter time frame traders are too short to look for longs. In gold today, we had a pretty decent push to the downside. Well, where did we get to? Well, this was the last place that the shorter time frame traders were too short. That's when I started looking at this and I said, you know what? I'm starting to see buyers coming in down at these levels. There's some levels with like higher volume at specific prices. That was just buyers coming in to pick this thing up. I don't know if they're going to continue to get paid. I mean, we're still below the initial balance low. I still like shorts, but we started to look and see buyers coming in at an area where buyers previously came in to kind of pick up this stuff. So, but again, open interest has been dropping as we've been coming off the highs here in gold. That's long liquidation. That's shorter time frame, weaker hands, longs getting out.
Gotcha.
Not new selling coming in. So I'm looking for opportunities for the shorter time frame pea shooters like us to all get too short the same direction, and then you see the big moves in the opposite direction, which is I think kind of what we're seeing in the equities today and what we saw early in gold today. I don't know if this gold is going to hold up. There may be some more room to the downside for it. But we have to see what we see. Aaron, I'm with you, man. I'm looking at
nice.
Wow.
Seeing what you're going to do here.
Well, if we like it.
Yeah, I like this. I like what you said there. And I like how you guys said, like, what do you do when you see gold's pushed down this much? And, this is where you don't sell it because this is what can happen on gold. This is what gold loves to do. Like right before that hourly candle close, you can wick all the way back up and respect them higher time frame levels, which for me, 39.50, huge, I believe, daily support, weekly support. So when I see a 5-minute closing below, daily support, does it make me want to go short? Absolutely not. If we start getting back above it, makes me want to see if we can take this higher. So yeah, I want to see if we can I would like to see if this, I wouldn't try and buy it here, but if this hourly breaks the current high, I would like to see if I can get potentially long with the momentum. So potential buy stop area for me here. But yeah, I appreciate the analysis. It's looking good. It's looking good. I'm getting some good volume here.
Yeah, we got that potential shooting star. Had one of those earlier on the 30-minute chart.
Shooting star, Hogue. Let's see how does the market react to that?
Well, here's what we were looking at. So the market pushed down had a long shadow at the bottom of this 30-minute bar and closed higher, you could call that I don't know if they call it a shooting star at the bottom. There's another name for it, but we've seen this on the highs before, Andre, and we've seen some pretty decent trades taken off of it. But that shooting star was good for a pretty decent rally in the short time frame. It didn't hold, but now we've got a potential another reversal pattern right there on the 30-minute chart.
That's one of my favorite patterns on gold, actually.
Mhm.
I call it an evening and morning star. I feel like it's a pretty similar thing. You see gold respect on the higher time frame a lot. It's one of my favorite patterns on gold.
There are a
Richie.
whole lot of interesting levels in the next 10 points to the upside in the ES right now. If we take a look,
Okay.
we've just gotten into that gap from last week. But then look, 3 straight days, the lows for the last 3 straight trading sessions are between 43 and 52 to the upside there.
Huh. 43, 50, and 52. All right. Well, last trade 68.39, 68.40s trade. Yes, staying strong right now. Aaron, if you do take that gold trade, please, obviously, you'll know. Let us know. We'll throw the Jacob.
Sorry,
Jacob. No, Jacob, I'm watching Nasdaq right now. For
Yeah.
those that are, what's your read right now? Typically, about 45 minutes into the New York session, you take your trade. How are you reading it right now? What are you seeing in the first 37 minutes?
I will say I like that we are above VWAP here. On the 5 minutes, even we close very strong in the 15 minutes. So right now it's 10.7. We open, I believe, lower here. So yeah, I could see this to go higher again, and I will probably play with the trend. The trend is my friend, so we'll probably take long, but not right now.
Again, thank you for dressing up.
You look
My
so
pleasure.
good, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Adds a lot of class. A lot of
Absolutely.
class to
We
the
are
show.
underdressed. James Bond. James Bond.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, last trade 39.61.
I'm about to have a potential buy stop here on gold.
What was that? Wow. Sellers just smoked the Nasdaq. All right, let us know. Sellers just absolutely crushed the Nasdaq down about 40-point sell off right there.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
2,600 ES in a second there.
Damn. Okay. We were just trading 68.40, and they cooked all the way down to 68.33. 2,000 lot hitting the bid. I mean, more push to the downside here in the Nasdaq as well. Damn.
So, Aaron, your buy stop is 60, 39.70.
39.70. About I'm looking at 66.5, which I'm looking at my 30-minute chart here. I'm trying to see if this can. I'm thinking if this 30-minute can go from being bearish to breaking back bullish, I would like to see if I could potentially be in with the momentum. So, I actually prefer to go in on the flip of the body. If that body goes from being red to green, I'd like to see if we can beat this. Yeah.
Understood.
I
like
do like I like the buy stops a lot on gold, especially when you got good momentum like this. Because I kind of say to myself, well, if you don't flip bullish on the 30-minute, then I can just cancel my buy stop and wait. I don't have it in just yet though.
73.30.
We've seen some more downside here in the Nasdaq and the ES. From lows to highs to, well, we get back down to the lows, 25,833 in the NQ. ES 68.33. Last trade there. We did take a peek above 68.40, and sellers came in and smoked that thing.
Gaps matter.
Did we fill it? What
Buyers
was it?
can
Oh,
go back
40,
in it.
42s?
No, we got to the bottom of it pretty much. Just peaked above it and then got shot back down.
Sure did. Man, oh man. was a 2,000 lot, correct, Jack?
I can't say exactly what the lots are, but 2,600 ES traded in a second. So
Yep.
that's some size.
What was it, 67% long? Tilt 50-50 now. Dolby time, so we're good there. Interesting right now. Interesting point. See price action. And then there we go. Gold is just consolidating around, trading sideways a little bit, 39.59. I cannot figure out gold's personality. I've been trading for about 6 years now. Trends, if it just breaks out, it's I'm still learning. That's why you got Aaron trades here. Aaron is our gold expert.
Yeah, it's got several personalities.
Yeah, definitely does. Definitely does.
Kind of a quadrophenia thing.
Yeah, that's a big word, Hogue. I don't. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
It's a Who album.
4 personalities.
Yeah, well, I think it was just absolutely smoked right before the bell rang, and everything's just coming to a screeching halt for now. And a lot of movement. All right, gold might be taking a peek here in the downside. Yeah.
Yep, back down again. This is why personally I like to use buy stops as opposed to market execute when you've already pushed down this much. Because although I didn't put it in, if I had a buy stop in here right now and you push low, I go, okay, cool, delete the buy stop, let me wait. So yeah, we're still squeezing lower here. Still squeezing lower.
Well, I drew a purple box.
I don't want to.
So this was the gap. It's been filled. We're hanging out here.
Yes, we are. All right. Everyone is flat. I do believe. Let's take a look at some of our live funded traders. Quick update here. Already seeing some big numbers put up. We got Arthur up 21, a large. My man P is up 20 grand. Raya is up 15. Abraham up 12. And Alfredo up 11. Shout out to my man P. It's a Polish name. Good job. Most important thing is we hang on to those profits, lock in those profits. And we'll check back in with them later on today. All right, at the bottom of the hour in about 17 minutes.
It's kind of unusual, right, to see these like 3 straight V's down to the same level on 3 straight days here before we sold off. Big old M.
It is. Hanging out right up there now. 68.39. That's trading ES. There goes 68.40s. Print. Nasdaq hovering around the highs right now. 25,860. Again, right off that New York bell. Sellers in the house bottomed out at 25,645. And 5 minutes later, they turned that thing right around and pumped it about 200 points higher. Pretty much trading about 30 points off the highs right now. ES holding bid. And bottom of the hour, we'll get those initial balance high and low prices. And what is that? Essentially, the first hour in the New York session, we're going to write down the highest price traded and lowest price traded. We'll work off of those. Tilt did level off. Crude continue to grind higher. What do we have? Anything on the schedule for today? No. President is doing a little tweeting. Just terminate the filibuster in regards to the government shutdown. Nothing really. Yes, yeah. Sometimes when he gets started, he just keeps that thing going. Oh, question in the chat. How do you trade low volume nodes? What do you do with low volume nodes? First of all, what is a low volume node?
Okay. Let's look at this on the gold today. So low volume nodes, for somebody who really looks at market profile, low volume nodes are something I will look at when I'm trying to get into a market that is directional already. So I'm going to put the profile on gold here. There we go. All right. So let's see if we can get a good look at this. So a low volume node is where a little volume and time has been spent price wise. A high volume node is where volume has been stacking up and the market has been spending time. In a directional market, okay, so we could kind of call gold so far today a little bit of a directional market. We have a high volume node and a low volume node, a high volume node and a low volume node. Sometimes in a directional market, I will look for the market to trade to a high volume node for an entry for a continuation move to the downside, or to the bottom of a low volume node to the beginning of a high volume node to look for an opportunity for a move in that direction. So very kind of crudely here, we see that there's a high volume area here. And where did the market trade to in the last 30 minutes periods of time? It traded basically to the upper side of the high volume node. I call them volume shoulders. So if I'm looking for continuation in a move to the downside in this case, I will look for the market to come back to the volume shoulder, where it goes from the high volume node to the low volume node to try and limit my risk against that low volume node. Sometimes it works wonderfully. Sometimes nothing works every time, but that is kind of an example of how I will look to get into a directional move using low volume to high volume nodes. I'll look for the volume shoulder from high to low to look for my entry, using the low volume node as resistance. A low volume node in this case could also be called, guess what? What do they call them in ICT? Fair value gap.
Value gap.
Yeah, they got in the chat.
Fair
Yeah.
value gap, right? So I will use that fair value gap as an area where price changed value quickly and may keep value below that fair value gap. Now, this may or may not be the right way to use fair value gaps, but in short time frame, these are areas that I will look for potential opportunities, if only to limit my risk. I don't want the market to get very deep into the low volume node if I'm using the volume shoulder to look for an entry into a trade. Now, there's lots of different ways to look at high to low volume nodes. We were looking at yesterday when Sewell was on. He uses high volume nodes and low volume nodes in longer time frames to look for targets and for opportunities to take his trades. But a low volume node is just a price area or a level that has not provided a lot of volume. A high volume node is an area that has provided more or a larger amount of volume. Quite simply, that's the way I would put it. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Nice.
Hogue saying fair value gap.
Yeah, it hurts
What
to
a
say
time to
it.
be alive.
It does. It hurts to say it, but that's what a lot of people look at it like. So
It's just a price that
Right.
hasn't traded that much. That's all.
We're at the Halloween lows in the ES right now.
So we are 68.43 last trade.
Yeah.
Pushing higher. And then gold just hanging out. It's going to roll over a little bit. 39.54 last trade in gold. Single print, thank you. Let's see up. 50.50. Another push to the upside here in the ES. Jacob, we're reading this price action. We're 50 minutes into the New York session. So I might be seeing a bull. What is the read? What is the read?
Yeah, I'm still bullish, looking for an
Okay.
entry right now. Yeah, I will take a trade in a couple of minutes.
25,867. Last trade in 869 print in the NQ. Session high 25,885. We're at the Halloween lows right now. Session highs though, Jack. This 68.43. Let's trade nothing on the tilt. I haven't even taken a look. What's that 10-year yield doing right now? I haven't taken a peek. 10-year, 4.088%. We're looking for Fed Watch.
Yeah.
Fed Watch.
In a little range
Fed
there.
Watch. What was that? Came in. Something just came in on the offer in the ES. 68.40. 2,300 on the offer there. Just trade. Looking at 68.9% of a 68.9% probability for another 25 basis point cut for that December 10th FOMC meeting.
I'm in.
We're in. Okay. Good times.
It's 21 contract and it's 25,868.
How many are you long?
One contract.
Mini or micro?
Oh, sorry, a mini.
NQ. One NQ, 25,868. Okay. At the bottom of the hour here in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes. See if we can push higher here. What's Jacob typically likes to hold the trades for a little longer. Higher risk reward on these trades. On the hour in 8 minutes. Take a look at gold here. Gold has trade sideways a little bit, Aaron. Incredible. I saw the huge sell off, and then we tried maybe a relief rally, if you will. And now we're just hovering around 39.56.
I do like the longs here. I can see that potential 30-minute morning star shaping up here. But then again, I do look at this hourly. I'm like, could we come down and fill in this wick? So what I'm kind of trying to do to stay as reactive as possible is if we start breaking back above here on the 5-minute, I will take a shot at the longs. If we hold below it, I will sit on my hands for now. If we start to get back above 39.60, I will potentially start to buy into the 30-minute trying to get back bullish, which has 6 minutes until it's going to close.
Okay. Very good. The chat, someone was demanding, where is the tip of the week? Where is the tip of the week? I believe it was Kevin. Kevin, I got you. Here's the tip of the week. What is the tip of the week? First of all, see if you got it, but this is a good one. The tip of the week is expect the unexpected. There it is. Yes, expect the unexpected. Plan for sudden market swings like we're seeing right now. Use stops, absolute must. Watch news and global events. That's what you tune into TopstepTV for exactly that. Stay calm, adapt, and execute. Wear a tuxedo if you have to. That's exactly how you handle expecting the unexpected. Told you. We got you. 68.41. Holding bid right around the session highs in the ES. Everything's just come to a bit of a pause. Digestion. Consolidation. How many other ways are there to say it here, Hogue?
Kerfufflation.
Range bound. What else? Yeah, so many ways to say the same thing in this industry. I'm seeing a bull flag, but other people can say. 68.41. Jack, that price 68.42, 43s. The longer we hang out up here, barcoding, thank you, that's a good one. The longer we hang out here and we see more volume trading, right? Look at the volume profile. The more volume we see trading at around these prices, what do you look for? If volume holds and volume increases at this range and at these prices, we look for what?
If it hangs out here forever and isn't able to take out some of those previous day lows here, I started thinking about maybe the opportunity for a short that would be a little cheaper. But not going to short this right now. It's too strong.
Yeah. Nasdaq trying to break out ever so slightly, about 8 points off session highs there.
I'm gonna take a small buy here on gold.
Okay.
Yeah, just a very small 1 micro. I might buy add in more into this 30-minute close. Trying to see this 30-minute holding back above here.
What
very
price did you
I
get?
say small. The ranges are huge. I got 61.6.
39, 61.6, 1 MGC. Oh, just looking for a push higher
As a
here.
fly, I kind of agree with this, that the dump kind of did start with the price reaction from the Palantir earnings. Let me show you that real quick. Where do I
Aaron,
get
we're
it
in with you.
here?
Nice.
Cool.
You got a little
That's what
bit,
I like to hear.
little better trade location than we did, but we're in.
What price is
Nice.
house long from?
69, 62.20.
62.20. All right.
Nice.
3 minutes till we get those initial balance high and lows in ES and NQ. Again, we got Jacob Long, 1 NQ, 25,868. Aaron Long, 1 MGC, 3961.6. And House Long, 1 MGC, 3962.2. All right, chat. This is going to be a tricky one. Initial balance high, initial balance low in the ES and the NQ. Still got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes till we get those prices. I think we can get the initial balance lows in for now. Again, anything can happen. Expect the unexpected, I should say.
Let me show those Palantir earnings really quick.
Yeah,
Go to my chart.
update me. How'd they
It's
come
like
in?
weird. You get these days where everyone runs worries about valuation all at once. So the Palantir earnings were very good. However, once again, it is so it sets a buy. It may be in the short term. It may very well be in the long term. But remember, it is a company with close to $500 billion in market cap that has $4 billion in sales per year. And what happened was, off the good numbers, it rocketed in the first print all the way up to 222, and then this morning was trading as low as 186 or something. Whether you're a lover or hater, Palantir is kind of the poster child for big tech AI stocks that have very rich valuations.
That got the sell off really fueled, right? Is that how I read in the chat? That's when the sell off really got going. What?
It just was like a sentiment thing, right?
Yeah.
Usually when they beat numbers, they go through the moon. And probably a lot of people got eaten up on call options there because that's been a popular thing to do.
Chat saying, can you say AI bubble? Perhaps. All right, 30 seconds till initial balance prices. I got this one, Hogue. You're in a trade. How's constant trade right now? Again, let's get those internet. Still do initial balance low for the Nasdaq. Chat. I'm gonna ask you, what is the initial balance low for the Nasdaq? I got the price. Just essentially the low price trade in the first hour.
Mr. Valentine.
So the price. All right. Maybe this bit is wearing off. The chat is not responding like it used to. We're over it. Initial balance low in the Nasdaq. I have at 25,645. And in the ES, I've got 6786. 6786. Initial balance high. In the ES, I got, what do we got, Jack?
Oh, you want the initial balance? I can initial balance you.
Initial balance, what's the high here? I
obviously-
got 6846, call it.
Yeah, 6846. Low is the low of the New York session. 6795, 3/4.
Correct.
Hey.
You got 95s. See, I'm still bad at this. Oh yeah, it is. Yep. All right, we'll work off of those here in the next 30 minutes or so. Good job, Chad. Someone's still hanging with me on that.
Mm.
All right, take a look at these prices. 68.42 last trade in ES. Some people are saying you can see a bull flag on the 5-minute. Well, see that as well. Man, gold is just absolutely lulled to sleep, is absolutely hypnotized, head spinning after all that volatility we saw in the first 45 minutes in fast markets. Last trade, 39.59. Crude trading $60.54. Fair enough. No time for it. Everyone's trading. Good stuff. All right, what do we do with that initial balance? Basically, kind of like the range for the first hour in the New York session. And wide range like that, we're going to need more energy to extend. So we'll probably say, play off the extremes, perhaps.
Excellent.
Hogue took me about 15 years. 15 years, you finally beat it into my head. I'm trying to think along the same lines as you. 68.40 last trade. ES. Tilt. Nothing jumping off the page yet. 800 lot on the bid in the ES. About 18 points below on the bid to the downside.
Aaron's thinking, close this 5-minute bar higher. We're going to add.
Yeah?
Yep. Insane.
Guys.
I like this.
We'll push here. 39.64. We're going to add. Nasdaq's got a hold here. Buyers did come back in the Nasdaq. ES, same story. More volume trading up here. Why is that?
We got a fight going on.
Rock fight indeed. 10-year pushing higher in prices, yields going lower. Yeah, volume is just coiling up, right? Coiling up. In the equities, go to Aaron. Aaron, looking for.
I'm gonna just reduce risk a little bit here. This is a pretty decent squeeze here on gold. It's gone from risking about 113 to 50-ish. I would like to get an add-on gold, but I don't want us to push too much right now. I don't want to average out too high.
What price? Hogue and Aaron, we're talking about perhaps an add. Well, you guys stay locked in there. 38.68 last trade. And gold, 10-year is pushing higher. Take a look at crude. Crude's trading $60.55. 68.41 in the ES. Jack, are you watching? Yeah, are you watching options volume as we consolidate around these prices? How has options volume changed as we just hold right around the highs in the ES?
Oh, I'm just watching levels for now. I could fire that up. I don't know how much my computer can take.
All good.
So I just rely on indicators for it.
Fair enough.
What I was gonna say is Nvidia is gonna be the drag right now, down $5.50, let's call it. I think I saw that it put somewhere that like $1 in Nvidia translates to 18 points in the NQ.
Is that right?
I can do the math myself real quick, but it would take a minute. But
that's dynamic. That obviously changes, correct? Based on weighting and right now, 18
on the day-to-day time frame, not really. Well, okay. Nvidia is what, like, we're Nasdaq 100 weights.
Yeah.
So Nvidia is 15%. So a 1% move in Nvidia is a 0.15% move in the index. And what's a point right now? We're at 26,000 or something.
25.
IB low coming up here in gold.
Yes.
39.73.30.
Yep. I would have. Did you manage to get? Did you add Hogue? I personally didn't get. I was hoping for a quick little wick down and add, but I personally didn't get it.
I wanted to get it down to 64. Didn't get there.
Yeah, and this is personally, I'd love to hear your thought. I personally wouldn't add here because this is almost a level where I almost want to start managing the risk. So I wouldn't like to add this high now.
I'm down with you.
Nice.
39.70 last trade. Gold. We're trying to.
It's IB low. It's going to be tough.
What's that price, Hogue?
39.73.30.
73.30. Got to get through that, right?
Yep.
Trade 69s. Sellers, look at the NQ here. Sellers did try grinding it lower right 2-3 minutes ago, right around this 25,850 level. Buyers pop that right back up. See if that's the case one more time. Just like that. Trade still valid, Jacob. You adjusted.
Yes.
What's your upside target? What's your upside target on this trade?
This low volume node, this fair value up, I will say. On the
What
on the
price?
left. It will be around 25,904.
904. Okay.
Like decent balance.
Take the risk off, Aaron.
Yes, I'm break even here. Yeah, just rejecting pretty hard from them. Pretty hard from them highs and lows.
Yes, just got within a point of session highs. Got up to 68.45. It's trying to build. It's trying to gain strength. The old college try, as Michael Patak would call it. 68.44. And this thing higher. Jack said we got a rock fight. Unsuccessful. Successful downside auction. We'll talk about that. You can check also those questions for group coaching. We'll get those. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But right now, there is a situation. Yeah, Jacob's talks looking fantastic. I know. Says the same thing. I saw him come on. Last time we saw Jacob, he was on a cruise ship. That was a first. And also, I believe the first chair to come on this to wear a tuxedo. Instantly becoming a fan favorite around here on TopstepTV. But fellas, they're asking, what's the target for this long in gold? What are we looking for?
$5,000.
There you go. They want to get through the 73s. They want to get through the new highs.
First, we got to get through there.
Get through the 73s. Then just on the fly. ES just keeps up ticking. 68.46 half. That's the Nasdaq. All right. ES finds some more strength now. ES new highs 68.47 in the orders. Here's that price gold.
Where is your target? Sorry, Hogue. Where are you targeting? I'm kind of looking at this area right now.
Look here.
Oh, nice push there.
I could see VWAP 39.84, 39.85. For a first target if we had multiples on. But otherwise, IB high would probably be at 4,350. $4,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I wonder if we thing is when you start to get that high as well, this kind of goes back to what I was originally looking at in London, where where's the opening price here in gold? The daily time frame, if we do get back to 4,000, the daily goes from looking so bearish to all of a sudden, this massive support starts to hold. This daily looks like it can start to go bullish. Yeah, which that was kind of my thought process in London. So it's a big make or break level right now. I like that. I like 4,000.
Yeah.
Right, 374. Last trade in gold. We got ES now grinding higher. New highs. ES. Nasdaq just popped some new highs there as well. 25,882. The buyers are
Right.
in,
Yesterday's low coming up. What do we got in the ES? Yesterday's low 49.5.
Question in the chat. Why is everyone so obsessed with gold? Well, I
Just looking
mean,
for
well,
It's moving.
well, Aaron's been obsessed with gold. He's the gold hipster. He knew it was cool before anyone did, and now the thing just absolutely rocks. We are pushing higher here. It's gold. I mean, yeah.
Have you been on one of those trips in the wilderness for a couple months where they take your cell phone?
Tried to
There's
tried to
lots been
find
going
myself,
on
ended up
gold.
finding gold.
Gold's absolutely cooking. See another push higher here in the ES. Just printed some new highs, 68.49. These are yesterday's lows, Jack, correct?
Yep. 49.5.
Gotta get through that. As long as again, Jacob Long, one in Q, 25,868. Aaron,
Yep.
long one MGC from 3961. Let's got long one MGC from 3962. Got through those 73s. No, not a dumb question at all.
Yeah, we did.
Not a dumb question at all. Absolutely no, not
No.
good question. We're late to the party.
Oh.
Aaron's known.
There's no dumb questions.
Where's Steve? Steve, my bad. I have not given any love to the Dow. Dow, 47,404. And where's Leon been? Leon in the chat has not screamed at me yet. Come on, Leon. Rely on you. Rely on you. It's moving right now. Oh, we're gonna pop it there. All that volume building up at the right on the highs. It's just the way we got through it. Now the Nasdaq's gonna be trying to be the one to go here. 25,886. All right, now, chat. Now. Again, pretty quiet for the calendar. Pretty quiet. Have a White House press briefing at 11 a.m. Central. Again, we had some unexpected Fed speakers hitting the wire yesterday. Goolsbee being one of them. U.S. House Speaker Johnson hitting the wire again. This is regarding the government shutdown. We will not do a December continuing resolution. The Senate passes something, the House will come back. What do we have for earnings? We had Uber earnings before the bell today. What do we got after the bell? And at the buzzer. Oh, AMD. Oh, SMCI as well. Chip maker. Okay. Be a good one. Make sure stay tuned. Tune to at the buzzer. Coach Paul breaking down all those earnings. Pop this.
Ooh.
68.43.
Somebody pointed out our boy is back. Crypto.
Boy. Which one?
Ooh.
We got a boy.
Oh, long.
That one.
Long Bitcoin and Ethereum. Not that much. This is kind of a smaller position for this guy. Just long 500 Bitcoin.
What's it trading right now?
Bitcoin is trading in the spot market about 104,000.
Okay. Incredible. What the market is talking about, expecting the unexpected. Market absolutely just rocking and rolling. First 45, 50 minutes. And everything just comes to a bit of a lull. But we stay locked in.
Rejected right at yesterday's low for now in the ES. Almost to the tick. Once again, that's at 68.49.5.
There you go.
We did the same thing at the 40 level, and then buyers took control again. So remains to be seen.
Okay. Interesting. What is going on?
Aaron, what's the level to hold here?
Kind of a
9.
I mean, 13 minutes away from this hourly. Let me see. Where are we? Where's my other chart? Well, this is kind of, I guess, where it gets pretty interesting. You got this big, kind of big resistance level here at 97. So I would want to see us hold above, I guess, this 68 region. I wouldn't really want to see us close back below. Not the last, especially not the last 15 of the hourly. 15 starts to close back below the hourly, could get a pretty decent wick rejection. So I don't really see an ad personally, but I definitely see a reason to be break even.
Yeah.
You're at a pretty big make
so
or break
that
level right now. Big resistance, big support. So
8 level too, right here.
nice.
Like to see this hold.
It's gonna hold. Yep.
Oh, failed upside auction in the mix. ES.
Yeah.
Oh.
Have to preempt it.
I might have to take my rally sweater off.
That.
Not in the
68.39.
Nasdaq.
Yeah, the way they not yet Nasdaq 25,844. The way. Yeah.
All right, that was a good hold right there, Aaron.
Grind higher was not convincing.
Very good hold. Good trade.
25,841 last trade in the Nasdaq. Jacob, risk. Where's your risk on this trade? Look, shit. Don't worry about it. Stay in there.
I'm still thinking.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I still think my trade is valid. We have no upwick here on this new 15 minutes, and this is all manipulation. We will go. I think we'll go long again, but this is my opinion.
Still valid. Very good. 68.39 in this trade, and gold is trading 39.72. Incredible. How do you tell whether it is a failed upside auction or a bull flag? Oh, that is a fantastic.
You don't.
That is. I love that question.
That's why nothing's perfect.
It's all hindsight, and we're not making fun. It's just something that we bust each other's chops about, right? Looked like a bull flag to me, right? Now it looks like a failed upside auction. That's
you never know until you know.
Right, yeah.
Hindsight capital. We'll let you know.
We'll let you know what you should have done. And now it's not failed upside auctions so far. Never looked up. Well, we'll say this: the buyers ran out of steam, and the markets have turned around. So, yeah, I did print highs 68.49 quarter. No busting my chops. Like Jack said, yesterday's lows now trading 68.37. Let's take a look at the Nasdaq. Nasdaq trading. We did print new highs 25,893. About 30 or 60 points from there. 5,832. Top of the hour coming here in about 10 minutes. You heard Hogue talk about holding initial balance high in the Nasdaq. I think.
Yeah, it didn't take it out in the Nasdaq.
Okay.
But we do have a potential failed upside auction in the S&Ps. Would have been a pretty good preempt.
Right. Still a little more selling here in the ES 68.35. Nasdaq pushing lower.
I can hear somebody getting a new roof like a mile from my house. It's amazing how much it sounds like a marching band.
Well, we're gonna march this. We're gonna march this gold higher, Hogue. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah,
Play
we
the
gotta
fight
try.
song.
Yeah, we gotta try.
Those 73s. $39.69 now. Again, huge selling coming in right before the bell rang on the New York session for equities. Saw it sell for 40, 50 bucks. Print lows 39.37. Just gradually been just kind of grinding this thing higher. All right, Nasdaq seen some more selling.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that. Nasdaq rolling over. There you go. Failed upside auction.
Yeah.
Right to overnight view up 25,807. Yeah, still did get through initial balance high 50-50 on the tilt. Top of the hour in about 8 minutes. Still in this, Jacob.
Yeah.
Trading. How did you trade yesterday? Yesterday was tricky.
You're asking the question for me?
Yes, did you trade yesterday?
Yeah, I did win yesterday.
You did one? Okay, nice job. Yesterday was tricky.
It is tricky right now.
It is.
I want price to bounce a view up here. I want to see direction.
Okay. 68.34 last trade. ES 50-50 tilt. Incredible. Markets have kind of rolled over. $60.57 in
Coming back to the big
oil.
6,800 level SPX, 5 points away. 68.30 in the futures.
Buyers, look at this. Everyone's locked in. Aaron trades in the house.
Aaron,
Currently
we need something to scare this market higher.
Whoa, I mean,
I know.
holding.
If I had multiples on, I'd sell one for the rally.
People are like, what is this? What is it? Yeah, Dolby, it is. We're back. Unconvincing sell-off. I guess the rally was a bit of unconvincing as well. We did take new highs. It just never got the steam right now. This might be a little profit taking, maybe a little ramp up for another push higher here. Right now, 68.34, about 16 points off the highs in the ES. And we got right up to yesterday's lows. Yesterday's lows in the ES. 68.49 half. And up there, saw the sellers come back in, right? You hear people already saying support, resistance. It becomes breaks support, turns into resistance. Perhaps. Oh, that's
I got
right.
long 3 MES to start here.
Whoa.
I'm giving some support for Jacob.
Well, I like it, Jack. What price?
68.33 3/4, and
Cool.
I'll add some size. I want to get a position around like the 68.30 level.
Okay. All right. We got traders in the house right now. Let's recap this thing. House account long 1 MGC from 39, 62.2. Aaron trades long 1 MGC 39, 61.6. House account Jack long 3 MES 68, 33. And the orders. What did you see there, Jack? What did we see in terms of the long there? Like pullback or what?
Well,
what was the read there?
the dip has been working. We rejected the off the yesterday's low, and now we're coming down to the 6,800 level in the SPX, where I would expect at least a rock fight, if not a bounce.
Very good. Is gold question in the chat? Is gold supposed to run higher? Well, yeah. Well,
I knew. I promised. I'd tell you.
yeah. There's reasons to believe that, yes, it should run higher. There are reasons to believe that. Take a look at the 10-year beneath 4.1% now. 10-year yield, that is 4.084%.
I got stopped.
Yes. Okay, very good. And see more selling. Look at this. This is a tricky market. There's your failed upside auction. Watching it slowly, just methodically selling off in the Nasdaq's 25,780. Slow grind, about 100 points, 110 points off the highs now. All right, so stop your flat now, Jacob. A couple more
Yeah,
minutes
I am.
here with us. You saw the read. You did pop, right? You were in the green for a little bit.
Yeah.
It never really took off. Anything? What can we learn? Anything that when you do your review?
Yeah.
What?
Okay. The thing here is ES did pop the eye. Like, I don't know if you guys know SMT, but there are
Yeah, I
like
was watching it
SMT with
too.
ES. Yeah.
I was watching
So
it.
I saw that, but I decided to hold, and this is my fault. But yeah, there are like SMT with ES at the eyes. So maybe I should have like cut it out there, but that's my responsibility, and I take accountability here, and I just hold, and that's it. I will stop trading for today, and I will be back tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw that exactly the same thing there, Jacob. The ES kept going higher and higher and
Yeah.
higher, and Nasdaq would not. I mean, Nasdaq did pop a couple, did print some new highs there, session highs. It wouldn't. I saw it, same thing. I thought Nasdaq was going to go. It just did not go. Speed manage your
Yeah,
risk.
that's fine.
It is fine. Don't sweat it. Sure, if you caught it. Can you explain a failed upside auction in advance? Well, we're seeing it right now on the Nasdaq and the ES. Simply put, there's a more eloquent way of saying it. Failed upside auction when the buyers stop buying upside, right? Upside price action. Sellers turn it around and roll that thing right back lower. Hogue has a much better way of explaining it, but caveman wise, it the prices stop moving to the upside and they start pushing lower to the downside.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Buyers
we're
back
still
off,
we're
sellers
long
push it back lower.
Yeah.
we're long 6
Hogue, you're
MES
driving it.
from 68.31 3/4.
68.31. Back to plan A, Hogue. Back to plan A.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can drive and trade. We'll make it work.
Actively?
Yeah.
All right.
Between the both of us.
All right, very good. Jacob, a couple
Yeah.
more. How about that? Jacob, thank you so much for joining us again. Thank you for dressing up. A couple more. I got 45 seconds. Good to see you back. Glad you're back from your cruise. What does Jacob Trades do with the rest of his day? You hit the gym. Are you going to sit in front of the screen? Are you going to keep trading today, or are you going to lock it up?
No, I will go enjoy. Not enjoy because I did lose, but yeah, I will go with my day. Yeah, I will go to the gym. I have some English lesson and go to the boxing.
Oh, boxing and English. Your English is fantastic, but awesome, man. The Renaissance man. And will you keep the tuxedo on throughout the day? I have to ask. To boxing, to
No, I will not.
Oh, okay. Well, Jacob, thank you so much for joining us. We'll
Thank
say
you, guys.
goodbye to him. Thank you again. Jacob Trades in the house. All right. After that, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, we good to go on some announcements, and I'll be back about 10, 12 minutes later.
Absolutely, Andre. Hello. Welcome, everybody, to Tuesday. And it's Tuesday, so you know what that means. That means we've got a new episode of Mindset Matters happening later today at 1 p.m. Central Time. That's right, we're doing it with Dr. V. Dr. V is here to help you strengthen your trading mindset, build discipline, and manage the emotions that come with trading the markets. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take your performance to the next level, Dr. V will share strategies that you can put into action right away. You know what the best part is that she's going to be answering your questions live, so you can get direct insight tailored to you. All right, don't miss it because Mindset Matters is today at 1 p.m. Central Time right here on TopstepTV. And you know what? I know you're not going to forget because you know what's happening right before Mindset Matters? That's right, group coaching. Group coaching happens at 12:15 every day, and group coaching is the segment where you can get your trading questions answered live by Hogue, JD, and Hoop. Mindset Matters is for you to get your mindset straight, but group coaching is for you to get your trading answers fast. Sorry, I heard the sirens. It's 10 a.m. in Chicago on the first of the month. But group coaching, we're going to drop the link in chat. Go ahead and click on it, fill it out, and then tune back in today at 12:15 for group coaching with Hogue, JD, and Hoop. And be sure to get edumacated. Group coaching followed by Mindset Matters, 2 back-to-back winning segments that you cannot miss. So don't go anywhere. Stick with Topstep TV, bell to bell, all day long. Now, before we go back to the guys, I have a quick news clip for you guys. Now, Dick Cheney, influential Republican Vice President to President George W. Bush, has died at the age of 84. Former Republican Vice President Dick Cheney, who served alongside President George W. Bush, has died at the age of 84. According to a statement from his family, Cheney passed away Monday night while surrounded by his family members. They say he died due to complications of pneumonia, along with cardiac and vascular disease. Cheney was in the White House with Bush for 2 terms between 2001 and 2009. In recent years, Cheney became a harsh critic of President Donald Trump, and he was largely ostracized from the GOP. He cast his final vote in a presidential election in 2024 for Democrat Kamala Harris. Cheney is survived by his wife Lynn, his daughters Liz and Mary Cheney, and 7 grandchildren. Former President George W. Bush shared his condolences and said Cheney was among the finest public servants of his generation.
All right.
Yeah.
We're back. Andre's taking a phone call. We took one of these off, so we're long 5 MES from 31.5. Got a little bit of a pullback here. Hogue, you still net
out of one there?
GC? 37 quarter.
33. Okay. Yeah, we're still long gold. Aaron in the house here. Had a pretty deep pullback, a little deeper than we were probably hoping for, Aaron, but we managed the risk, basically risk off, so we're getting a nice bounce here a little bit. So, I'm still hanging here. This little 5-minute 4-bar pullback is looking more like a bull flag than anything else to me. How about you, Aaron?
I didn't love that 30-minute close. But the way this 30 minutes, opening and instantly pushing up. We'll see. I guess, we have had that huge push down right at the open, so getting stuck in a little bit of a range is not really too surprising. So I think playing the range, we've got in at a pretty good level where we can kind of now let it just find its feet. But yeah, I kind of hoping that 30 would kind of break above that little intraday resistance at what was it, around 67, but we failed to close above. So I wouldn't be surprised. I don't want to jinx it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it potentially squeezes here at break even, but I still wouldn't want to keep the trade open. So to me, break even is smart.
Okay. All right.
And where are our manners? We have a new guest in the house. D. What is going on?
Hey.
Yes, indeed.
Hello, hello.
D.
Hello. Yes, I sneaked in.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
Thank you. Great to see everyone. Yes. So I'm in a long copper trade at the moment. We'll see what happens. I've been in it for hours. Absolute hours. So yeah, it's fine. It's no problem at all. But so I went in when this thing happened. So we had the standard pre-London Metal Exchange low gets established, and they do this exhaustion candle. You can see my cool little emoji here of yawning. And then they reversed it, and I was monitoring how the COMEX was starting. There was a tiny little failed auction, and that's what I'm basing my setup on. At the moment, we're struggling around the former 24-hour ADR low. We're trying to reclaim it. Are we going to go higher? Is this still going to be just a neutral day? Nobody knows. So let's see what happens into the euro close. Could get sticky.
Oh, we're selling off a little more here too in the equities.
Yeah.
Copper trade.
Yep.
Well, we did have
Too
that
much.
kind of failed upside auction in the S&Ps, not in the Nasdaq
Yeah.
though.
Yeah,
Be careful.
I was long DAX.
Careful being long.
I was
Long
I was
DAX?
long DAX. Yeah, that was a nice little drama-free trade. That was a failed auction long as well. So, yeah, failed auctions are plenty today.
Well, Aaron and I are currently long micro gold, right around, well, let's just call it 39.62. And we're right up against that IB low. We did pop through it once, popping through it again. What do you think of this trade, D? We had some pretty good excess off that low. We're still wrestling with this IB low. I'd like to see us get above that IB low and hold it and see this market move higher. What do you think about that?
Yeah, let me have a little look see at ES. I haven't
And I threw you a curve. I did it. I threw you a little bit of a curve there.
Don't worry. I like curves.
Would you add on a 5-minute closure here, Hope, or do you need to see a little bit more?
I would want to see a
I'm
little
trying to
bit
see if this 5
more,
minute can
like
break above. Yep.
let's see some sort of acceptance above that IB low, which is 39.7330. We're right there.
Right. So we do have a GEX2 and HVL around 68.50 thereabouts. Yes, we're seeing a failed auction, but we're hitting VWAP. So whenever a chart on ES, now I don't have it on my live, but whenever I see VWAP getting hit into the failed auction on equities, I'm always a little bit kind of like, it's a bit dodgy of setup. If we manage to gain some strength through VWAP to the downside, that would be interesting. But if not, then this would be more along the lines of what I called SEEB setup, strength inside the initial balance, where we attempt to go higher, then we have a bit of a pullback, hit VWAP or some kind of a demand area, and then it carries on slightly higher. But one redeeming quality is that we did hit just about GEX2, and that can be a stabilizer. So I like it. We do have a strong previous area around 68.21, just purely looking at volume. That was probably the highest volume candle in the session. So if we're looking for scalps, that would be the first area to watch out for. So I'm not sure about the full-on failed auction, full rotation to the opposite side. But for the time being, yeah, a little short might be okay. But again, VWAP being the defining factor here. If it can't
You're looking
break
at
it,
ES, right?
yeah, yes, 68.30.
Okay. What do you think of the gold long?
Well,
I said it this morning. Gold to me these days is kind of like trying to walk a drunken dog. It's all over the place, and it's a bit like, where are we going? Nobody knows. But it sort of ends up going in the same direction, just with a lot of bouncing left and right. Long gold could be nice. Don't know where your stop would go. But we do have some space all the way up to 3995 before we hit some higher open interest levels in gold. I would probably like that more.
Right.
Are you guys long gold?
Yeah. Aaron
Yeah.
and Aaron
I'm
in
just
the house are both long.
Nice.
I've just closed personally there.
All right. Okay.
You closed
I
out?
was long from. Yeah, I closed out just because I kind of see in this. If I was in a, I was kind of looking at this and I was like, I'm kind of thinking to myself, am I holding this just because I'm only in small size? And I was kind of saying to myself, like, yeah, if I was in this for bigger size, I'd probably be closing this out here just because I didn't realize we just had that close of that hourly, and this current hourly is opening and instantly pushing up. So I'm wondering if this hourly is going to pull back a little bit. So I was like, if I was in this for 1 mini, would I hold it out here? Probably not. So that's probably a good indication that let me just lock it in, regardless of the size. It's a good trade. I'm happy just to take it. It's only $100, but still 100 ticks on gold after a huge sell off is like, yeah. I decided to close it personally.
All right, we did too then. We did too. 98 ticks.
There you go. Nice.
And you started talking, and I heard myself saying earlier, okay, it's probably more of a see money, take money day in gold than especially after the break we had earlier. So we saw money, we took money. Nice trade, Aaron. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good trade.
Likewise. Thank you.
Can we hold the VWAP here? We're selling off a little bit. Trading just
Right,
below
so-
6,800, the SPX.
House still long ES, right?
Yeah, we're long. We flipped one. We're long 6 ES from 68.30 3/4. So just about 4 points against us at the moment.
Okay. Where's your out and out risk?
Right now, I have it. I want to be below VWAP. Personally, I'd probably keep it even wider. Where would you put it, Hogue, out of curiosity? Right now, I got it down around at 68.19.
Okay. So obscure level. It's only been run through once. Afternoon pullback low from the 24th of October, which is 68.2375. It's another 4 points worse than VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
It's also, I mean, you're kind of running out of volume.
I also
below
like
that.
it just because I don't want to see it run like the SPX run too far through that 6,800 level. Go a lot down at that point. So you're saying like 23 or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I could
We've
allow
got
it to add too.
we get a little volume shoulder down here, around 27, 28. Low volume down to 23. If that low volume kind of acts as support, you could be all right with this. You got session value low. That's where, as far as I'm seeing it, at 68.20. That's a little rich for our blood.
Yeah, but we got small size on. I mean, relatively. Like we're only risking
Yeah, that's true.
$233 right now when I have my stop at 23.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, London close.
Hello, Andre.
60 minutes.
What
D. Hello. Oh, 1 second. Yes.
Hello. Yes.
Oh, London closed
Hi.
at the bottom of the hour. 15 minutes. Still on these
Yeah.
trades. D, do you have a trade on?
Yeah, I'm long copper
Yes.
micro, just one
Okay.
at 93.10. So we'll see how far we can get. I've got a loose target zone in between 4.9830 and 5 evens. Euro close might give us a bit of a wobble first, but nothing much is yet invalidating in this trade. So I'm gonna hold on to that. We shall see.
So
Right.
Bitcoin's getting smushed right now, Andre. I actually
Saw
have
that.
something in back to show. It's something I think about a lot, Andrea. We can show. I made this chart, so it's all good with the lawyers in the old Google Sheets. But this is Strategy's stack of Bitcoin. And right now with their stock kind of almost reaching parity with the value of their Bitcoin portfolio, you can see that they're running out of steam to sell stock and buy Bitcoin. So you can see that big run up, and now they're basically like, I think this week they bought like 300 Bitcoin. So that's one major buyer that's kind of not in the market at the moment. So something I think about.
Very good. 68.29 last trade ES.
I want to give this more room, but
Thousand lot downside. 68.24. Thousand lot on the bid in the ES. 3 points lower right now.
Andre, the gold trades are currently flat. Both made 100
Okay.
ticks on those. So looking for the next opportunity.
Well done. Last trade in gold 39.76. 39.76. One more selling here in the NQ 25,769. Flat. Yeah, we're looking to retrace. Well, yeah, retrace pretty much that massive sell-off right before that bell rang, Aaron. We're trading right around 39.80, and then took a nosedive to 39.37, and we have gradually continued to grind this thing higher, 39.77. So here we go.
yeah, so I can't say for sure. Someone asked the premium on the Bitcoin holdings. I did some math that you'd have to check, but it appears that the market cap of Strategy isn't too much greater than the value of their 640,000 Bitcoins.
There's another pop in gold, 39.79. Last trade, closing on 39.80s. 39.80s do print. Buyers coming in the ES ever so slightly. What's our position? Long 6, Jack, in the MES?
We're long 6 MES from 68.33 quarters.
Okay. Okay, 1,000 lot is jumping around. Oh, yeah, they brought it all the way back down there. D, when we get to the London close,
Mm-hmm.
we talk about it all the time. What, if anything, are we looking for? We got, still about 12 minutes. Kind of talk about how it's somewhat like Power Hour. Might see a little bit of a reversal. Yep. Are we seeing that same setup playing out at all? Or
I think it's already doing it in ES. So this is the pre-London close wobble that I like to call the Euro wobble. It's not quite as violent usually as MOC, and typically in equities it tends to just fizzle out. Now in metals you can have yet another pump into the LME close, London Metal Exchange, that comes half an hour later. But usually what you see in equities is a bit of a reversal and then a big buying wick after all is said and done. And more often than not, they can be opportunities for short scalps, and then we basically try to go long after. So for me, I would be still kind of waiting to see what happens at VWAP after the Euro close on ES. And we reclaim it, hold above. Yeah.
And the gold now trading 39.81. Will gold get back up to 4,000s? We'll get all the way back. What a magnet! 4,000s.
Yeah, there's a lot of options stacked really close together there, from 3995 all the way up to 4020. So even if we get up there, I'm expecting some chop unless somebody opens their mouth. Somebody.
Who would that be? Who would that be?
Oh, I don't know. Is it maybe Jack? I don't know.
Possible. Still, take a look at a quick peek of the wire here. Nothing really just yet. More selling here in the Nasdaq, 25,760. Wow. And just made right off that New York bell. They sold it hard in the ES Nasdaq as well. Nasdaq bottomed out at 25,645. About 5 minutes after 8:35 a.m. Central Time, they ran that sucker up, rallied about 200 points up to 25,893, and just rolling over. Market's just rolling over.
Buy these 6,800 calls. What are you guys doing?
You heard him. Where's that? That wasn't a lot. 39.82 last trade. All right, Aaron, while I got you here.
4,000.
Yeah, well, in gold, Aaron, we look to get back in, perhaps, or how do you read this? Right, we cut it, took our profits, and
yep.
What is the next setup, if anything? What are you looking for? Perhaps some prices, price action, anything for the next?
Yeah, I mean, we did continue squeezing a little bit more. Then you get that voice that says you maybe should have held this a little bit longer. But then I kind of say to myself, well, at the open we ripped down 500 ticks and we've taken 100 ticks here. That's a great outcome. I was looking at the hourly close because I always try and show them higher time frames, and you know that 3 o'clock London close didn't really show me too much. I like the back into 4,000. Where would I get back in this? I mean, this 30 minutes opened and just ripped. So, I mean, if we start closing back above, let me just make this chart a little bit bigger here. Say if we start closing back above these areas, then yeah, I can see room to go higher. We've got a good piece of it so far. Would I be willing to risk some of that for a new trade? Yeah, definitely. If we get a good breakout, I'm happy to risk that. But I guess, like D said, coming into this area where we are right now, this is where it could get a little bit choppy. And I'll measure how much we've actually moved today. You know, we dropped 700 ticks. We're back up another 500. Could we go sideways for quite some time? Absolutely. So I would like to say I would add in, but I would also expect you may create some pretty aggressive rages for a while.
Something you said there, Aaron. You said little voice in your head saying should have held longer. How we've all felt that, right? We've all felt that.
Yeah.
So how do you get over that? Something, it's not gonna be the first time. It's not the first time, nor will it be the last time. Something like that. Those feelings, that voice in your head. What do you do with that?
Yeah.
All traders are going to experience that. What does Aaron trade?
I mean, I always kind of remind myself, it's not our job to sell here and cover down here. It's my job to come on here and consistently get my piece of the pie. So if I get it from here to here, it ends up pushing to here. I go, well, cool. If as long as I get my consistent piece, the markets are open 24 hours, 5 days a week. So if I worry about trying to catch every single market move, we're going to make our life very stressful. So as long as I get my piece out of the markets, like the base hits, I'm happy. The markets are always moving. It's not my job to catch every single move. As long as I get my bit, I'm happy.
Well done. Just occurred to me. Got the 2 stars to kick off the trading day. TopstepTV. We got the star of London Open. Aaron trades. That's 1:30 a.m. Central Time, and then star of the Euro trade 3:30 a.m. Central Time with D in the house. D, people tune into Euro trade. What can they expect? 3:30 a.m. Central Time on TopstepTV.
What can they expect? I look at it more as getting ready for the day with levels and observations. As you know, we were supposed to have DAX for that time of the day. And being super honest, I've never traded metals that early in the day. So I don't really think that I have a good read at that time of day. So I just try to see what's in the larger time frames. So give people some of the pointers for COMEX. So I give them value low, value high. Typically on copper, but we look at gold as well. We look at natural gas. Sometimes we look at RBOB, so energies and precious metals. And sometimes I do a trade, but unfortunately not very often, because I have this rule about not trading outside of the times when the probabilities for my setups are the highest. And unfortunately, that's not that early in the day. So look at it as kind of like market prep for the day. Sometimes I will write my hypos out and just kind of showing them the process. And of course, you can expect certain Muppets to appear.
Oh, what's this?
So
what is that? What is that?
It's a Grogu. It's a baby Yoda. My sister makes these. Yeah. Mandalorian. Am I the only one who watches Mandalorian here? Am I the only nerd?
I'm aware what it is.
Yeah. Grogu. Yeah.
Baby
So yeah, my
Yoda.
sister likes to make these. Baby Yoda. Yeah. Very cute. So yeah, Baby Yoda on your shoulder saying, "Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't
Make
do
good
it."
trades, you will.
Exactly. Make good. Well, he doesn't really talk because he's a baby, but yeah, when he does, I can expect that
Telepathy.
it's going to be similar to Yoda. Telepathy, yes.
D question. Same question I asked Aaron. How do you deal with perhaps that FOMO that creeps in, saying I should have held the trade longer? Look at it go. I could have gotten more out of this trade in terms of profits. How do you deal with it? How do you get on with it?
This is a very good question. I think I have the opposite problem. Holding
Really?
trades for too long. Yeah, I'm kind of upside down with everything. I don't know whether it's because I'm a lefty, so I do everything upside down. So maybe that's why. Yeah. Andrea saying yes.
Because you're a lefty. Because you're a lefty,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so I actually have the problem of being in a trade way too long, and I have, targets. I'm pretty confident in my setups, but on days when the market is not really kind of giving me the volume throughout the day, that's when I had to really work on myself to make sure that I have some sort of a way to exit. So that's where profile actually was really good for me. So when we start to build a lot of structure, and when I already have about 4 or 5 TPOs per row, to me that's a sign to exit. But generally, I'm able to capture most of the bigger days to like infinity, whatever it gives me. If, let's say, we're trading copper, wherever we get to by about 5 p.m. my time, which is coming up in about half an hour, that is it. That is it. So after what happens after that, I couldn't care less because volume drops off, and it's not really my job, like Aaron said, to capture every single minute move. If it wasn't in my plan, it wasn't in my plan. If it was in my plan, awesome. So I usually capture anywhere from 100, 200, 300 on bigger days. So yeah, FOMO is not really something I deal with. JOMO is a very good skill to develop.
Joy of missing
Joy
out,
of missing out. Yeah.
No FOMO. I'm jealous.
No FOMO.
I am jealous
No.
indeed. Let me close in about 90 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Save me. There we are. A little bit of green on the screen.
There you go.
We'll push higher here into London close in the equities. That is last trade 68.32 half. House account long from 31, so 30 in the orders. Okay. In the chat, I love this topic. We'll talk about it after. We'll talk about it after the London close. But what's the hardest part of a trade? Getting in or getting out? Entering or exiting? Stick a pin in that, as they say. See what happens here in the London close. Hogue, you got your work cut out for you for the morning recap. You got to get out of here and do some prep. So why don't you say a few words? Say a few words before you get out of here. You got we got you for Dr. V. We got you for morning recap, Hogue. We got London close in about 30 seconds. 30 seconds, Hogue.
Well, always a pleasure, everybody. D, always great to see you. Aaron, great trading with you this morning. Jack, Andre, always a pleasure hanging with you guys, of course. And I'll be looking forward to seeing you all in about 30 minutes for the morning recap. We'll see you then. Trade well. Be good. We'll see you in a few.
Try.
All right. Thank you.
Cheers, Hogue.
All right. London
Hogue's
has.
gone. Let's move to stop.
Yeah, I like that.
All
All
right,
right, we got
closed.
European Hills closed. All right, let's take a look at these prices. Then we got some more updates. Take a look. We got gold trading 39.82, ES trading 68.30, Nasdaq trading 25,767. All right, get one of the stars of the opening call, Mr. JD. JD, come on in. Take a look at some of those live funded P&Ls and payouts.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
I'm here.
What's up? All right, let's go. Might be shuffling some things around back there in the back. 39.80 last trade in gold. 25 minutes left here in fast markets. Jack, what's the upside target for this ES trade?
I mean, kind of probably scaling out, but I want like 42, if not the high. I'll leave a runner. I mean, when you're long, why not?
I'm getting long here on gold.
Long,
happy
tell us
to
the price.
I'm long 81. I'm happy to risk some of the earlier profits. I like that 30-minute closure there on gold. I want to see if this 30 breaks back higher and comes to tag at least 88s and potentially higher. I could risk about only $80 here. 80
right.
to 50-ish.
Very good. Last trade there. All right, JD, let's give it one more try. JD, come on in. Let's take a look at some of those stats from What's Up, JD.
What's up? Here we go. We're on it now. We got some live funded payouts and P&Ls. Let's start with those P&Ls from yesterday. Take a look at these numbers. Up at the top, Christina M trading the NQ and the MNQ, $13,201 in profits from the live markets. Emmanuel P in second place, trading the ES, the Nasdaq, and the micro Bitcoin, $10,855 in profits. Andrew D, $10,597 in profits, trading the NQ and the MNQ. Luca also trading the Nasdaq and micro Nasdaq, $9,780 in profits. And Alexander C rounds out the top five, $9,300 trading gold yesterday. We also have an honorable mention. Our good friend, the trader in chief, Mr. MP himself, with $7,200 in profits. Well, $7,150 in profits, I should say. Trading the ES yesterday. We might get a visit from him real soon. Don't quote me on that, though. All right, those are your P&Ls from yesterday. How about these payouts now? Take a look at this. You want to see some impressive numbers? Latika M right at the top of the list there. $72,103 payout. That's a great way to start the week. Start the month. Big shout out to Latika, trading the live funded account, pulling some decent money out of the live markets. Diana S, $47,900. Perry L, $30,586. Ferdy M, $20,500. And Derek C, $15,010. Top five payouts from yesterday, all in five-figure territory. Man, Latika, $72,000 payout. That is a great day. I don't care who you are, right?
No.
Those are your top five live funded payouts from yesterday. Back to you guys.
Bam, there he is, upper right-hand corner. Outside looking in, Mr. Michael Patak, the CEO and founder of Topstep, up $7,100 yesterday. Almost had you in the top five there. What is happening? Nice trading yesterday. Happy Tuesday,
Short five
Michael.
from 32.75. I was up
baby.
1,600. I was up 1,800 today. Then I gave it back on a couple of those chop fest.
MP short
These
five.
markets, I think these markets want to fall apart today. I'm still short. I was short 10 from 32.75. I don't trade the Nasdaq, so you'll never hear me talk about it.
Wait, you're short 10 ES right now?
Yeah. Well, I was. I just covered 5 of them.
Okay, good. I hate to be fading you right here, but that's the position we find ourselves in.
What's that price again, Michael? Michael short 5 from
32.75. Yeah.
30, 68, 32, and the orders. Michael, we got Aaron trades in the house. We got Deanna in the house. We got our rock stars.
Yeah, I know.
This is fantastic.
Deanna, I
Everyone's
missed
got a
you.
trade on.
It's been a while. How are you?
Yeah, it has been a while. Yes.
Remember
What's
the early
happening,
days
MP?
when I'd be on here all the time and you were we were trying to get this bird off the ground?
We made things awkward for
Deanna. I've been
made things awkward one day.
No. It was like a soap opera. Me and
Yes, it
Hogue
was.
watching.
Good old days.
It was fun. The good old days. Yeah.
Yep.
Aaron Trades. How you doing, buddy?
MP, good to see you. So funny enough, this is the first time we've actually met. So good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Good trading. If you're on here, you're trading well. So good stuff. Where do you
appreciate it.
You guys don't put the ranks up there anymore, Dre? Aaron
Well,
Trades.
Michael, it's got to get a.
What is this?
Get some approval. Get some approval.
Yeah, it needs to be reviewed.
Compliance team involved
Yeah.
on this.
Review
Yes.
process. Review process.
Yes,
Yes,
compliance team. We are hefty.
There we go. You said it. All right. Let's take a look at these prices. 50 lot MP. They remember when Michael bought the S&Ps, the ES 5,000 even 50 times, lifted the offer. All right, Michael, how's the trading? You went $7,100 yesterday. Not the easiest of trades. What were you seeing? What were the
last week I was talking to you about I'm doing a great job on my entries, but I'm exiting way too early. So I've been working on that as I think about it. And I traded from my phone yesterday. So it's like, look at the markets. Where's it at? Okay. Look at the markets. Where's it at? Okay. Look at the markets. Okay. I like it. Short. And then I put, however I would do my stop. I've been using the Topstep levels quite a bit. I don't know why we give them out for free if people don't use them, but like we're trying to help people get better. I would use them 100% because I am using them and they hit. And I say they hit, they're hit around. Nothing is for sure, but the area has been pretty damn solid. I don't know who here does this. Let me see. I don't have the chat up.
Oh, well, that's a good point, Michael. I wanted to let's put up a poll question in the chat. What is the hardest part of a trade? The entry or the exit? What is the hardest part? I argue it's the exit. Exiting the trade is the hardest part. But what do you say? What do you say, Deanna? What is the hardest part of a trade?
I would agree with you. I think deciding when to pull something off is harder than clicking a button to get in, because I can be super systematic with my entries, but then when it comes to exits, there's a lot of discretion there. It's always like, should I let it run? I mean, are we running out of volume? Maybe I should stay in, and let's just stay in. And to me, like I said, that's my problem, staying in too long. I can understand that many people have the opposite problem. They exit too soon. And in that case, maybe some mental training, as if you're an athlete. You wouldn't run a marathon right away. You would first maybe run for 15 minutes, then for 30 minutes, then try and run for an hour. Why not apply the same thing to trading if you're exiting too early? That's something that I say to my VIPs, right? So if you are used to only staying in for about a couple of minutes, try increasing that to 4 minutes and don't touch. Set a timer or something. Then 8 minutes, then 16, and so on and so on. And then at one point you would start to relax into the trade as you start realizing that nothing bad will happen if you don't sit there and watch it tick for tick. And in fact, it will be positive. Yeah.
All right, poll is up. Hardest part of a trade. Exit or entry?
I'm about ready to get stopped out.
Hold on. What's the last trade? Tight stop. You're short from 32.
Stopped out.
And you're all right. Did that P&L, Michael? You were short 10,
down 13,
yes.
1,300. I was up 1,800. Had that. I was looking good. Then I put this up.
All right. Well, hey, it's trading,
choppy.
right?
It's choppy right now. So this is one of those be careful ones. There's not a. It's going to act like it's going to move. It's going to act like it's going to move. It's going to act like it's going to move, and it doesn't move. Doesn't move. Doesn't move. Chop. Chop. Chop.
Well, we are coming into that time of day.
Indeed.
I think it's a bit sideways.
We took off one there. I was trying to help you with that liquidity, Michael.
Thank you.
The one micro.
MES.
It didn't quite work. So we're now long 5 MES from 68.30 quarter. We originally jumped into this trade with Jacob earlier. He's since left.
I mean, the JD Latika, Diana, 47 grand. I'm looking at 72 grand, 47 grand, 30 grand, 20 grand, 15 grand. I got who in here just said this? What's his name?
EEFA.
65
Mr. Doc,
grand.
I've withdrawn 65,000 from XFA profits this month. You changed my family's life.
I've been telling you guys.
You changed. Well, real quick, Michael. They changed their own life. They're the ones that are executing these trades and exiting.
Yeah.
So yes, shout out to them. But Michael, go ahead. These payout numbers.
Yeah, that it's great to see. I mean, we hands down we pay out more than anybody, and it's not because we're selling flash sales and shit like that. It's just like people. I think people take Topstep much more serious. I think we have better traders. I think we have people that are more risk conscious. We paid out like $94 million something like that. I don't know. What's
Saw
his
that.
face at the other firm put out there? That was a huge money. Yeah,
Look
it's
what's
been
happening.
growing. The industry's been growing. The industry is really positive. Because if you think, damn it, I got stopped out. It's
I know.
29.
I saw it. Yep.
The industry, prop firms have always been there, and then you go to a brokerage firm and trade your own capital. The path, and then they had CTAs that would educate. So like this has been like, if you think about the path that they created in the past, this is get your Series 3 past it. You know, you get and you start to learn about all the participants. I'm still looking all the participants in it, and you got CTAs, you got prop firms in the markets, and then you got people trading their own accounts and institutions. Taking a prop firm model like we did, and taking it using it as it was intended to do. Find a trader, or find somebody that's interested in trading, help them develop into a trader, give them capital to trade on, send them on their way if they so choose to. That is like happening. It's really cool in the industry itself. But there's some good players in there that are really helping people level up and step up. And it's just good to see. So like we're seeing a lot of influx of folks coming over here, taking it much more serious. We don't have 20 accounts to copy. I think that's stupid. Like we're not 90% off flash sales all the time. Like we're trying to stay away from that stuff. But yeah, we want to price our stuff, which is going to be really cool here in a couple of weeks. Or what we got coming out. It's you can't beat it out there. And then just getting people to focus on. That's why TopstepTV exists. And there's no revenue that comes in from it. A couple of million a year at least goes out the door to run it. And you can be a fly on the wall here, and you can find a trading buddy here. You can get educated here. You can get entertained here. You never had this before. Somebody posted this on. Sorry, Dre. Somebody posted this on Twitter. And you never had this. Like now, our Discord is almost 200,000 people in it, and it's active. I don't know, 30, 40,000 people were there at one time. So you got this community, which is dope because I enjoy it. I've enjoyed being a trader, and if I did everything and create a euphoric world, it's what we're starting to see here. You'll see a lot more of that in 2026 when the ultimate trading experience. No matter where you are in your trading journey, you'll feel like you're progressing and here working with us and wherever you are in our ecosystem.
Right,
so
Michael. Well, you down to take some questions here from?
See that move though?
Yeah.
See that move?
Yeah.
Fake to the downside. That would have got me right there.
The old head fake.
I got stopped out right around here, and then I would have wanted to get back in. So be careful, guys. It does feel choppy right now.
Oh, it does.
Yes, it does. You still got that long? Sorry, Dre. Go ahead.
No, Jack. Update our position here in the MES.
Long 5 from 68.30 quarter. We've been working to try and get that average of 68.30.
Okay. All right. In the chat, let's get some. Michael, you down to take a couple questions?
Yeah, always, guys. Fire away. If I'm on here, please. Okay. You can share what we're doing or why we're doing it.
All right. Well, Michael, you did allude to something there. Next couple of weeks, not asking you to spill the beans, but just some more exciting things coming out here at Topstep. Anything else you want to touch on, or we'll just leave it at that?
What do you mean? What'd you say?
Exactly. No. Choose your own adventure. All right, let's take some questions. MP, we need Morocco back on the list, please, Michael.
It is. It's coming.
Okay.
I just texted him at 4 a.m. last night when I woke up. Be on Morocco or something like that. They said something about Moroccans. Actually, my wife wants me to go there. She says it's absolutely amazing. But yeah, I talked the compliance team. I slacked them and said they're like, yeah, it's coming. We need a couple things so we can verify at a greater clip or greater.
Well, you can send me MP because famously I've been told when I wear this circuit jacket of mine, I look like a Moroccan lawyer. Okay. It's actually true.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I would love to see this, Jack.
Okay. See if I can find it.
Hey, all right, Michael. This is Mr. Patak. What's up with the lack of customer service /support?
lack of. I'm short 5. I was short 10 from 33.5. I'm short 5 from 33.5.
You're
With
back
break
in?
even, so
Okay.
I can talk to you guys. The BE button is the best button in the gosh damn world, in my opinion.
Yes.
So see if this head fake can.
What price did you get? Sorry,
33 halves.
33 halves. All right. Well, Michael's now taking trades. Let's take a look at some of these prices then. Last trade 68.29 in the ES. Take a look at copper. D looking good over there in copper. 4.9580.
Yeah, I'm thinking of putting it off because we're coming into the end of LME, and we've built up quite a lot of PPOs, so I think we've gotten as much as we can here. This tiny little position. So it's 64.50. Just a tiny trade
Okay.
on copper.
Order
that's
filled.
good.
And holding it.
Was-
Order
was
filled.
That
Hold
Hogue?
on. Johnny's
Hogue or
here.
what?
That's for you, Michael. That's for you.
Oh, God.
Gosh.
I was like, oh, shit. I didn't know I had that setting.
All right.
I love the break even
If
button
it-
too. I
it
just
was
took 2
me.
off. Break even still there, and it put 3. You know, it's short 5. And then I just took 2 more off right here. So I'm going to sit with
100%.
3. And then it automatically did that for me. It's way better than auto OCOs, in my opinion. I've always liked position brackets over than. I'll take.
I
Michael's it.
actually like the risk settings. So I wish we had the number of trades per day on the live because that's a pretty swanky feature.
Number of trades per
on-
day.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
that's on the
Everything,
combines.
Deanna.
Yeah.
Everything. We have 100 people we've added onto the easily 100 people this year. A lot, and then we got a handful of people that are from Coinbase, JP Morgan, Zoom, Amazon, Twitter, engineers from there, designers from there. People are coming here because we had a recruiting team too. Now we're like, here's what we're doing, here's how we're going. You want to enter this world? Topstep's really going to want to move to the tech. I've always wanted to put the tech and fintech. I want to get it to a big tech fintech. Robinhood, it's impressive stuff, and it's clean, it's slick, but it's investing. We're trading. We can do this in the trading world. I've always had this, like, when working with Dre and bouncing ideas off of him back in 2010 to Hoagland on the way here, to Eddie on the way here, to Jack on the way here, to JD, all these, to Dolby, to you, Deanna, all these ideas. And they're starting to get those dots of opportunities and technology pieces, and then bringing those together to create this cool experience. And then that to me is where we can open things up.
All right, selling off here. A little bit of sell off here in the ES. The question, Michael, was about support. The question was about support.
Yeah, about support. That's so we're now starting to be where you're. The goal is to be where you're at. Okay, I'll take one more off. All right. I think this is a head fake to the downside now.
Nasdaq selling off.
Bitcoin's getting ripped.
Ask what's it? Topstep.
Sure, ask.
You can call in, do chat. Our AI bot Wendy is a humanoid. Don't yell at it.
We're getting a little issues. We got some issues with the connection right now, Michael. We're gonna call him up. It's a little laggy right now. It's jumping in and out. See if we can get that dialed in there. We'll get those questions back. He is short though. Aaron Trades, I want to throw it to you, my friend. Anything you're seeing here in gold? Last trade 39.76.
I am long here on gold, only very small size. I'm trying to see if this 15 can hold above though, because if this 15 starts to close back below, with 10 minutes to this hourly, so I keep an eye on this hourly. If it starts to leave this wick rejection, I may manage. I was happy to risk some of the profits from earlier. If I end the day break even, I end at break even. But yeah, I'm trying to see if this 15 can hold around these lows and start to get back above. Like I say, if we don't, then I'll probably manage into this hourly close.
Excellent, good stuff. Got a few more minutes here in fast markets. We got morning recap coming up next with Hogue. Michael, are you there? Update your position, please.
Flat now, $630.
Up. You're up.
Oh,
you're down.
Yeah,
okay.
up 18, down 18, up 600.
Oh,
This
man,
might
Michael.
be literally stop it. Am I clear?
No, it's not. It's not. It's laggy. I hope it's not affecting the
It's
trade. But
choppy,
yes,
yeah.
it is choppy. So, yeah. Michael, all right, we'll bid you adieu, Michael Batak. Man, oh man, get out of here. Keep us posted on the trades. Maybe we see him in Power Hour. Michael Batak joining us. A little bit of issues there on the internet. I can see him. This might be getting better. All right, we got about 4 minutes. 4 minutes till the end of fast markets. Let's take a look. Jack, how are we looking on that trade?
We're close to getting stopped up, but we were able to flip it around, so we got the wrist down. We're long 6 from 29.25. The stop's at 23. If we hit it, we'll lose $180 on the trade. It just Bitcoin's getting heavy right now. I think this is probably the last hurrah here, but at least MP shorted it.
Very
See
good.
if this
Pin to the top.
stop is any good.
Pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Dr. V later today. D, did you close the trade out? You still have
Yeah.
that thing? You did?
No, it's
Winner?
gone. Yeah, it's gone.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
That was I think it was about 54 ticks or something. So not too bad.
We've seen a lot
But
of
yeah,
green
it was starting to struggle. So it was time to close it. The thing that pushed me out of that was because we built up a lot of TPOs and it's now starting to look like a D-shaped profile, like a me-shaped profile. And yeah, so it means we're just evenly distributed at the moment until something else happens, which is doubtful at this time of day for copper. That's all I'm going to get from it. The next thing on my radar for today might be natural gas a little bit later, so in an hour or so. Yeah, in an hour or so. Maybe if we get a pullback, I might be interested in going long, but I'm not really going to short it here. Because on the weekly chart, we have a bit of a change in sentiment on natural gas. How's the weather in the Midwest?
We're not talking weather, Deanna. We are not talking weather.
Well, it's important for
you.
natural gas.
I got you. Okay, I understand why. It's mild. Okay, perfectly relevant. Perfectly relevant. It is
It's
mild.
mild. Damn.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I thought. Oh, you got me there.
Yeah.
A couple more minutes.
Maybe I will
check.
short it. Yeah.
Very good. Aaron Trades, keep us posted on this gold trade in the chat. Again, start of the London Open, 1:30 a.m. Central Time. Start of the Euro Trade, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Aaron, what's your upside target again for this gold trade?
I'm trying to see if we can come up back up into this 90 level. I'm long 2 micros here. I just got long as this 5 minutes starts to break back below these 15 lows. I'm trying to get this back up into 90s, 4,000s if we can push it. Like D says, it's getting late in the day. So if we don't run from here, I may just bring this stop up a little bit. But yeah, I'm trying to see if we can get a nice little squeeze into this Audi close here.
Good. And Jack.
Yeah, we're still alive here. Hey, if we keep flipping these, we might, without moving our stop, get it in the profit. We'll see. But let's get a pump here.
Let's get a pump here, indeed. All right, we got morning recap coming up after this. Then make sure to stay tuned. We got shoulder tap at noon. Jack and Ben will be joined by Dakota. All right, big news over there. You may have watched Slow Markets yesterday. You have an idea what that news is. Again, Dakota will be joining Jack and Ben getting a shoulder tap? Question mark. All right, with that being said, morning recap coming up after this. Huge stuff in store. Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, Aaron Trades. Thank you, Jack. TopstepTV. Let's go. Stay locked in. Come on.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from TopstepTV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
All right, it is morning recap time. Very interesting, very profitable morning, I think, overall so far for everybody on screen here this morning. Hopefully, you're having a very good and profitable day. Lots of interesting things going on in these markets, and some good trades. We are always, as always, going to start with the opening range trades this morning. We did manage to get an opening range trade in gold this morning, and let's take a quick look at it. And as always, I like to start in context. Context is everything. So the overnight trade, we did have maybe a little bit of short overnight inventory. We did open with a gap. We did close that gap. Actually, we didn't close the session gap this morning. The opening range, the 5-minute opening range, the 1-minute opening range, all the opening ranges were left at the dead high of the session this morning. So with the 5-minute opening breakout trade and the 5-minute close, we ended up short just one micro gold. Going now to the 5-minute chart. So this 5-minute bar closed. We got short one because what? It was about 100 ticks of risk on the opening range. The opening range was about 80 ticks. Opening range, by the time we got that 5-minute bar closing outside of it, was about 100 ticks of risk. So that meant 1-to-1 was about 100 ticks. So we took that short. We could still feasibly be in it. It's still a valid trade. I don't think we would want to be in it at this point. I think things have changed a little bit. We got short that 5-minute opening range, 39.9340. As we were getting into and getting closer to the end of the opening call, we decided we'd take that for maybe a little better than a 1-to-1. We made about $150 on that opening range trade, and the market did continue to push lower. Now, with Aaron on, which I always love when Aaron's on because I like to trade gold as well, Aaron was looking for longs. He ended up getting long just under 39.62. The house account joined him 1 micro each. We did take a pretty decent move. We withheld a little bit of a pullback and ended up getting out basically right at the initial balance low. Not necessarily a bad place for an exit. We took 100 ticks on a pretty big down day to the long side. I'd say that was a pretty good trade. The market is still now holding back above the initial balance low, which was 39.7330. 30 or 20, one of the two. I've got the VWAP right there as well. So we'll see how this plays out. Now, this blue line here was something we put this morning when we were looking at the opening range trade here this morning. This reversal pattern, when we got short, we were looking for the market to really try and hold below that level, that 39.85. The top of that, you could call this a shooting star, if you will, maybe an upside down shooting star. I forget what you call it, but it is a reversal pattern. So when we did start to see the market kind of holding below that gave us a little bit more of an opportunity to participate to the short side in this trade. And again, it was about 150 ticks on that trade. Great. And again, another 100 ticks for Aaron and for the house account. We did not take the opening range trade in crude oil. That opening range trade has been kind of elusive because it's been taking so long for it to trigger. By the time we're getting close to the end of the opening call, we're a little bit out of time to try and get into that. But it would have been a really decent trade this morning. Now, again, in context, we're looking at the market as very range bound. We did open with some overnight inventory to the short side. Looking at the 5-minute opening range, here it is. 5-minute opening range, right? There's the high, there's the low, is the dead low. By the time we're getting towards the 8:15, 8:20, opening call is pretty much over, and we could feasibly still be in this trade. That was a bit of a miss on that one. We've had a couple of misses lately. We've seen some pretty decent opening range trades this week in crude oil. So this opportunity. These opening range trades are very streaky. They're low probability trades, but when they pay, they can pay a lot. And it's been very difficult with the small ranges in crude oil for us to really get our teeth into any really good opening range trades in crude oil. So I'm all right with missing one here and there. That's all right. Let's take a look at what the house is doing now. The house kind of joining our Jacob, who was on screen, started looking for longs. We did see a failed upside auction, and again, let's take a look in context here. So again, opening range, overnight inventory a little bit short. The opening range was neither the high nor the low. We put in the IB high. We have a failed upside auction, which would have me looking for shorts. Jacob was on, and he was long in the Nasdaq. So the house waited a little bit, pulled back for a little bit of a pullback, and we started looking for longs. I think we're still long 6 at a little bit better price than this, around 68.29 ish. We've got actually not 29 ish, 69.30 ish, 69.29 half, something like that. And we've got our stop here down below at 68.23. That's what I think that this should say, just below the 68.23 afternoon pullback low from a few days ago. Now, this is an obscure level, but it has been able to support price for that particular trade, at least for now. We've seen some pretty good pullbacks. Market is really kind of just holding up here. Again, with the failed upside auction, we don't need to risk a lot on this trade. Still holding on to that house S&P, micro S&P trade again, long 6, approximately 68.30. And again, this I think is more the level of the entry. The stop is more like 68.23 for the stop there. Still holding tough in that trade. Would love to see some buyers come in and take this market higher. And as for the Nasdaq probably feeling a little bit lonesome this morning. Nobody trading the Nasdaq. Could it be? Is it true? But again, overnight inventory to the short side, opening range, neither the high nor the low. We're really setting up for a normal trading day in the Nasdaq today. And a normal trading day is a little bit of a misnomer because the initial balance high and the initial balance low have not been extended on either side. We've got 25,893 half as the initial balance high in the Nasdaq, has not been traded outside of, nor has the initial balance low, 25,663. And that creates what we call a normal trading day. The range for the first hour ends up being the range for the entire day. So there is that possibility that we could have a range-bound day here in the Nasdaq. Again, no trades during fast markets in the Nasdaq. Everybody pretty much trading the S&Ps, and some pretty good trading at that. On that note, let's take a look at today's quotable quote. All right, Ralph Waldo Emerson. There's so many good quotes out there that relate so closely to trading, even though they had nothing to do with trading when they were created. Ralph Waldo Emerson says, "What lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us." We talk about trading, of course, market knowledge is important. The way we look at markets, the tools we use to look at markets, they're very important. What really is the most important thing is how we deal with the information, what goes on between our ears when we're trading, who we are as people, as our decision-making processes, as our relationship with money, with success, with failure. All of those things are what really seems to matter in trading You can have a very simple strategy. Somebody could hand you a very simple strategy, and there is nothing really simple or easy about trading, but a simple strategy executed consistently over time can pay you. No guarantees of that, but it's the things that we do to that strategy and in our own minds that change the outcomes of those strategies. 100 people could have the same strategy, and there will be 100 different outcomes due to what lies within us. Know yourself as a trader. You got a great opportunity today with Mindset Matters with Dr. V coming on here at 1 o'clock right after group coaching. But as for what's coming up next, we're welcoming CJ to the screen as a rising star here. We are going to be, he is going to be, of course, joined with Coach Jay and Dolby. Everybody, rising star, CJ coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV and to our Rising Star segment. We've got a Rising Star joining us for his first time here on Topstep TV. So chat, do what you do. Welcome CJ to the chat. I'm Jay, and to the far right, we got Dolby Time. But CJ, how we doing today? How we looking at the markets?
Good. How's it going? Good. How's it going?
Going well, man. Going well. Going well. We were talking in the green room a little bit, CJ. Again, your first time on Topstep TV. CJ is a live funded trader with us here at Topstep. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing in the markets. We were talking about a potential trade setup. Let's get right into it. How do you look at the markets? What gets you into a trade here?
So I pretty much walk in the day with no full bias. Start on the higher time frame. Usually don't go the daily. Usually start on the 4 hour. I'm going to be looking at the MACD. See which way that's going and see whether the sellers or the buyers are in control at the moment. And then I also match that up with the cumulative volume delta on my trading view. So I want those going in the same direction when I make a trade. So right now, I do think we are looking to go lower since on the full we have a rejection off the 9 EMA. An hour and a half basically till closure. I'm waiting for the full 4 hour flip from the previous. You can go down to the 5. That's this orange line right here, basically at 66.4 even. So if a candle was to close below 649, which is more or less where the gap starts, I'm looking to take this down and fill the gap. But it's been choppy pretty much all day.
Gotcha. Now, looking for below 649s for a candle close. When you say a candle close there, are you looking for a 4 hour candle close there or any time frame? I see you got a 5 minute chart up there as well.
Yeah, execute on the 5 minute. So I'm waiting for the 5 minute closure to confirm.
Gotcha.
And then I'm going to be monitoring. I want the 5 minute and the 30 minute chart to basically go in the same direction.
Gotcha. Good stuff. So looking for some continuation shorts, maybe to fill that gap. Last trade here, 25,710 in the Nasdaq. The S&P last trade 68.21. Kind of moving around 68.20 last trade here in the S&P. 39.72.90 last trade here in gold. Dolby Time, what's going on, man? How are we looking at the markets? Where's the range, Dolby? Where's the range?
There's always one somewhere. There's always one somewhere. Let's find out and see where it's at. I think kind of the most interesting setup we have right now, one of the kind of like tools in my toolbox is the setup, if you will, is the lower highs at highs in the NASDAQ. So on the 4 hour chart, it's also a pretty solid range too. You can kind of just draw a big circle around it. So that was the 4 hour range a while ago. Closer to, let's say the daily range. This is like a broken down version of it. But lower highs at highs, which means buyers are having a hard time pushing price higher at the highs. So there could be some sort of exhaustion from there. I think what happened today that was really interesting, I think even Dan Emmons called it out, is the 25,890s. We kind of broke through there. That level offered a lot of support. Kind of going back to like October 27th. And we broke through it, came back up, support became resistance. And now I think we're kind of setting up for range under range, stair step lower. So I like the idea of getting short here. And then of that, I would say there actually is a pretty good range between those like 25,890s and maybe like 25,660s. But the candles are pretty tall. So that range got broken, but it's back in again. So we'll see. That was the formation I was looking at today, was sort of that range under range break. So see if we can get short.
Shorts have been the play. We did have that bounce, right off the open, where it looked like the market was just going to give back all of the short from the overnight, but held pretty well in the Nasdaq again. Last trade here, 25,712s. CJ, you're coming into the day with a little bit of a P&L, up about $80 right now. What was the trade? Was it short the Nasdaq earlier or?
Yeah, the morning open pop down. I still work a 9 to 5, so I was at work. So once I get into profit, pretty much move it into beyond break even, just so I don't avoid fees and all that. And then got out on the pop up this morning.
Got you. Nice. So you said you work a 9 to 5. Do you trade that from your phone, or do you place the order and then let it go?
It's all on computer. I usually don't like to trade on my phone because I'm usually not one to keep checking it. So I try to stay in front of a computer as much as I can when I'm trading.
Nice. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Looking for a short here. If the Nasdaq does break down, we are trading right near those 700s right now. 25,702 last trade there in the Nasdaq. Gold, the S&P 68,1775. Talk to us a little bit, CJ. I read through a little bit of your bio. You've been trading with Topstep for about 4 years now, live funded account. How long have you been trading? How long have you been trading? How did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you? Thanks, Andre, for that question.
Really, I've been trading for about 4 years. I found Topstep
Okay.
about a year and a half ago, I would say, actually.
Gotcha. Okay.
I started, the first dabble of trading was all the way back in like 2015, when crypto was like $100.
Okay.
So that was my first taste. And then recently I wanted to just supply more income. So I've been trying to build a personal account with Topstep. Found Topstep just by when I was trading Forex. I was on YouTube and then your show came on. So I clicked the link and then I thought it was cool. I thought it was way easier having contracts versus lot sizes and all of that stuff. So I made the switch over.
Nice. Very good, man. So trading for about 4 years, already in a live account after being with Topstep for a year and a half. So it sounds like things have been going pretty well.
Is there
Yeah, go ahead, Dolby.
I was going to say, is there anything from Forex that you've enjoyed taking over to futures? Like strategy? Did you switch things up?
Honestly, I mean, when I was doing Forex, I was a big just supply and demand, which kind of is the levels I draw out. How you said, I'm just waiting for a range break basically, and then I'm waiting for the carry on after that. But other than that, nothing really.
Okay, cool. I mean, markets are moving here. We don't have to be asking.
Your markets are
right now.
definitely moving
awesome.
here. So I know you're looking for those 644s here, CJ. If we get a close below, Nasdaq just saw some pretty big selling coming in here. 25,670 last trade over there in the Nasdaq. Do you have a limit order out? Well, I guess not, right? Because you're waiting for a candle close. So do you just mark it in once that candle closes? Gotcha.
Correct. Yeah.
And we're waiting for a 5-minute candle close under 644 or 649.
Basically for confirmation, 646 even.
646. Okay.
Here we go. A trade plan. I like to hear it. Let's see if the market agrees. S&P has some size down here on the order book. 928 contracts bid at 6,800 evens in the S&P. That is right above the low of the. No, it's not. We made a way lower low than that. But seeing some selling coming in here. 900 contract. Here we go. Yes, it is. We are always on news watch during this hour. Seems like the time that tweets come out. So I'm going to take a look and see if we got any headlines coming out, or is this just technical selling coming in? Kind of just feels like a technical sell. Here we go, below that 646 area now.
Let's go. This thing is getting heavy. Okay, so do you consider yourself more of a momentum trader then, if you're looking for a range break trade underneath, or is this like a particular setup that you like?
Really momentum and volume coming in at the same time. Yeah. So I will always have the time and sales up, watching what kind of orders are coming through and on what size.
Oh, you're a Coach J guy. Coach J.
I mean, Dolby, you know it already, man.
This is all you now.
He said volume, and I'm just like, CJ, you got a special place in my heart, man. I saw that time and sales when we brought up your charts also. I'm like, all right, I know what he's looking at. Do you filter your time and sales, or do you leave it unfiltered?
Unfiltered.
Pure pace of the market. Show me every order that's coming in and make the read from there. I like that. So no candle close below the. Actually, I'm looking at a 3-minute. Let me change this to a 5-minute. Go ahead, Dolby.
I just think it's funny you guys are talking time and sales, and there's already like different variations. Like it's like pack of cigarettes. You got your unfiltered, you got your regular filtered.
Yeah, man.
What kind of flavor do you like for your time and sales?
So on my charts, I have two. I have a filtered and an unfiltered, because they tell you different things. They tell you different things. The filtered is going to tell you the bigger orders that are trading. The unfiltered is just going to give you the pace of the market, right? Do we get continuation? But unfiltered gives you raw price action. So no candle close below those 46s on the 5-minute.
Nope.
Nice little bounce up there. 670s last trade here in the Nasdaq. How important is that candle close? And it sounds like very important. How important is that candle close to your strategy? Because a lot of traders, we started implementing that for the opening range trade, right? we need a candle close or we're not taking the trade.
I've seen price revert and bounce too many times, and I've been burned way
Okay.
too many times. So I
Yeah.
need that candle closure basically as a confirmation that we want to go that way.
Got you.
And what happens if that 5-minute candle just shoots down to like 25,590? You know, that's like 50 points.
I'll
What
basically
happens?
waiting for price to retest the 9 EMA, and then I want to see it reject the 9 EMA to also continue the trend down or up.
Okay, got it. So there's like a multi-step process here. Okay, cool. Hopefully this all unfolds so we can see how this trading plan executes here. And then on your chart right now, you have a gray box and a yellowish box. I'm assuming that's going to be your stop loss and then your take profit on the short if it gets filled, right?
Yep, more or less.
Okay.
My stop is usually like above the 9. I'm usually just watching it. I usually don't set a hard stop loss, but I have a pretty hard mental stop loss. If I get a closure above the 9, I'm gonna get out no matter what.
Got it. Okay. So definitely a momentum-based sort of strategy here. Do you trade every day then, or are there certain market conditions that you will voluntarily withdraw yourself from because they're just not going to be good momentum days?
I try to find a move, but I also don't force the move. Again, I just wait for the confirmations to come in, and if I don't get them, I'm not going to be trading that day.
What
Okay.
a bounce here.
Okay.
Nasdaq is up 60
right
points
here-
from that low.
Yep, you can see the MACD is starting to curve, and the histogram is starting to thin out. So we can get a close above the 9. We might be looking at just a range upwards.
You know,
Got you.
Jay, we don't see a lot of MACD traders on TopstepTV.
We don't. I'm trying to remember
one or
who we
two?
had 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we had a MACD trader. I can't remember who it was. But yeah, they're very infrequently that we're seeing MACD traders. Is that just something that you've always used, CJ? Are you using default settings on that, or you make any changes to it?
That and the cumulative volume delta, those have to be
Gotcha.
going in the same direction. Yeah.
Same direction. Gotcha.
So the MACD will have a lot of crosses, but the CVD helps kind of filter out what cross you want to be able to get in on and when the volume and momentum is coming in.
Yeah.
Right. So
It was dawn.
Oh, it was done. Oh, nice. Perfect.
It was dawn. Yeah.
Did chat know that, or did Don just say that?
Chat knows. Chat knows. Chat. I have to say how much we appreciate you guys watching the show. Like, you guys really do pay attention. We talk to so many people day in and day out, but chat is taking notes, which is good to see. So CJ, I got a question for you here. We didn't close, and we're kind of seeing a range-bound day in the Nasdaq. We didn't get that close below that level you were looking at, but clearly there's a market reaction there. Is there ever a point where you change the bias on the trade and maybe look in one direction, or are you only looking at shorts today? You said your trade earlier was a short, and there's a case to be made for both of those, but do you ever switch, or is it, hey, I'm only looking for shorts, or there's no trade?
No, I'll look at whatever the market wants to give me that day. So right now, I would be matching up with the half an hour, the MACD. The buyers are still in control on the MACD on the half an hour. If I check the CVD on the half an hour, though, sellers are in control. So right now, to me, that just says it's range bound. So I will wait until they both cross over to then take it whatever direction they want to go in. But I usually will go with the longer time frame trend.
Nice. Yeah, chat, just some clarification here. The only indicator CJ has on his chart is the MACD. The cumulative volume delta is on a separate screen in a trading view. So that's why you don't see both on the screen there. So he's cross-referencing two different indicators to get the direction for the strategy or confirmation.
Correct. What a bounce here. What a bounce. We are 80 points up from that low, 25,727, almost 100-point bounce from that low in the Nasdaq. Again, the area of interest, right, that CJ was looking at down there, the trade idea is if we get a close below it, then we get continuation. But if not, no trade. And I'm counting this as a winning trade because somebody else might have gotten short there. And do you have a 100-point stop built into your trading plan because you're about to get hit? If that's
this
the case.
is a
really nice
textbook example of come failed moves, come fast moves. We failed to break below. We just a couple ticks. Sellers are like, I'm out, and everyone becomes a buyer super fast. And that everyone has to short cover
68.24.50 last trade here in the S&P. Taking a look, no headlines there. Kind of feels like it was just a technical move. When the Nasdaq made that low, that is testing into that gap that we talked about. When was that gap? A week ago. So we're testing into it. Every other equity market has closed that gap besides the Nasdaq. I actually think the S&P is still trading in that gap. But the Nasdaq tested and bounced from there. Really strong rejection. I do think at some point we get that close, but what do I know? Market's going to do what it wants to do.
It's tempting. We also got really close, Jay. I mean,
we did.
I think we're not going to.
We did. We're going to close it. I'm looking at a high price, right? 25,570s about. It's kind of quick eye test. CJ, do you only trade the Nasdaq? Do you look at other markets?
I usually only focus on Nasdaq now. Yeah, I used to trade gold and the ES, but I always found that if I look at too many markets, I can't decide what to trade. So I usually only stick to one now.
Gotcha.
Yep. CJ, I was looking at your trade report, and it looks like your average winning trade is $37. Average losing trade is negative 111. Are you running a negative risk reward system, or is this just an anomaly due to like partials?
That just because of partials, yep. That or price coming down and then taking me out before the full move happens because I'm at work. So I'm just preserving capital and living to trade another day in that aspect.
Got it. Okay, perfect. I know Mandy's in chat. She's a inverse risk reward trader. So seeing if you were cut from the same cloth there.
Usually not, no, but I don't shy away from taking trades that are either.
Okay. Okay, cool. That's kind of funny. I think like most traders kind of pick one, right, Jay? I've never heard of a trader who goes like, I'll either do inverse and I'll do, positive, but have one go both ways. That's pretty cool.
The times they will be
most
inverse.
Traders look at.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, teacher.
No, I was saying most traders when they look at a risk reward, they're like, oh, it has to be a 3-to-1. It's just like, no, maybe, but certain situations are going to call for different things. But how are you looking at that, CJ? When it is
to me,
inverse?
if the longer trend is trending one way, and I really do believe that it's going to be going that way, my stop I will size down, and then my stop will be below the next swing low, so that could inverse the take profits basically. If that makes sense.
So if you're counter trend, you're probably looking closer to a 1-to-1 or maybe negative risk to reward. If you're with the trend, then makes a ton of sense. Makes a ton of sense.
Yep. That's the only time that will come in though.
And how many trades a day are you taking typically?
I usually try to stick to no more than 3. It depends on how many times I can sit down at the computer and for how long I can sit down at the computer for.
Okay. So 3 trades and you're out. Love that system. Keeps risk small. Keeps you focused on your trades.
And I only trade micros, so it's pretty easy to do that.
You hear that, chat? Live account trading micros.
I mean, with these moves, Jay, that's more than enough.
More than enough.
More than enough. And what's like your daily loss or personal daily loss limit? And then what are you kind of shooting for per day as far as take profits go?
Profits about 200 a day. I've limited myself to that. Doing the math, that's about 50 grand a year. And my goal is to basically take that, move it into a personal account, and then trade that. So I figured that would be more than enough for me to make a day. So I usually don't aim for any higher than 200. If I hit 200, I'm pretty much done for the day.
Wow. So what, you're risking 200 to make 200 or like risking 100 to make 200?
Usually, I don't want the account to lose more than 250 in a day. I try to take it in kind of fixed the lot sizes in a sense, going back to Forex. So I try not to lose more than 250.
I love that.
Nice.
I love that.
Yeah. So I just had a meeting with my VIP team, and we talked about, defining what trading means for you and where it fits in your life. And CJ, like you said, you've been on here. You said, you have a 9 to 5, right? So you're not looking out of this live account, at least, to make $500,000, $1 million in a year, right? You have a set
Nope.
plan for it, and I have a goal for where that is. And I think it's really important as traders to define what success looks like for you, because a lot of times, it's real easy to be like, hey, I saw this other guy make $100,000 in a month. I want to do that as well, but you might not even have an account to facilitate making that amount of money, right? But if I can define what it is for me and then follow that process, you know, you don't even want to lose $500 in a day, $400 in a day. Hey, it's $250, and I'm cutting myself off because I have a plan for this account, which makes it a lot easier to follow, and then not over leverage as well. Have you always been that way? Did you have to make adjustments in your trading at any point?
Yeah, big adjustments. I was definitely not always like this. Yeah, no, I first got into trading. I want money. I want to make $1 million a year. Had to change the mindset after losing a lot. Now the profits, the 200, that's just where I'm comfortable with. Now, if I can get my system to work, basically every time I want to look at the markets, I can scale up, and now that 200 can turn into 1,000 or whatever I want, basically.
Oh man.
So as I compound my personal account, my lot sizes will go up, and then I'll be trading more contracts. So then the profits will go up.
Yeah, we were talking about delayed gratification yesterday with Saul, and it sounds like you are also extremely disciplined in that regard as well. Because just base hitting $200 a day for a whole year is not a lot of people can handle that. They want to start hitting those $400,000, $500,000 days. But you have the plan that if I maintain this, then over the long run, if I can delay this gratification, and in the future, I might have $10, $15, $20, $50,000 and have good mental capital along the way.
Correct.
That's awesome.
Trading 25,700 here in the Nasdaq. Nice bounce from that area that you were looking at. Again, CJ, good no trade on that one. And looking for confirmation. I see some comments, and every once in a while I ask myself, do I want to read these comments? But someone says this dude has no idea how to explain himself. I think he explained himself really well with his trade idea, and that's why we're not in one right now.
What?
Clearly defined what CJ was looking for, and no trade, and a clearly defined plan for that live account. And that's why he's in one. CJ, how long have you been in that live account? Where any adjustments that you had to make there, right? Going from trading combines to XFAs, now you're in a live account. Your orders are going into the real market. Any adjustment there, or was it just business as usual? Trading the same way you did in your XFA?
Yep, same way I trade in the XFA. Yep. I failed 2 combines, and then on the third one I passed, and then took me about a month and a half to go live after that.
Wow. And all the same strategy, just $200 a day.
$200 a day, payout every week, and then you got to live.
Man, make it sound, I can't say it, but it sounds pretty simple.
Yeah, no, say it, Dobie.
Sound simple.
Say it, Dobie.
Make it sound
Made
easy.
it sound very simple, and maybe it is,
easy.
right? Maybe it is. So, good point that you made there, right? Because CJ is making this sound very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Would you use the word simple, CJ, for your process, or would you say easy? Is it
Simple.
easy to do what you do?
I mean, yeah, it is easy as long as you can mentally get over the hurdles. I feel like the mental game is the hardest game in trading. Chart work is 10%, and then sitting on the hands and knowing how to execute and when to execute is like the other.
Yeah,
100%.
Okay, go ahead.
Would it be as easy if you were 10xing your profit targets and loss limit? Right, where instead of looking for $200 days, you're looking for $2,000 days, which in turn means that you're probably okay risking $2,000. Would it be as easy?
Yeah,
it would be.
Yep,
I like that.
I mean,
I like that.
The biggest challenge I had is when you see the money go negative or positive, the dollar amount has something to do with like how your brain reacts, because we all get into trading wanting to make money. So the second you don't look at the money and you just look at it as a percentage base and go off of that, you'll have a lot of an easier time trading in your life, and it'll be way less stressful because you won't be worried about the dollar amount. So I usually don't look at the money. I'm just looking if I get my 101s or whatever, and I know what it should be.
I love that, man.
Simple.
I love that.
So
Dobie, you
how
had
many-
another question.
Yeah, I was gonna with those take profits, loss limits. It sounds like the risk is managed really, really well. So, are you like churning through trading combines, or you're trading combine? Like, well, how long is it taking you to pass? I think a lot of people want to sprint through the trading combine, the XFA, but that can't happen if you're just base hitting for $200 a day. So, what was your progress like through the trading combine and XFA to get to the live account with how you were trading?
The trading combine, that took probably roughly 3 months. And then I gave
Wow.
myself a goal once I went to the XFA and then
Mhm.
said $200 a day. I'm gonna do a payout every week and I want to get to live. And by doing that payout every week, I also kept my account balance lower. So I had to be strict on how much I can lose in a day. So that also helped me kind of fine tune when I'm entering and when I'm exiting.
Wow, nice. Nice. We're getting back up to your EMA here. I think your 9 EMA. Does this come up on your radar as a trade idea, or what does this mean to you, or right by your moving average?
So the 9 EMA, I basically play that off of an entry signal or an exit signal. So if we get above it and we can close and the MACD starts to go up and the histogram starts to show positive and grow, and then we come back and test the 9 EMA and we reject it, then I will start to be looking to take it to the top of the range.
Okay.
Other than that, it's just showing me the direction that the market wants to go in. If you start to see them turn, it could show consolidation or a reversal happening.
Okay. And then someone in chat wants to know, are you a Steelers fan? Because your colors are black and orange-ish.
Good question. Black and yellow, black and yellow.
Yep.
I am a Steelers fan.
Okay.
But the black and orange, I like the color orange, and then I mean black is going down, so it's just
Okay.
black and orange.
So you are a
That's it,
Steelers
yeah.
fan, but unrelated to your charts.
Correct, yeah.
Wow. Good job, chat. Nailed that one. Sort of. I'll give you like half a point on that, chat. Yeah. Man, these stair steps are looking real clean right now to the downside.
You want to get it short, Dolby?
Yeah, I think shorts around like 740s, 730s would have been pretty nice. I kind of have them drawn out, just kind of like the basic consolidation, under, I tested it again, consolidation, under. So if you just like move your chart, I mean, you can draw a pretty clean downward channel that we've been living in since about 9 o'clock. So
Yep.
going like 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours here of downtrending, range under range.
Lower highs.
Getting back down. Yep, lower highs, lower lows. Still stuck in the range. But after those 890s tested, it's just range under range to the downside here.
Yes, it has been. I do think we go get that gap fill. What are we down percentage-wise today? Let's take a look at that on the Nasdaq. I know when we were doing the opening call, we were down about 1.5%. Nasdaq right now is down. Where's my quote board? 1.63%. So I think 2% down on the day, and the Nasdaq would likely close that gap. We're pretty close to it here. CJ, same trade setup here, right? If we get that close below 46s, likely to go short.
Yep.
Okay. And how many contracts? How many micros?
I'll be doing 3 micros.
Okay, I like 3 micros. I'd hop in there on that one. Okay. Still looking for the 646s. 5-minute close under. Then we're hopping into a trade. Hopefully we can get this.
We got the Mohammed grade of buyers there. They've been downgraded from wooden to plastic.
Wow.
Plastic buyers in the market. So Mohammed has no faith in any longs in this market. Looking for some downside. I do have to say I do like the short better even on this test. Right, we got that lower day test. We saw some sellers down there. Now, do they get the follow through? Clearly, buyers did not take control when they had the opportunity up there. So if we do get this next test of it, I think they probably step out of the way. So pretty good trade here. Even looking for a breakout. Some people might ask, why are you selling the lows? They're only the lows until the market goes lower. And in this case, a third test of that low, probably a higher probability of working out. Either way, the risk is going to be managed when we get into this trade. Reminder for everyone, Mindset Matters coming up after this. Today, 1 p.m. Central Time, Dr. V is coming back on TopstepTV with Hogue to talk all things mindset and answer some of your questions live. We do have a form pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get your questions in there for Dr. V. And Mindset Matters, 1 p.m. Central Time. Make sure you get your questions in there. That form is pinned to the top of the chat and will be until we start that segment. CJ, your mindset, speaking of mindset, it seems very even keeled in trading, right? There's price action going on. There was a 100-point move to the upside. You didn't jump at it. You have a plan. Just very cool, calm, and collected. I think that's partly because you know exactly how much you're risking on the day. You're trading a reasonable size for your account. So it's good to see here. Good to see. You think clearly about the markets.
And then after losing so many times, you kind of learn how to sit on your hands.
So you weren't always like this, CJ, right? You weren't always like
100%.
this.
Nope.
Like
Nope.
that
No, sir.
beautiful white wall next to you may or may have like a hole in it that you like patched over or something.
100%.
Yeah. Have you broken something with trading? I'll say it. I've thrown a mouse when there's no wires attached to your mouse. They're very easy to throw. Very easy.
Keyboards,
there's no wires
crushed
attached.
keyboards.
Yep.
Just bend those right in half. Amazon basic
how we learn.
keyboards, they're disposable.
Then you're like, damn, I got to make a trade to pay for that mouse. I got to replace it.
Yep.
100%.
Trying to get that.
How many Nasdaq points did that mouse cost me? 25,670 last trade here in the Nasdaq, 6808.75 last trade here in the S&P. Gold kind of just ranging here, 39.7140. Shout out to Aaron and the house account that got long gold earlier. That was
crazy
a pretty
market.
nice trade there. Yeah, I took a short earlier in gold. I'm not locked out. I still have you know what? I have an XFA that is up a little bit on the day. And I do like this trade idea. I know I'm driving right now, and I don't know if I'm really supposed to be trading, but I'm a trader, guys. I'm sorry. If we get this candle closed below 646, I may get into this trade with you guys because I do like this trade idea. Let's see if we do get it. We got some news we want to get to real quick, and then we'll come right back to the charts. Again, CJ, just yell it out if you do get into this trade. Again, we're looking for a candle close below 646. But Donald Trump isn't on the ballot this election day, but the president and his policies loom large as voters cast ballots in the day's top races. Karen Kafa is in Washington with a look at today's key votes. It is election day in the U.S. What do we got? Oh, we're ready. Did I jump the gun? I jumped the gun. We'll watch the markets.
It's all right. It's all right. It's going to come in at a moment's notice.
Yes, it is. You know what's going to come in right as this trade hits, and then we're going to be 100 points in the profit, and we'll talk about that. So we're good to go. We are good to go. CJ, what do you do? I know you said you work at 9 to 5. What do you do outside of trading? What do you do? Kind of get your mind off the charts. Just have some fun outside of trading. What goes on? Tell us a little bit about CJ.
Really, just hang out with family. Hang out with my dogs, train them, watch movies. I'm into cars, so race those, build those, and then that's about it. I spend a lot of time looking at the charts. So
okay,
that sounds like a good life.
What kind of dogs do you have?
One of them is a Multi-Poo, and then I have a Doberman mixed with Husky.
Oh wow!
Oh wow, that's a nice dog.
That is a nice dog.
Doberman Husky mix. I'm getting a puppy in 2 weeks, man. So you got any training tips for me?
To me, treats are your friend. But
there we go.
Learn how to eventually learn how to wean them off of the treats, or they're only going to want to listen to you if you have treats.
Good advice. Good advice there. Good advice. Treats are your friend until they're not. The trend is your friend until it's not. And right now the trend is to 100%. The downside. So we are looking to get into a short here potentially. But we got to get a candle close below 646. I do like that trade idea. I'm getting an English Bulldog, everybody. I had an English Bulldog, Daisy. She now lives with she lives with my parents, but getting another one. And his name's gonna be Obi. Actually, I have videos. I'll send a video to the production team if we want to bring that
opening
in.
balance. Nice.
Just kind of chopping around here in this range now. 25 690s last trade, 695 last trade in the Nasdaq, 68.15 last trade in the S&P. Gold
Be
39.72. What do you got, Dolby?
oh, a higher low right there. That was kind of interesting. So the
Yeah.
highest point of the lowest candle on the 1 minute was right around 25,665. Is this a new form of the trend here? That's our first higher low in quite a while. Kind of
Well,
curious to see how
Dolby,
that sets up.
You know, the interesting thing that that candle that we had that broke that low, 11:18. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart. 11:18 Central Time. The candle that made that low is the highest volume candle that we've had outside of the first 2 3-minute candles. So, CJ, I know you look at time and sales. Do you look at a volume indicator or anything at all? I'm curious what your MACD is showing right now. If it's showing any, a little bit of a turn at all.
The MACD is definitely showing a little bit of a turn, as well as the delta is starting to turn up as well. And the sellers are exiting the market, and it looks like buyers are starting to come in.
Yep, that's exactly
So
what
we
we're
can get a
seeing
flip
here.
on the MACD and the CVD. I'll probably be looking if we can close above the 9. I'll probably be looking for a small buy, maybe up to like the 760s. And
Okay.
possibly up into like the 800s again, where the 200 moving average would be on the 5-minute chart.
Got you. Seeing a little bit of a turn here in the market. Maybe switch. And this is what CJ was saying, right? You know, pay attention to what the market is telling you. I could want one thing, but if the market doesn't want that same thing, then, you know, we make adjustments as traders. There are some traders, and Coach Paul is one of them, who says, you know, take one side of the market, which may make it easier, but that may mean that you don't take a trade here. But, you know, adjusting to market generated information could be a decent long here. Let's see. No need to force a trade, but if we do see something setting up, we'll see if we do take it. I'm trying to get the delta for the CJ. What do you have delta for the day?
The daily, let's see. It is sitting right around the CVD is showing, where's it at?
Do you normally look at the number, or you just go with, is it positive or negative?
Positive or negative.
Got you. Yeah. Yep. Same way. I'm the same way. Is it positive or negative?
It's dipping down on the daily right now. So it is sellers are still in control on the daily.
Yeah. 25,700 last trade here in the Nasdaq. You seeing a change here too, Dolby?
Just that that higher low. It's another one of the setups that I'm kind of interested in. Like when you get to like the extremes of a range, there's either the lower highs at highs or higher lows at lows, which can be an indicator of a trend shift. And then also the lowest, highest point of the lowest candle is also the other one that's pretty interesting too, that I look at for trend reversals within ranges. And we got that on this one. So it's the highest point of the lowest candle. So this is the 1 minute. And that point was those 665s. So yeah, and here we go. I mean, obviously not here we go, because it's just been more buyers than sellers, but you know, it is a way that you can define risk pretty well. Because like if you can lock in and like, let's say you're preparing yourself for this trade idea, and you see that, you know, maybe the 665 level is going to bounce off of that sort of like setup, it's kind of easy to define risk, because let's say you get, I don't know, 670s. Your risk just needs to be about 30 ticks on that one. And you just put it underneath the low. It shouldn't get down there. And then you have a lot of upside within the range. So it can be a low risk, high reward setup.
Gotcha. CJ, do let us know if you get into any trade here. We are going to break for that news now. Again, today is election day. Let's bring in that news clip.
Governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey, the mayor's race in New York City, and a California vote that will tee up next year's high-stakes congressional elections. Headline Election Day 2025. With a large population of federal workers impacted by the Trump administration's downsizing of the government workforce and the current shutdown, Democratic Virginia candidate for governor and former Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger has tied Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears to President Donald Trump and his policies to try to boost her campaign. In New Jersey, Republican gubernatorial candidate Jack Ciattarelli, who was endorsed by Trump, has framed himself as a Jersey guy while trying to cast his opponent, Democratic Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, who moved to the Garden State after her Navy career, as an outsider. And in New York City, Trump urged voters to support former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo over Democratic nominee Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, has zeroed in on the cost of living in the city, which has resonated especially with young and social media savvy voters. Cuomo, who lost to Mamdani in the Democratic primary and is running as an independent, has argued Mamdani, a 34-year-old state assemblyman, is too inexperienced. And in California, voters are considering a plan backed by Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom to reshape the state's congressional map to improve Democrats' chances of winning 5 GOP-held seats in next year's midterms. It's designed to counter a plan signed into law by Texas Governor Greg Abbott that aims to help Republicans win 5 House seats there. Of course, those 2026 midterm elections are still a full year away, but both parties will be looking for insights into how to turn out voters in their favor when control of Congress is up for grabs next November. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Some pretty tight races on election day today. Talking about Virginia and New Jersey. CJ, are you in Virginia? Did I read that right?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Shout out to Virginia. Virginia and New Jersey represented on the screen right now. Also Chicago. Shout out to Dolby Time in Chicago.
What up?
Nice little pullback here in the equities popped up. So now we're just defining a range here, Dolby. 730s down to the lows.
Yeah, these buyers, I think, they just cannot push price higher. So we did get like a lower high, but we couldn't even make a higher high. So now we're all the way back down again. So the range under range has still been pretty good trade setup.
Plastic buyers, said Mo. 730s was where they got to.
I mean, if you're a buyer, Jay, and we're, 120, 150 points away, however you want to measure it, from the gap fill, I mean, are you really super interested if you could just wait until that gets done to start, maybe bidding this back up again?
Right.
You just have to think, right? What other traders going to do? They have to get in right now? Or can they wait 100 points for the gap fill? Not even that much.
The way I'm looking at this, since that opening pop that we had, what's the best trade that buyers could have possibly gotten today? And obviously it was that 200-point move to the upside right off the open. But from that point, the most you could get out of a long is 60 points. And that's if you catch the low and high tick of the move. It's just a lot, 90 points on that last bounce, but it's just easier to sell the market today, right? That's just the flow that the market's giving us. So is it, hey, every 60 point or 80 point bounce that we're looking at in the Nasdaq, is that an opportunity to sell? We will see. We do have some size in the book right now below the market. 500 lot at 25,662 and another 400 right below at 25,660. So let's see if the market goes and takes those out. Those are the biggest orders we've seen on the Nasdaq book all day. Interesting stuff going on here as we wrap this segment. That 500 lot did just get pulled. The 400 lot is still sitting there at 25,660. We do got to wrap this segment. It always goes so quick. CJ, great meeting you. Nice trading with you, talking about your process. Do you still hold on to this trade idea once we get off the show?
Yes, I'm gonna hold it until it doesn't happen.
There we go.
We're probably going to get it in the next 10 minutes, Jay. It seems like it's starting to get down there. So if you're in chat after this, keep us posted on this trade idea. I think they're taking it, CJ.
Will do.
Absolutely. CJ, nice to meet you, man. I'm sure we'll have you back on Topstep TV sometime soon. Dolby Time, you're going to be on air in just a little bit for Power Hour. But we got a shoulder tap coming up with Jack and Ben and a special guest. So make sure you stay tuned. Topstep TV. And then after that, JD, Hogue, and Hoop are here for group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in for Dr. V. After that, form is pinned to the top of the chat. This is Topstep TV. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. And we will be right back after a short commercial break. Let's go.
Topstep TV. Let's go.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a very special edition of Shoulder Tap. Per usual. By the way, Dakota, in the screen right now where your mic is, it just looks like you have a very long, like Dr. Seuss microphone that goes. Never mind.
Oh.
Anyway, we have Dakota and risk manager Ben here. We're going to talk a little bit about some recent developments with Dakota. But real quick, some recent developments in the market. Pukesville, USA, trading 68.07 right now in the ES. Don't know if there's gas in the goose, but we'll see. Dakota, welcome to Shoulder Tap.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been a while, but it hasn't. It really has not.
It's only been maybe a month and a half since we met last. And last time we were on, we were, as our viewers know it by now, we cover the good, the bad, and the ugly. And just for those that maybe didn't see that episode of that segment of Shoulder Tap, when we last met, we were talking about Dakota, how you had lost a live funded account, and we're going through the trading combine process again, and we had the combine counter, and it was kind of turning into this whole fiasco. So we talked to both you and Baron, slowed things down, and I've got to say, man, and I'm glad we get to do this publicly. I know we talked privately already, but it's very impressive what you've been able to do in this account. The steadiness in the P&L curve over time has been impressive. There's been some drawdown intraday, but to be able to continue to post profitable days, over and over and over again, and the losing days that you are booking, are smaller than the winning days. It's been cool to see that P&L march steadily higher in a single account with the level of focus that you've had. So we talked actually, I want to say 2 weeks ago about, hey, we could probably call you up now. What do we want to do balance wise? Where do we want to get you started? And I think we agreed to a reasonable level and equity to build up to, and then transfer to a live funded account, and we're there now. So we talked yesterday, and we are calling you back up to a live funded account in this single XFA that you've been trading. So yeah, just open up with a kudos. It's one thing to get checked on air and be told you're not trading very well and we need to change some things, and then for you to actually go do it and turn it around has been awesome to watch, and glad we got you moving back into live. So I'll just open it up. Feel free to comment however you'd like.
Love it, Ben. Last time I was on, Mick, right? Mick was in your seat going through this. When I went through this before, I went through this a couple times, to be honest. When I first started out 2 years ago, went through that whole process, made money, took a payout, lost a live account in the old platform, an older platform. Then we switched over to Topstep X, went through that whole process again, but I was copy trading. I think the biggest difference here, like you said, is one account. I used one account, and we talked a couple weeks ago. It's like, okay, well, it's a little bit more difficult to build that balance up with just one account, where compared to copy trading multiple accounts. But was glad I was able to do it. Was happy I was able to do it in front of the community, the audience, and show that there's an importance in base hits, like taking the time, hitting those base hits, stacking up the wins, and growing the account with one account. I think that was one of the bigger accomplishments. It's not about the dollar amounts, but just being able to do it from one account and do it slowly and consistently.
Yeah, I think so. And you're probably more let's say ready to transition into that live account. Something that we hear from our traders often is that transition from trading 5 accounts and the size that allows for into a singular account. There can be some turbulence or some adjusting that you have to do. But the fact that you've done this in a single account, I know you've been around the block too. I think you're really in a nice stride, and we'll get you set up with the live account as quickly as we can, so that hopefully that just carries forward, right into the live environment. I didn't mean to cut you off. I know you were about to jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to throw out there that we saw a very different sort of trading and equity curve from you in this account. Super consistent. And I was wondering, going into the live funded account this time, how are you easing into that? Like, what are you looking at as far as what you're gonna risk each day? It's kind of what I'm getting at, because I think that's the thing we run into the most problems with when we look at cards that maybe aren't doing so well, is just what % of their stack they're risking.
Yeah, I know. I've seen you go on a couple rants about traders not using a percentage and doing that fixed risk, and then as you start to lose the account, your risk percentage is technically going up. I'm going to do the exact same thing I was doing in the XFA. The risk is going to start off a little bit bigger as you grow. It's going to get smaller percentage wise, right? Like if I'm looking to risk $500 a day as of right now, out of what $25,000, it's going to be a percentage. But then if I grow it, I'm still only going to be risking $500 a day. So I'm not going to increase the risk as aggressively as I have been. It's going to be just showing traders the importance of just base hits day in, day out. And I'm going to continue to do that here.
Awesome stuff. Just checking in on the markets as we do. Bitcoin is getting punished right now. We trade below 101,000. That big fat round number, we all know what it is in the sights right now.
Wait, we're trading below it?
Well, we're not too far away from it. Looking over at the ES, we'll go back to that really quick. Yeah, so great work. You've shown many times your stats on this account. How many losing days were there in that XFA?
I think there was two or three the past couple months. One for 404 and another for like $500 or $600. There might have been another one for a few hundred. I don't know. There was not very many.
Not very many indeed. Well, this is sort of an open conversation. Ben, anything else you want to tell our newest live trader coming back like 45 Jordan, which I'm sure he'll appreciate?
Yeah. No, not much to share. I mean, I think Dakota's in a stride. There's nothing I can really say other than do your best to keep it up. Like I said, going from one account to one account, there should be less, turbulence through that transition. I think, as soon as we can get that live account set up for you, then, we'll keep, like you said, continuing to grow it progressively. And this time around, Dakota is going to be exposed to the full suite of some of the risk expansion parameters and performance bonuses that we have implemented for our live traders. So really, really interested and excited to see how you interact with that stuff. The expanded loss limit compared to where you started out of the gate last time around, and the ability for that risk to expand with profitability and performance bonuses as you as you continue to profit. So slow and steady. I'd love to see the same kind of trajectory over the span of 60 days. Book a performance bonus or two, and then we can game plan about really scaling up that risk if that's what you want to do at that time.
Love it, man. I'm excited now. I'm excited. Hopefully we get those performance bonuses.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, hit Jack. I'll finish.
Any trades today? Any trades?
No, no trades for me. No trades for me. I've been trading less. Well, obviously, I'm waiting for my live account here at the prop firm. I haven't even traded my personal account, really. I have a gold long that I'm holding long term, and I haven't been trading my personal account very often since I had a big week in October, and so I've kind of lightened up, taking it easy for the rest of the year, to be honest, on all ends.
Awesome. Well, great job, Dakota. And speaking of great job, I believe we do have the live leaders to present. I believe that graphic is ready. Here it is. Not much change from this morning, unless you see anything, Ben.
No, outside of a marked difference from the last couple of trading days. I've mentioned a few times now on the broadcast that the disparity between wins and losses has been skewed towards the losses. I think quite a few of our live traders were able to capitalize on big, relatively clean moves, at least in the overnight session, and the equities and some of these other things. So I'm happy to see a lot of five-figure P&Ls on the board. And overall, the trading activity, Dakota, you're not the only one taking it light. The trading activity overall in live has been a little bit lighter today too. So that's interesting. Like seeing, things skew a little more towards the profitability and just total trading volume in general lighter. That's usually a good sign. So who knows why that may be. Sometimes it happens when there's a big overnight move and, maybe some chop at the open or whatever the case may be. But yeah, like what we see on the live boards today. And kudos to these folks for putting it up 5 figures.
Hell yeah. All right.
Well, Before I
ahead,
get off,
Dakota.
big shout out to you, Ben. You, Ben, and Jack. I know you're on here a lot. This is one of my favorite segments, the shoulder tap, because I
Thank you.
tell traders all the time, and I went on a little bit of a rant on slow markets last night about how the prop firm industry is really should be used as a stepping stone to get traders to a live account. And so many out there are just stuck in this sim forever mindset, and to be able to just, have the guts to come on here, get a shoulder tap when I'm sucking at trading, get a shoulder tap when I start to do good, with the ultimate goal just getting into a live, showing traders, hey, that's not the end goal. Getting a payout is the beginning of the journey, right? The very first step. And then being able to get to a live account, duplicate that, have that consistency, and then take money out of the real live markets.
Awesome
Yeah,
stuff.
sustainability.
Like
Go
it
ahead,
says
Jeff.
at the bottom of his name tag, live funded trader Dakota, Coach Dakota. Thanks for joining us today. Ben, did you have something final you wanted to say here?
No. Happy with the segment. Glad we got to do this, and feels like a good way to punctuate, the last time we were on together. So, good, bad, and the ugly. We'll keep talking about the wins and the losses.
All right. Keep your heads on the swivels, y'all, because we are nearish the lows. The lows if you're in Bitcoin. So be careful. And who will be there to help you be careful? We got group coaching coming up next. JD, Hogue, and Hoop are in the house. Get your questions ready. This is Topstep TV. Let's go live.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. Congratulations, you made it to the right time at the right place. It's group coaching time, everybody's favorite time of day. I hope you took a minute to get yourself a ham sandwich, warm glass of milk, tall glass of whiskey, whatever it is you got to do to get you through the rest of this turnaround Tuesday. We got a couple all-stars in the room here. In the middle, Mr. John Hoagland, John the Goat Hoagland. Over there on the right, Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders Topstep VIP experience. Hoag is also a VIP coach. But good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we feeling? What's going on in the markets? Hoag, you're running a marathon today. Did you get a chance to rest? Or you've been just watching the markets all day so far?
Yeah, I rested last night.
Yeah, sure. You sleep when you're dead, right? It's the
Absolutely.
that's the mantra.
No, I did something different though today. Instead of a ham sandwich, I had tuna salad.
Tuna.
Ah, okay.
On
okay.
toast?
Changing it up.
For JD?
Changing it up.
Tuna on toast?
I'm different. Yeah, on toast. Yep.
Little different. Whoop, 1 second. We got a little follow through to the downside here in equities. Last trade of the ES 6800. Just a little minor bit of selling coming in. We're about 4 points lower than we were just a minute or two ago. So continued selling, some more pressure to the downside. Keep you posted on what's going on. But Hoop, how are you doing today? What are you seeing in the markets? What's going on in your world?
I mean, the main thing I've been looking at gold is, just when it looks like it's going to stall out a little bit, this morning, it decided to, get in free fall mode and then bounce.
Mhm.
So, I kind of feel we're at this moment in metals where we're pausing. And if it doesn't capture momentum kind of back to the upside, that this could gain some momentum. Oh, we were talking about an opening call this morning. I keep looking at micro Bitcoin as the equities fall, and I just keep waiting for that. I think that thing's going to burst, and it might get a little ugly. So I've been looking at that, and once again, this morning I was thinking of your pops this morning. I was looking at the grains. The grains did, typical things. They made contract high yesterday and broke 20 cents. So, and that's the thing, JD, too, that we talked about this with Hoag before, is that I tend to look at sectors. So I'll look at the grains.
Sure.
And I'll look at, like you see my chart there. I see soybeans, I have corn, and I have wheat.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we identify those products real quick? I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat right now or watching on the stream that have no idea what those product codes are. Let's run through those real quick. ZS, soybeans, ZC, corn futures, ZW, wheat futures. Those are all daily charts. You are allowed to trade the agricultural products here, the grains, corn, wheat, and soybeans, the big three. Just wanted to clarify that. Continue, please, Hoop. Please.
Yeah, and that's the thing, JD, you probably know better than me, because once again, when Ags made the shift to Globex, they just managed to confuse, and so do you, Hope, confuse the crap out of people with their Globex hours, because what time everything else opens in Globex, it opened up later. They close for 30 minutes before they reopen. And sometimes people, I think they're just frustrated sometimes trading grains in the Globex, because once again, it doesn't line up with everything else. So once again, this is kind of like when I do this in Discord, I'll say, okay, it opens at 7 p.m. It closes at 7:45. It reopens at 8:30. And once again, Hoag, or maybe your dad can tell me, why did they do this to the grains? Curiosities. Any you guys know?
Honestly, no, I don't.
Okay.
No.
And once again,
I
I don't
know for sure.
don't know why they came up with those funky hours. Because once again, the grains used to open later, and then they moved them earlier. And once again, the CME, ultimately, all we can do is punch the clock. And when they tell us they open, I think the biggest thing is for years, the grains, didn't trade overnight, and then there was big news that came out. It created a lot of issues. So I know they made, that, but they haven't done it for cattle and hogs yet. But once again, it's not quite as big a market as the grains are. But so, anyways, I look at them as a sector. So I look at the group. Soybeans and corn are getting through harvest now, and winter wheat is in the ground or pretty damn close to being in the ground, and it comes out of the out of the ground later. So the grains are kind of always something's going on there. Once again, like I said, soybeans made contract high, and then they had a nice pullback today. Man, made contract high 11.35 and 3/4, and here we are. We got as low as almost 20 cents lower. So once again, if you like the Nasdaq and you want to trade the grains, go trade soybeans. So
yeah, right.
And it,
do you look
yeah.
at the when you're looking at? Do you look at the crush as a different sector? Also, do you even do you pay attention to the crush at all? The soybean crush.
I've had some conversations as, obviously when I ran a small portion of our farm, I didn't watch those things, but as I talked to Coach Paul, and Coach Paul is definitely, and I think Hogue definitely was part of what, obviously your dad. So the crush with the meal and those things are important.
The oil,
I do not, I do not watch those probably as much in the sector because they do go through phases where once again we don't talk about it a lot, but spreads between markets like we talked about crack spreads or crush spreads, they're a big deal, but in the prop world we just don't we don't
I think it's more because
yeah
because they're and it's just not a sexy product either. It's no Nasdaq. People don't know. A lot of people still don't even know what futures markets are even for, But when we're talking about the soybean crush, there's 3 different products. There's 2 products of soybeans that you trade futures contracts on. So you have the actual soybean futures contract. Once they harvest the soybeans, they take all of the leftovers and they crush it together. This is why they call it the crush. And there's 2 byproducts of soybeans. When they crush it, they take the oil from the soybeans. That's called soybean oil. And then whatever's left over after the crush is called meal. And they use that to feed cattle and hogs. So there's soybeans, soybean oil, and soybean meal. And that's your soybean crush spread right there. And it is a tradable
used in
product.
a lot of things too. I mean, people don't realize how much soybean oil is in. Go pick up any of your products and look at the read and you'll see in there soybean oils in there a ton. So yeah,
and those are all tradable products, and they move.
100%.
They're seasonal, obviously. The oil and the meal depend heavily on the harvest around the harvest season. So it's something to look at if you're looking for an alternative product. But around this time of year, those are the kinds of things that are moving, right?
100%.
Hogue, any take on the crush? When's the last time you looked at it? Have you ever looked at it? I know your dad looked at it.
Yeah, it was a big part of my dad's career. I mean, his job was to really work that crush spread for Ralston Purina, who was a huge manufacturer of animal feeds. And as JD was just talking about, I mean, soybean meal is where the protein is, and that's what they're keeping for these animal feeds. And in large part, the oil was a bit of a byproduct for Ralston Purina. So he would work the crush spread so that he could get the meal cheaper and sell the oil off, to cooking oil companies, anything that wanted the soybean oil. So he was probably one of the premier experts at working the crush spread and understanding the crush spread and how he could use it to benefit Ralston Purina to get the meal cheaper, sell the oil off more expensive, and help their bottom line. As a matter of fact, he figured out how to use the crush spread to benefit Ralston Purina, and he went and he had a meeting with his boss, and he says, so I've got this thing that I'm going to do for you by working the crush spreads, and we're going to save, probably about 10% on your meal that you need for your animal feeds, and we're going to sell the oil off at a premium. All I want is 10% of what I'm saving the company. So they crunched the numbers and said, well, we can't do that. You'll be making more than the CEO of Ralston Purina. So he stood up.
Can't have
stood
that
up and said,
happen.
okay, we'll see you later. And they came and got him at the door and said, no, come sit down. Let's work something out. So that was one of his shining moments in his career. But yeah, he was the man when it came to the crush.
I love a good hard to get story.
Spreads are probably one of the biggest things I miss,
Mm-hmm.
because, as rollovers occurred in agricultural markets, it happened quite frequently, but there was just so much size and you had to, leg into spreads and you could lean on things. Yeah, that's one thing I would say. Had a couple of people ask me in Discord and I said, that's probably the thing I miss the most is kind of being able to, you know, uh, I guess you really get to trade two markets, right? I mean, so
Mm-hmm.
that's probably one of the things I miss because once again, I did a lot with hogs and cattle and pork bellies, and there's a lot of intermixing of spreads in there. So, and it's a huge part of agriculture, and especially like Hogue with grains. Metals is another one. Dee's talked about it. I know a fair amount of traders that will trade micro silver and micro gold through a day and use it as a spread. There are some people out there that actually do trade it. So
Yeah, the thing about it though, I mean, anytime you're working a spread,
Yeah.
let's say it's a calendar spread, you're long one month, short the next. You've got to have so many contracts on for it to be actually viable or profitable. And it just doesn't work for day traders. You've got to have so many contracts on for such a long period of time to work the difference or the basis between the front month and the next month or whatever it is for it to be profitable for you. So that's why it really just people ask about spreading for day traders and it just doesn't work. You got to trade too big.
Very
And
difficult.
If you are,
I
if you
agree.
are,
Because
you are working spread, it does reduce your margin because you're basically kind of flat in 2 different months.
Yeah,
it does. But what you're basically doing is you're waiting for an anomaly in the market to sort of capitalize on. When you're trading a spread, the ladders are moving basically in unison. You're waiting for that gap, and then you capitalize on it. That's what a day trading spreader would do, and it doesn't happen as often as it does just basic market movements in a futures contract like the Nasdaq. So, again, like I said, it's
guys on the grain
What's
floor
up,
used
Hogue?
to do guys on the grain floor used to do a tax spread back in the early 70s. They could basically tie up their entire year's profit by putting on huge spreads and just keeping all of that profit for the year as margin. You do that the last day of the year, and then you unwind it the first day of the next year, and you don't have to pay taxes on that money that you made that entire year.
Micro
They ended
Bitcoin
that.
Tricky.
They ended that. My dad's accountant told him in 1973, you better even up because they're on to you guys. And it was a couple of years later, and people were selling their houses in Lake Geneva to pay their back taxes. It didn't work for long, and it does not work now. So don't even think about it.
Micro
Oop,
Bitcoin.
what are you seeing in the market?
Micro
Bitcoin?
Bitcoin. It's going
See
for
a
it.
chart.
Hey, you want to see a hyper-dramatic ladder? Go throw up Micro Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm curious to see if there's any size down here at 100K. Yeah.
I'll pull it up. Hang on.
Yep. Oi, Didi. We bust.
Ooh,
Wow.
this thing's flying. There's a couple of 150 lots. There's a 100 lot chasing the
yeah.
market right now.
Yeah. That
100
candle
lots on
looks
both sides.
ugly, man. Let's see if it
I guess I
holds the
should pull
big
up the
fat round
chart,
number,
too.
100K. Yeah.
I'll pull up the
I
chart
just
too
threw
while
it
we're
up
looking
on
at the
mine.
ladder.
Yeah, I just threw it up on mine too.
There it is.
Through the
105.80 last trade.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, it's getting ugly in there. There's a lot of people in that trade, boys.
Smushed.
Especially one called
Herring crypto.
MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy. Yep.
Oh, we're hitting lows. Low of the day.
Yep.
103.10
Just ripped the
is the
ladder on the
low.
bottom. Yep.
There's some ARB going on in this contract. There's
Yeah,
100
and
lots
that's
on
that.
either side of the
yeah,
market.
It's what I said when I first started trading at JD. I said someone's playing in that space and they're making a crap load of money because
I
there's
bet
just
they are, yeah.
you see it. Yeah.
Yep.
You got to take out 100K or not. It's got a little gold in it too.
Try to.
It likes to hit a level and bounce. Speaking of that, 39.50 in gold, boys.
39.50 in gold. Ooh.
Yeah.
Speaking of gold,
Dropping there.
gold at
Yeah.
gold dropping off all-time highs. Listen to this. There is an infamous toilet. Yes, a toilet. It's expected to be worth its weight in gold at auction. Patrick Cornell
Infamous
shares that
toilet.
story. An infamous toilet. Let's take a look at this.
If you're trying to stay golden like Huntrix, try sitting down, down, down on this shining, shimmering, multi-million-dollar work of art. Yep, that's a fully functional, solid 18-karat gold commode. This installation dubbed America from artist Maurizio Catalan. If the name sounds familiar, it's the same man who brought you the $6.2 million banana duct tape to the wall. According to Sotheby's, America is a satirical commentary on the art world, the United States, and what we value. The golden latrine has some history. It drew 100,000 visitors to the Guggenheim Museum in 2016 when guests were intended to take a seat and put it to proper use. In 2019, it was placed in a palace in England and subsequently stolen. That version was never recovered. This second edition is expected to be worth its weight in gold, literally. When it opens for auction on November 18th, the starting bid will be set by the current gold market price, roughly $10 million, which would make for one pricey restroom renovation. Moving on, a Louisiana police officer saw a golden opportunity while chasing some alleged crooks. The sergeant was reportedly
I think we
in
can
hot
kill
pursuit
it.
of shoplifters when they hopped.
I was going to say they weren't running with the toilet.
How much would you pay for a toilet?
10 mil. Holy cow.
10
Gold's
mil for a
really
toilet.
something, boys.
That toilet at the beginning of Coming to America.
Yeah.
Gold is slipping. ES is still hovering around 6,800 right now. It looked like it was poised for a pop. Couldn't quite hold. Our man Mohammed was in the chat a little while ago saying that the buyers in equities have turned to plastic, been downgraded to plastic from wooden.
Yeah, like it.
And it's true. Every attempt to buy this thing has been slapped in the face. So,
Oh, you made the
How much
point when
more?
that volume started to dry up in gold. That was a big. That market needs volume and momentum to keep going upside. And we saw it before when it kind of runs out of steam, man. It just seems like everybody's kind of piling in here a little bit just to cover
Open interest.
You know. Yep.
mm-hmm. All right, guys, we've been here for about a half
Good.
hour already.
Yeah.
We got a
Talking
question.
Markets. Good. Sorry.
This question is from a couple weeks ago. We actually didn't get a single group coaching question on the forum today. So I don't know.
I don't think we put it up.
What's wrong with everybody? You don't got any questions for us? But anyway, I got one from a couple weeks ago from Eva. Eva on October 28th, early last week. Eva wants to know, can you be a successful trader if you only do it 3 days a week? Interesting question. And I'm going to go ahead and say that the answer is yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Who gives it a hell yes? Hogue? We'll get into it. First, let's go
As long as
around
you
the
have a
table and say
strategy
yes or
and you
no,
do
and
your
then we'll get
homework.
into it. As long as you got a strategy, you do your homework, right?
right.
Hogue, your dad had one of those famous quotes, I would have made a lot more money if I only traded 3 days a week instead of 5. Well, how do you
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
which 3 days a week to trade? You got to start by
Yep.
trading all 5 days a week. And then you can sort of back test, what days are you more successful? We have an emotional trading journal that you could use to sort of help yourself know when to be in and out of the market. If you're not feeling right, if you're not focused, there's no reason to be in the market if you can't concentrate on 100%, right? So there's triggers, there's things you need to know about yourself. There's things you need to know about your historical trading patterns. But there's as Hogue would say, there's 1,000 ways to peel an onion. But getting into the market only 3 days a week, can you be successful at it? My answer is yes. We just gave a few examples. Let's start with you, Hogue. Trading only 3 days a week. Is it for real? Can you do it?
You can. You can, as long as it's part of a professional decision, right? I've been trading for a while, and I happen to know that Mondays historically have been my worst trading days. So if I wanted to, I could say I'm not going to trade on Monday. So that gives me 4 days a week to trade. And yes, my dad told me a long time ago I could double my income if I'd only trade 3 days a week. To which I answered, well, why don't you only trade 3 days a week? And his answer was, I don't know which are going to be the losing days. But if you do get that history and you do account for your better trading days, you can trade less on those days, or you don't have to trade those days. But it has to be done in a professional manner. You have to be at this long enough to understand where your weekdays might be. You may not have a weekday. It may be a specific market state that is your weakness. But as a hobby trader, only trading 3 days a week, it's going to be a little bit tougher for you. You really want to have the accountability and the information that's telling you these are your weekdays. Take those days off, trade the days that you historically trade better. And then at the same time, the days that you are trading, you have to be looking for market generated information that is telling you that this is a good trade. You can't go looking for trades because you will find them and they may not be the good ones. You got to stick with your strategy. So if you've got a strategy, you notice it doesn't trade as well on certain days, then take those days off. And it may not even be the strategy. It may just be your inability to stick to the strategy on certain days. Like Mondays, some people they're tired coming in from the weekend. They got to get their head wrapped around the markets coming in on Mondays. But about Fridays, it's been a long trading week. Maybe you've had a good trading week. Maybe you've had a not so good trading week, but you've used a lot of mental capital. And if you don't have the mental capital to trade on Fridays, trade less or take the time off. But again, it has to be part of a plan, not just, I don't feel like trading today.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just arbitrarily say, I want to take a 4-day weekend every week and expect to be successful, Track a little data behind it. Oop. You ever look into it? Do you have trading days that are historically better than others?
Mondays typically aren't my best either. I think the biggest thing for me is I used to watch my brother, who I clerk for in a pit, and he'd be up, let's say, $1,000, and he's like, "Man, I'm done for the day." And once again, Meats had kind of bankers hours. They opened up at 9:10, and if he traded the first couple hours and he goes, "I'm done. I'm calling it a day," and I'm like, "Wait a minute. What am I going to do? I'm your clerk." And he goes, "Well, keep learning about the market." So I'd go to the CME library and learn, and I would do that. But once again, I had to punch a clock when I first started. I didn't quite understand that. But as I became a prop trader, when I started this back in 2010, I had to, it was like the floor. I had to be in the market all the time. I had to be in. And I started to learn in my career that I didn't always have to be in the market. So if I mean, like this morning, here's a perfect example of knowing my own spidey sense after 30 years around the market. I started clicking the mouse and I'm trading and I'm like, whoa, wait, you're not doing your strategy. You're scalping and you're trying to always be in the market. And I said to myself, and I looked at my stats on TopstepX, and I said, I bet you I'm at 34 trades. Sure as hell enough, I looked at my stats and I was at 34 trades. And I'm like, this is why I have like 40 trades, because I scale in. I know when I start getting above that, I get in trouble. So I've recognized that, I think, and it's only taken 30 years, guys, right? Just the off switch. I've got to have the off switch. So like today, I'm up, $400 in an express, off switch. See ya. I'm not going to trade anymore. So I think learning the off switch, and like I said, if you have 3 days during a week and you make $600, $400, or whatever it is, then shut it off for the week. Watch the markets. Watch just the Topstep TV. I mean, the off switch is a tough one for a lot of traders, guys. It is.
It's true. We do say there's no substitute for screen time, but that doesn't mean you need to be in the market all the time. Being an active observer, just sitting there watching the market, seeing what it's doing, seeing how it reacts around certain prices, how it reacts around certain economic events. You can learn a lot just by sitting there and watching, sitting on your hands and being present while the markets are open and paying attention to what's happening. It doesn't necessarily mean you
Deliberate
need to be in the trade.
Yeah,
Deliberate
exactly.
practice.
Yeah, I like that.
For sure. We got time for one more question, I think. This one comes from our good friend Shubham in the chat. This one came in yesterday. We didn't get to it, but Shubham wants to know, how should a trader adapt during the mid-December to mid-January period when institutional participation drops, liquidity thins, and markets often turn choppy or range-bound? How do you trade holiday markets? What is the secret sauce? Again, it's a very subjective question. Hey, Shubham, I see you waving. If it makes you nervous, maybe just
yeah.
If you feel like you need to be in the market, you don't, but maybe start sizing down. Take a little risk off the board. Don't go as heavy as you normally would when you know the market's going to be thin, illiquid, maybe a little more volatile. These things happen. These are seasonal tendencies that happen around the holidays. They happen every year. Not saying to not be in the market, but be conscious of the market environment that you're trading in and adapt to it. Oop, let's start with you on this one. Trading holiday markets. First, I'll say the group I worked with for nearly 10 years, we always took the month of December off. We were gone from, well, actually, it was the first week of December, and we would come back the second week of January. We did that every year because it was a difficult time for the way we were trading to be in there. So
but you missed all the parties.
You missed all the parties. No, I
Yeah.
stick around for the parties,
Yeah.
I lived in Chicago. It was easy to get to the parties. Maybe that's why we did it. Maybe the boss just liked party season, right? But no, there's truth behind this. People step away from the markets during these times. They don't want to ruin their holidays. They don't want to ruin anybody else's holidays, right? But what was your strategy for it, Hoop?
Yeah, I mean, it's changed over the years. You have to have a lot of patience. Remember, you're going to also deal with rollover.
Yep.
So rollover and holiday, it's different. A lot of guys, basically you probably hit like you said, maybe the first or second week of December, and the pits would start to thin out and thin out. People would be taking a little vacay. I think it's different now when you can be in front of the market so much. It's a little bit different, but usually, I mean, I will really start to, like, if you haven't kind of locked in like your month or your year and you're trying to make it up in the last 2 weeks of December, yeah, it can get a little dicey. Let's just put it that way. So I think I've always
got
tried
problems,
to, yeah, I mean, I just really rely on taking my best setups, and if I don't get it, so be it. Just you get 250 some days a year to trade. You get closer to the holidays and half days, and you know, yeah, it just after being through them, I just once again, if your range traders tend to do better because the market kind of digs in, finds a range early, and just will ping pong along unless a tweet comes out or something like that. But really, once we get, like I said, once we get into that beginning part of rollover, I really, once again, I do trade markets outside of the equities. So, but even those, Hogue, meats and grains and stuff like that, as we get closer, a lot of professionals aren't sizing up, the 20th of December into positions. Most people are unwinding or have already unwind them. So, I just think it's a discipline, and you just wait for your best setups, and you don't get it, so be it. You accept it. That's kind of how I treat it.
And we understand it's difficult to sit there and stare at the market all day and not do anything. It does take a certain amount of discipline. We do everything we can to help you, by the way. We have those lockout features on TopstepX. We have all the risk management features you could dream of, right? But at the end of the day, you got to take a little bit of accountability for your pointing and clicking. Hogue, trading around the holidays. How do you feel about it?
Well, I mean, there's always opportunities. You just have to understand who your competition is. Shub, you're right. A lot of the longer time frame participants, institutional participation drops. The fund managers have made their money and they want to lock in those tasty bonuses, so they're not going to do anything to mess that up. So they're going to stay as close to evenly hedged as possible and be less of a participant in the marketplace. All true. Understanding that, you're going to see markets that are going to be largely driven by shorter time frame traders. Your shorter time frame reference levels are more likely to be targeted and or respected. Keep that in mind when you're looking at a target that is a shorter time frame level. Look for it to reach there. Look for it to be respected there. So there are some benefits and some, difficulties when the larger time frames aren't involved. So you're going to have probably smaller ranges, which you're going to be able to kind of recognize the extremes of those ranges to help you limit risk against those extremes of those ranges. But be aware, the longer time frames, no matter where they are, if they're in Lake Geneva, if they're in the Hamptons, or if they're in Zurich, Switzerland, they're going to have one eye on the ditch. And if something changes, if something happens, they're ready to jump in at a moment's notice, probably. If they're not, and something happens, the market is going to be very thin. It is going to be very illiquid, and it is going to move immensely with very little energy. We've seen that. Was it the last day of the year a couple of years ago, or it was on Christmas Eve or something, where there was just this huge range. Something happened, and there wasn't enough liquidity for the market to kind of absorb the buying or selling that was going on. So, as always, you're going to trade with a stop anyway, Shubham. I know you are. Make sure you're trading with stops, but just remember, moreover, who your real competitors are in these periods of time. It's the shorter time frame, weaker hands, pea shooters, just like us. Look for those, shorter time frame reference levels to be targeted and sometimes even respected. And always, just to look for good trade locations, trade against those reference levels to limit risk. There can be some good money to be made. Stay patient, keep your expectations reasonable, and don't forget to take a little time off yourself too. We all got to take a little bit of time off, and the holidays are a good time to do that.
For sure. Thanks for that answer, Hulk. That was great. Thanks for the question, Shubham. Shubham's in the chat every single day. Shubham's a VIP trader here at TopStep. Oop, is he on your team? Is that correct?
He is on. Yep, Shubham. Yeah, he kills it, man.
Shubham's on the
He's
Raiders.
Discord, man. He is the best. Yeah.
Shubham passed his VIP trading combine. He's sitting in a nice XFA right now, doing very
Nice.
well. Big shout out to Shubham. All right, guys. With that, we got a little boost in equities right now. I guess we could check in on the tilt real quick. Let me refresh my platform here.
Range.
We got a fresh reading on the tilt. We've got 55% long in the ES, 54% long NQ, 61% short in crude, and 58% long in gold. Pretty flat across the board. Not a whole lot going on. But we are seeing some buyers step in, and maybe some not so wooden buyers in equities right now. We'll keep you posted on what's going on coming up in the next segment, because we've got another banger segment coming up for you next. Hoag's going to be here. Mindset Matters. Dr. V. They're going to be answering your trading mindset questions. And maybe doing a little meditating. I don't know. How'd that go last time, Hoag? You going to do that again? Sorry, forget it. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm not...
Wake up, Hoag.
Hoag, wake up.
Wake
Eyes
up.
open. As always, we got one eye in the ditch for you. And we're going to take a short break. Oh, after Mindset Matters, we're coming back for Power Hour. Andre, Doom, our boy Doom, and Dolby Time will be here to close out the day for you on this Turnaround Tuesday. Stick around, folks. Plenty of trade entertainment coming your way right here. Topstep TV, Mindset Matters, coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Friends and traders, welcome to Mindset Matters. We have Dr. V with us. She is a clinical psychologist. She is an active trader and the Shira of the markets. Dr. V, I feel like it's been a minute since I have seen you. It is always a pleasure to see you. How are things going for you? It's getting a little cold up there, it looks like.
Yeah, it's very cold. Hi, I'm so happy to see you and to be with you for this session. It's been a while, yes. And hello, TopstepTV. How are you today, guys? I've been good. I've been very busy. The business is starting. I'm starting another side business and the clinic, and it's all over the place, but I'm happy. I'm very happy, but I'm very busy at the time. So, and I tend to put pressure on myself with trading. So I took a little break in October. You know, I was too Shira in the markets, so I had to step down a little bit.
So have you gotten back into the markets? Have you stepped back into the arena?
Yes. So I take a little trades here and there. So today I had a beautiful trade. So I had one RTY trade this morning for 3 hours. Then I had a losing trade on gold. I was watching the, just quickly, I had this 4-hour, let me remove this 4-hour uptrend for the pullback on gold connecting these two lows, okay? So we had a trend going on under this big selling pressure, right? So my focus was to, I was not going along today on gold. I was not comfortable. I felt it was heavy. So I was waiting for a short setup. So I really like to align myself when I day trade on what the 4-hour sentiment looks like. So I get out of trouble for one side of the trade. And today I wanted to get out of trouble for the bull side. So I waited for my trend to break. And then I got in, okay, here, because when I trade a breakout, okay, whether it's a support or a trend, I wait for the retest because I learned that I prefer to protect myself than to chase. And sometimes when it breaks, it just goes and it's impossible to catch this. So you end up chasing, having a very bad risk to reward. So because I've been burned so many times now, every breakout trade I take, I wait for the setup to show up again. So I set my alert on the 2 lines there, and then I took a short position. And my stop loss was just above this last swing high, right?
Okay.
So what happened is that I got stopped out. It reclaimed the trend. But guess who was ready to jump back in? I was.
Hey.
Guess who's back? Back again. So V was back, okay? I was back. And I love these setups, right? Because we reclaim the trend but fail, okay? So I had a very nice tight risk on this trade. I was risking $260 and I went for the 61.8 fib retracement from the low to the high. So I had a 5 hours trade. So guys, it's okay to have losing trades. Okay, here it's not because I suck at trading. It's because the cake was not ready yet. Okay, when you bake a cake, you take it out of the oven, you toothpick it. Oh, it's not ready. You put it back in. I put the cake back in and I was back to eat the cake later.
Any cake left?
Yeah, I mean, all of this. I didn't take it all.
All right. Well, you saved yourself by using a stop loss. And we were talking in the green room, and you wanted to start the conversation we were having today by talking about losing trades and stop losses. You said you had a very interesting conversation with a client the other day that you wanted to talk a little bit about it. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
Yeah, I think that stop losses are very important, okay? Because I work with many traders and they think they're so bad at trading and they're so discouraged. But they don't approach the market correctly. So they don't put their stop loss where it should be put. Most of the time, they will have very tight stop loss, and they will choose the stop based on the amount of money they are willing to risk. Meaning, they don't look at the chart to put their stop, but rather what feels comfortable for them. And I had another person the other day calculating his stop loss on the expected reward for the trade and then dividing by the R's, and then it was the result for his stop loss. And I was like, dude, I mean, if you want to short a trend break, okay, if you want to make a reversal trade, you need to pick the swing high. The chart is talking to you, okay? The chart is saying, hey, I'm not going any higher here. I broke the direction. So it looks like the master wants to go south, okay? So if I'm okay being short in this reversal trade, we should not take the high. Market structure, right?
Right.
If we're starting to downtrend, we're not taking the high. We might do a double top and stop me out, okay? I'm aware of that. But the thing is, I'm okay. If the trade will work, my stop should be here. Okay? It doesn't have to be here. Okay? I'm not a swing trader. I'm a day trader. Okay? So, but the guy was explaining, yeah, but you know, I'm gonna put it here. I entered here, so I'm gonna put it here. But I'm like, I get it. It could work. It could. But over a series of trade, this is the real stuff. Now, you might not be comfortable because it's too far away. I guess you'll pass on that trade. Right? You don't have to take every setup. If you find the risk too much, just don't take that trade. Wait for a tighter stop, right?
Or better trade location.
Exactly. So listen to the chart. The chart, I mean, it's beautiful. It's talking to us. It's talking to me. It said right here, okay, when we were at 1041, the chart told me, okay, I'm not going any higher. That's very important information. So the chart is always talking to us, and we need to understand basic market structure. So what is the price doing at a support, at a resistance? What is a swing high? What's a swing low? Why are these levels important? Where does my stop need to be? It's really, really basic, yet it's essential to put your stop at the right area so you're sure that when you're stopped out, the idea is not valid enough based on a purely technical analysis standpoint. Because if I get stopped out here, let's say I put my stop here and I get stopped out, I'm still under the trend and under my support. So the trade is still valid, right?
Right.
And you have more experience than me, so do not hesitate to step up here. But
so it sounds to me, Dr. V, like you were talking to somebody who was setting stops with making a financial decision, or the only amount that they want to risk. I want to take this trade, but I only want to risk $200. But that $200 stop doesn't invalidate the trade.
exactly.
So you have somebody there that's making decisions, risk decisions, not based on market generated information or what you're seeing on the charts. This person is making a decision based on, I only want to lose this much. And it's okay if you want to do that, but you still have to put your stop at a point of invalidation for the trade, and then look for your better trade location so you can risk less on the trade. I understand why people do that. Okay, I see this trade, but I only want to risk $200 on it. but I got to get in now. How does somebody kind of change that mindset to say, all right, I see this trade, the risk is more than I'm willing to risk on it at this level. But if I try and get a better trade location to lower my risk on it, I might miss the trade. How does somebody deal with, saying, okay, I only want to risk this much on the trade, so my entry has to be this close to my real invalidation of the trade, but I might miss
Yeah.
the trade. What do you tell somebody that you say, well, you're going to miss the trade then? If you can't take the risk, you demand that good trade location. If it doesn't get there, you're going to miss the trade, and you have to be okay with that.
Mm-hmm. So it's part of being uncomfortable, I guess. Okay. So if you're not comfortable with the risk, then you need to pass on the trade, I think. Also, if you want to be a trader, you need to be flexible, which means that not every trade setup will be perfect. Sometimes you might be a little late to the party. Knowing that I'm late to the party, I need to lower my sides, right? So, and again, I was talking to someone the other day too, and somebody in the chat said she looked pissed, but I'm not pissed, I'm just passionate. Okay. And I care so much about people that, yeah, sometimes I step on their toes because I'm like, it's breaking my heart. So it's passion. I'm really not pissed off. I'm very happy and very alive and kicking. But yeah.
We love that about
you. So I will take a deep breath here. Yeah. So what I find funny, I guess, and I was in that boat too, okay, is that we come in trading and we want to make ton of money. Okay, we're super motivated. We want to make money. We like the kind of lifestyle that can come with that. And every time we get punched in the face, we get pissed off, right? We're like, oh my gosh, the market punched me. It's so mean. Well, guess what? If you're not ready to box, you don't go in the ring. Trading is getting punched in the face every day, okay? And if you're not ready to suck it up, it's going to be a very hard journey. So I think we have to be ready to endure the pain and laugh about it. When they stop us out, okay, we know what they're doing. My stop is here, okay? They stop me out. But I know the game. If trading was easy, everybody would be making money. That's
Sure.
why they do this. They know the line is there. They know everybody's waiting to short here. So they do that. They fake us out. And people are getting long here, right? And then they say, no, I don't want to do this anymore. So they change direction all the time. It's a game of direction. And our job is to shut up and align. Okay? So if the cake is not ready now, that's okay. It's part of the deal. I lost a trade. Okay? No big deal because I'm getting excited. My alert is still on. So I'm going to be ready if we lose the trend again. And guess what? They could fake me out again.
Mm-hmm.
So if that trend was breaking for me, I was out of my trade above the line, of course, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes it's just horrible. Okay? They like the level, so they hug it the whole day. Okay, so at some point you need to have a limit of trades also. If I have 3 losers in a row on gold, I'm done. It's not working, you know? But we have to be ready. I think we have to be first ready to say, okay, when I take a trade, I invest money in it and I lost that money. It's a business expense. I'm investing money in a trade to make more, but that money is gone. And if I'm not okay with that amount gone, I need to lower my size. So losing the right way, it is so important. And this is exactly that. Losing the right way. My stop made sense. Okay? They took me out. Okay. And it's not because I have a losing trade here that I lose my confidence in the execution. I do it again when I have my criteria met. Go back in. You got punched in the face. Guess what? I get punched in the face. I go back. I'm here. Come. I'm ready, right? But at some point, I call it a day too because I don't want to die there.
First of all, anything that punches you in the face, they got to come talk to me. They got to get through me first. But second of all, quite often we can have a trade on and we can have our stop in what we believe is just the right position in the right spot. But sometimes we're not the only ones that are in that trade, and all the stops are kind of accumulating above that most recent swing high or swing low. Sometimes these stop levels become obvious whether we realize it or not, and they will come find those stops. Is that what you're kind of talking about when you see an opportunity, you get stopped out, and the opportunity still presents itself as kind of the cake not being finished, and you'll give that 3 tries, and then you'll say, that's it. If they keep finding that stop, then they're done. And again, if anybody's going to punch you, they got to come through me. How do you deal with putting or recognizing when your stop might be in a popular place? I call it a popular spot, right? Everybody's stops are right there. Maybe it's above an initial balance high or a low or a swing high or a swing low. When you're in a spot where the stop looks obvious, do you adjust anything in your strategy, in your mind? And then after this, we're going to get to the questions. I swear to God, we will.
For me, it's difficult to know if it's obvious or not. I'm just very technical. Yeah, I'm going to stick it a little bit above the swing high. Okay. Maybe not at the swing high, like a little bit above. But I don't know that. But what I know is based on my data, when I trade a reversal from my trend breaks, when I put the stop at the swing high for a short, it's a good place to put it. I'm okay with that stuff. When it works, right? And when it doesn't work, it's still a paper cut. It's like a little stop. It's not a big thing, right? I enter here. My stop is, look at the distance, right? I'm not going to die from this. It's a paper cut.
Right.
And then I make this trade when I'm right. And yes, I was balling this trade because I knew this trend was important. So I was having conviction to hold. Okay. Usually I try to discipline myself to go to 3 R's. Okay. But I mean, I had conviction in that trade. So when you look at this distance and you look at this distance, I'm okay to lose, right? I don't care.
Right. Now, Dr. V, when you look at that trade, it's a wonderful trade. I mean, that's like 5-to-1 reward over risk.
Yes.
Fantastic trade.
Yeah.
What do you feel about what was left on the table?
I don't care. I really don't care because I got 5 R's. Like, that's amazing. And yesterday I was shooting for levels because I trade higher time frame levels. And what could be the problem with those levels is that sometimes it's too far away from the trade location, right? So yesterday I had this very painful experience of having 2 trades, a beautiful short on YM, a beautiful short on RTY, being 2 losing trades because I was holding for my level and I was doing something else at the same time because during the day I don't have time to look at my trades. So I just take the bracket and I leave it alone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And usually I have this 3 R's target if I don't have any level in front of me, or I use the fib retracement. Okay, but yesterday I was doing a little experiment. I said, oh, we have last month's high that is not too far away for YM. So I'm going to hold for that. And then I had a 4-hour trade turning back on me and a 3-hour trade turning back on me. That was not good trade management, okay? But it's difficult. And I think, and I don't know what you have to say about that, because I mean, you're a very experienced trader, the best. But what happens is that the trade management part, at least for me, the profit target sometimes is a bit difficult, because when I don't hold, they go for it. And when I take my profit,
Seems
they
that way,
go.
doesn't it?
Yes, it seems, it's a perception. I'm totally aware, but it's funny. It's a funny thing, So you're like, okay, it's the trader curse, I guess, right? So what
What would
was
you
your
say to somebody? What would you say to somebody who just had that 5-hour win that left the extra 2-hour, on the table, and I call it on the table, and I don't consider it that way. I feel the way you do. If the trade is successful and it plans out the way I want it to, that's it. I don't get bummed if there's more to it, but a lot of folks do. A lot of people would actually be more upset about missing those 2 extra R's than the actual 5-hour win that they had. What would you say to somebody who is of that ilk that says, it was a good trade, I got 5-hour on it, but there were 2 left in it, and I'm really bummed that I missed those?
So I would say to them, how can you be mad at yourself for something you couldn't have forecast in the first place, right? How could you know? How could I know gold would do that? I was ready to get stopped out. How could I know it would work so well and so fast? Because sometimes it also works, but it takes 5 hours, So because I don't see in the future, I cannot be mad at myself for missing those 2 hours. You could be mad at yourself knowing gold would do that and then stopping yourself out before. But because we don't know, we need a trading plan. And then we need to keep that data. So I'm going to keep that data in my file, okay? I'm going to say, when gold breaks a 4-hour up or down trend, usually I can aim for 6-7 hours, because 80% of my higher time frame trend breaks give me 5 hours. So that is data. It's not perception. So I would do that. I would take my money based on my plan. And then after a series of trade, I would look back and say, hey, I could take more. But trade after trade, I don't have that idea. And we have a very, like you said, it's a perception, right? It's like when we break all-time high, I'm holding for the rest of the day, okay? And then it goes all the way back to the level. But when I cut my trade, it closed at the high, right? So it's like, seriously.
Always seems to be that way. That's why I'll have one on and I'll sell one for the rally.
Yeah.
Because then the market will think I'm short, and then it'll keep going. It'll keep going higher. Right? Little tricks. None of it works, but we like to think it does.
Exactly.
All right.
So question.
Yes. Starting at the top. This is from Huyen. Dr. V, do you concern for your mind and health during the day and long term if you always trade at night during the nighttime? Are you concerned about your health and mind 24/7, even though you only trade at night?
Yeah, I mean, you need to select the time frame that fits your day. And again, if you trade at night, I mean, it depends where you live, right? And I would not, lack sleep to trade. So you put your bracket on if you want to do an overnight trade or in the evening, and you let it go. And then if you feel it's stressful for you and you need to look at your position, so you have your phone in your bed. I never did that, by the way, but some people do. So, I mean, if you're staring at your phone and you cannot go to sleep with a trade on, maybe it's not a good time frame for you, right? Or
Sure.
maybe for a 2-to-1, a quick one and done trade. You need to. There is no one good formula for all. I guess you need to test different things and then find what fits you. You need to be comfortable when you trade. It's a performance job. So I would feel with your body, like, what do I feel? Do I feel tense, stressed? Can I go to sleep or not? And if you're having trouble sleeping, you might have your answer. So trust yourself on that, I would say.
Yes. And Hoyen, be as healthy as you can 24/7, no matter when you're trading. The healthier you are, the better trader you're going to be. All right. Mo.
It's an inside out journey. It's from the inside out. Okay. You need to be happy, in a happy place, like Happy Gilmore. Okay. Find that happy place. And then your trading will get better. And go to the gym. Okay. If you lack discipline, go to the gym. I'm telling you, it's working. It's wonderful.
So true, Doctor. I've always said, and I've been saying for years, that happy traders are better traders. You have to enjoy what you're doing if you're going to be good at it for a long period of time. And when I was a prop trader in the S&Ps, there were a couple. They called them trading therapists in the office, and I'd come up, and even if I had a good day, I would be upset about something that had happened. And they told me, and I thought they were crazy. They told me, tomorrow when you're in the pit, just stand there with a smile on your face. Just smile. Just stand there with a smile on your face. Don't worry about what anybody else is thinking. No matter what everybody's looking at you, just stand there with a smile on your face. And you will probably feel better because you're standing there with a smile on your face. And I said, you guys are crazy. I
So
tried it the
amazing.
next day, and you know what? It works. It's like, it's like when you put on a new suit or you put on a brand new dress and you look good, you kind of feel better from the outside in. And, put that smile on your face and enjoy what you're doing, because you're going to be so much better at it if you do enjoy it, if you feel good about it, and all of those things. Mo has a question for you, Doctor. I mean, we probably hear this question quite a bit, but it's always a great question. I tend to make the same mistakes repeatedly, and unfortunately, I often realize them only after reaching the point of maximum loss. Make the same mistakes repeatedly and don't realize it until I'm too far gone. What would you tell somebody? What would you tell Mo on this, Doctor?
It's a very complex question because I don't know what's the mistake. But if you keep doing the same mistake, you need to be first really aware of what is the trigger usually. When is the last moment when you were conscious of what you were doing and what happened? So you really need to dissect here. Trigger, thoughts, emotions, behavior. Right? Cognitive behavioral therapy. It's very important to identify that. And I would go back to sim, like real sim, you go back to practice, okay? Because you cannot go on a game day if your shooting is all off, okay? You need to go back and practice that shot until it's perfect. The executions should be something that we never think about. I was just following the rules, right? Let's say that I was working for a prop firm today, okay, and they said, hey, you had a losing trade on gold. What the hell happened? I would say, hey, it's not my fault. I was following the rules, okay? So your process has to become like that you don't think before you execute a trade. Like the baseball player, imagine if he thinks before he swinging the ball, right? If you think about what you're doing during a performance, it's ruined, right? Or if you think about the outcome, even worse. So I would say that there is something very emotional there, okay? Obviously. What happens? Is it after a losing trade? Is it because you're too impatient and you force the entries? Okay, what is happening for you? And then you go take awareness bits by bits in sim trading, okay? Because your brain doesn't make a difference for the process side of things between sim and trading live, okay? It's the same process. So make it perfect first, okay, in sim, and then you go from there.
So I guess I mean, of course, you're always right, doctor. We don't know what the mistakes are. Because, of course, we don't know Mo. What makes Mo believe that they're mistakes? Is it just because they may be losing trades? Or are there other mistakes like moving stops, those kinds of things that we all know are things that we shouldn't be doing? So Mo,
Yeah.
you know, in a flow state, yeah, you would be able to just execute your plan without question, without worry. It's very, getting into that flow state is something that takes a long time to try and get into. And then there's always those little things that we do that we're not sure whether they're intuition or their impulse. So, if you find yourself taking impulsive trades and not being able to really understand if those impulse trades are impulse or intuition, ask yourself these little words before you do anything. And doctor, please tell me if I'm wrong on this, but Mo, start with asking yourself before you do anything, is this in my best interest? 5 words. Takes 1 second. Say it out loud. Is this in my best interest? In other words, what I'm about to do is in my plan and is not an impulse. Impulses are FOMO, chasing, anger, fear, greed, all of those things that cause us to take action without thought. Asking yourself before you do anything, Mo, is this in my best interest? Takes that 1 second and takes it from an impulse, which you don't think about, you just do, to, okay, now I have to think about what I'm about to do. Now that's a little different, Dr. V, from what you were just saying is, if you have a plan, you shouldn't have to think about executing that plan, which is a flow state, which is a wonderful place to be, difficult to get to. But do you think that Mo could be helped just by asking himself those 5 simple little words? Is this in my best interest before you do anything? Would that be something that might help Mo?
Yeah, I like asking a question, but maybe I would ask, am I following the rules instead? Because if you ask your brain, is it in my best interest? Your brain will say yes, because your brain is trying to avoid pain. And trading is painful. So what the brain does, the brain moves the stop, the brain takes profit too soon. It's in its best interest. Hey, we have money, just take it, right? But that's here it's a very different business with very different skills. So no, it probably will not be in your best interest for your natural way of thinking, at least. But you need a trader brain. That's the thing.
Right.
You cannot trade with your normal brain. So I really happy that you say something about it, because we tend to lose that. How did it go for me? How did I reach the stage where now I execute when I should and I don't think about it? So I'm very happy that you say, hey, hold on here. Like, yeah, but what happened? How did you managed to get there. And I think it's very important. So how I managed to get there, at some point, I said, if I want to make it, because I really want to make it, okay? If I want to make it, I will have to follow the rules. I have no choice.
Mm-hmm.
I will have to sit on my hands and let the price come to my target. I will have to leave the stop where it is. And then after a series of trade, I know that every trade is a data point. Every trade I take following my rules is important because I'm learning, you know? So yeah, I think I would ask myself, am I following the rules? And your rules should be not a long list, okay? A couple of points that you are respecting.
Right.
So your brain gets it faster. But if you wait for 20 things to be in confluence, then you end up overwhelmed, you know? Clean your charts. Right here, I have a bunch of stuff because I was calculating my profit and everything.
Yeah,
but
right.
my charts are like this when I trade.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's naked. It's simple. So I don't, because I get too overwhelmed if I have too much information. And
No
imagine
paralysis
that.
by analysis.
What's that?
No paralysis by analysis there.
Exactly. So let's say that yesterday's opening price was here. I would be scared to short here because then opening price of yesterday is there. So it could bounce here. So I'm going to doubt my execution. But if I keep on my chart only what I need to take a trading decision, then I'm good to go. You know, it might not work, but it will reduce the analysis paralysis. Exactly.
All right, we got to take a quick look back at the markets here. We've got the Nasdaq putting in close to new session lows here. Currently trading 25,613. We've got the S&Ps near session lows here is 6801. Crude oil coming back off the session highs here a little bit. Currently trading 60.53. And gold taking another swipe at the session lows here, but not quite getting there. 39.50 last. 39.50 last in gold. New lows here. Just hit those in the Nasdaq. New session lows. Markets are continuing to be weak here in the equities and in gold. All right, doctor. We've got Eric has a question for you. You ready for Eric's question?
I'm ready.
Let's go. All right. Eric will absolutely slay for like a week. And then he gives it all back to the market. The setups are back tested. I know they work. Something that just happens in my brain where I start making exceptions to my trade plan when I am winning. What is this self-sabotage? This isn't something I do myself outside of trading. So I'm trying to understand what is happening to my brain. He's killing it. Decides he's going to start making his own decisions and make exceptions to his trade plan, which he knows wins. And this isn't something that he does outside of trading. What is up with Eric? And Eric, thank you for the question. Really looking forward to the doctor's answer on this.
It's going to be a very simple one. So the problem is he doesn't respect his plan. He makes exceptions. So when he makes exceptions, he gives money back to the market. You know, so why he needs to make exception? What happens then? You know, that there's a need there behind the behavior. What is it? Is it because after a winning streak, we sometimes are overconfident? Like, again, what is the trigger? Just before you have an exception day, what happens? And sometimes it's because we don't feel worthy of the money. We make too much money. I mean, we need to get used to that at some point. You know, when we start making money and like we take payouts or we have like a salary from trading, it can feel a bit odd in the beginning because it was so hard to begin with and for so long. And then you reach that point and you're like, wow, like, am I here? Like, am I really here? And also, it's too much. Like, I don't feel like, I don't know, my best friend, she's working so hard and I just made her, I don't know, like a person's salary, a monthly salary in 1 week. So it might feel a bit odd again for the brain. So I would go back to my answer, what I said before. So it's not you, Eric, it's the exceptions. But I'm pretty sure you're aware of that. But then what happens? That your brain thinks that it needs to make an exception here. And I would go back to mechanical trading. If you are on a winning streak, take a day off, take 2 days off. Okay, you don't have to trade every day. Relax. It's a long-term journey here. We relax, okay? And then identify how you feel before you take an exception. And go back to your mechanics because your mechanics work. So just stop doing exceptions, stop. And if you cannot stop consciously, there's a force there. What is it? Okay, Ed Sekoda would say, everybody find what they're looking for in the market. So what are you looking for? What is the market exposing for you personally in that behavior? Inward journey. I know sometimes we're not ready for that, okay? But that's a spiritual journey, like it or not. And it's hard work. And the hard work is not learning technical analysis. Okay? The hard work is meeting yourself, getting to know yourself. How do I start? Start by your mistakes. Your mistakes are a blessing. It's the market whispering to you. Okay? And take that in. It's very important. The markets love you, I promise.
And Eric, you got to love yourself too. Somebody told me right after I got my first badge walking onto the trading floor, hey, congratulations. Remember, you can make anything you think you're worth. So, Eric, you've got a plan that's working, and for whatever reason, you're making exceptions. And like Dr. V said, if those exceptions are being made because you're doing well and you're thinking you're bigger and better than the market, you keep getting humbled because nobody is bigger and better than the market. But if you're doing that because what you're doing seems too easy, maybe you feel like you're making too much money in it. This is, something I dealt with for quite a while when I first started trading. And one of the ways that it was kind of told to me to think about this is, Eric, with your plan, and if you were to follow it with no exceptions and you were to become wildly successful as a trader, think of all the wonderful things you'd be able to do for others.
Exactly.
Think of the wonderful things you'd be able to do to teach others what you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you deserve to be successful in this, and know that some people find success frightening or scary, or something that's going to change them as a person and maybe change others around them, and that does happen.
Yeah.
Your friends, when they start seeing you making more money, they may get jealous. They may not want to be around you anymore, and if that's the case, they were never your friends to begin with. You know, I've seen people get a little bit crazy when they start making big money on their own. They think everybody wants something from them, but that's a personal choice that you can make that choice. And I hope that you have the opportunity to make that choice by becoming very successful at this. There's a lot of things that can cause what Eric is going through and what many people go through in trading. Just give yourself the chance to go through it, Eric. Follow the plan. When you start feeling like making exceptions, like Dr. V says, that's your time to take a break.
Yeah.
One of the
I
things
think
that I
it's
did.
just,
Go ahead,
no,
doctor.
go ahead. No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, you know, if I had a winning streak, you know, I get a 2-week winning streak and I start to feel the pressure of keeping that streak going, that's
Mhm.
when the exceptions would start coming in for me. So instead of having a huge losing day because I'm throwing everything out the window because all I'm trying to do is keep that streak going, I would take a day off. End of streak, come back the following day, no win streak to hold up. Just look for the next good trade. There's lots of
I like
tricks that you
that.
can use. Good.
I really like it's exactly that. I think the pressure of the winning streak, right? That we're like, oh, I win every day, right? So when we don't win the next day, it's like it's weird. Oh, I'm gonna win
What?
the next one. Oh,
I'm going to win today.
yeah, exactly. I mean, we're prepared for it. And then, okay, the first trade doesn't work. The second trade doesn't work. The third trade doesn't work. And then we make an exception. We take a fourth one. You know, but in baseball, again, you get 3 strikes. Whatever your contract was last year, even if you made 6 millions because you were the greatest player last year, guess how many strikes you get this year?
Mm-hmm.
The same amount. You know, so winning streak are also, we might need a break from them too. And I really like the reset thing. And it's a hard job, guys. It's really, really, really difficult for our brain because we're trying to be the opposite of a human many times in trading. Like, we're okay to lose money. Like, what is that? Right? Oh,
So
it
true.
doesn't matter. I'm gonna get ready to jump back in again. Haha, I just lost $250. That's so much fun, right? It's not normal. So
Yeah,
your
normal
brain, I
doesn't work.
believe, exactly. So it's so weird. Your brain will say, hey, you just lost $250. Like, why are you back in? When you see a bear, you don't go back in the forest to see the bear again. Like, what is wrong with you, right? So
Yeah, don't poke the bear with the stick. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. But you know, that's Tom Hoogard said that, and he said it very well. I mean, it's normal doesn't work in trading. Human beings are not hardwired to be successful at this because we're always avoiding the pain. Always avoiding pain. If we're in a loss, we don't want to take the loss, so we avoid it and we create a bigger loss. We're in a win, we
yes.
want to take the win because we don't want that win to become a loss. Everything is based on fear, and if you trade that way, it's going to be a rough road. Accept the risk. You know, traders that I've known have actually said verbally out loud, "Okay, good," after they've taken a loss, because they view it as buying information from the marketplace or a tuition or whatever it is. They're not looking at it as a loss. They're looking at it as something to learn from. So, Eric, we're looking forward to your eventual success. We're looking forward to all of your success, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. Of course, we know that that's not really possible, but I think a lot more people could get to greater degrees of success. You know, doctor, I feel like everybody has this one picture of success in trading, and that is big money. There's so many different degrees and levels of success before you even get anywhere near close to that, and you've got to celebrate those as well, right?
Yes. Compare yourself with yourself. I tend to compare myself to like traders with 10 years, 20 years of experience. And I'm like, oh, I'm not there yet, you know, and I talk to myself and I'm like, oh, I should do this, or I should have done that. But I need to relax, right? I need to compare myself with myself. And even like just this year, like I learned so much. My execution is getting better and better. My market reading is getting better and better, you know? So you need to really, yes, just see your progress, because you are making progress, most probably. Maybe not as fast as you want, but take the time and go back. As soon as you will understand that you need to follow these rules, the faster you'll get there. And when I say you'll get there, what I mean by there is in that place where the reward is following your plan, because 80% of people don't. I'm very proud of my losing trade, you know, like it's a rewarding that I can lose. Before I couldn't lose. I was not happy. I was revenge trading, you know? So that's a big win for me. Yeah.
Folks, we get Nasdaq creeping down towards that close of that that weekend gap, which continuing to push to the downside here, but a little bit of bounce in the S&Ps, but finally we may get our gap close in the Nasdaq. All right, Doctor, I think we've got time.
I love the bears. I love bears.
I think we've got time for one more question, and James is asking, thank you for taking our questions, Dr. V. Of course, we really appreciate all the time that you give us here, Dr. V. We all love you very much. But James has been trading and able to pass challenges, pass trading combines. But when he gets into the XFA, which is the Express Funded Account, I tend to have trading anxiety and will miss the move. What's the recommendation? There's definitely more skin in the game when you get to the XFA, Doctor. What would you suggest for James?
So I would suggest one micro contract. Okay. I would suggest, because the platform Topstep X is awesome for risk management. You set yourself $100 max loss per day. You have trades with $30 or $50 of risk, right? And then you go with micros and you do exactly the same thing as you do in your sim account. Your brain knows how, but because you think about the outcome, now you think you are different, but your brain is doing it. You can make it. So you continue to execute the same way. You take the smallest size possible and you reduce your amount of trades. You take maybe 3 trades a day, and then you assess yourself. Okay, so slowly, it's normal when we go live. Again, we need to shut down the brain and say, hey, it's fine. We know how to do this. It's like, again, the game day for the player. He's been practicing the whole summer. And then the first game of the season is today, right? So you need, it's a performance job. So you need that, again, that mindset, that flow, you know, you're not thinking.
Right. Now, somebody in the chat says, just stop caring. Is that the right thing to do?
I think so. I think the market rewards indifference.
So you want to be just trade carefree and just not care less.
Yeah, but when we say carefree, because one of my good friends was saying that the other day, and it's not I don't care, like, oh, I'm going to put my stop, whatever. It's just I don't care when the plan is on. When the cake is in the oven, there is nothing else I can do, right? That's my trade, I guess, for today. That's my setup. And I don't care about the outcome because I did my job. I won. If you do everything correctly, you have a winning trade. The money will never be your reward because you could make a lot of money gambling and you're not a trader. So making money is not a sign that you're a good trader. Your methodology is, though.
Awesome. Dr. V, absolute pleasure having you here today. I got
Yes.
1 minute left. If you have any last comments that you'd like to impart upon our traders who love you so much, and looking forward to having you back again very, very soon. But any last comments that you'd like to say?
Yeah, I would say that trading is a very, very hard journey, okay, very hard endeavor. And if you need to work with someone at some point, please reach out. Okay. I have so many nice comments with people I work with, people that are smiling from ear to ear saying, oh my gosh, it makes sense. Oh my, thank you so much. You know, after sometimes one session, they're like, they were ready, they get the coach, and then they're like, okay, I'm good to go. So sometimes you need that extra like little push from someone else, somebody that will look at your trades, look into your brain with you and try to identify stuff. So here it's not a sales pitch, it's a mind game. Okay. So take care of your mind, take care of your body, and you go slow, please. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, Dr. V. And you've certainly made me smile today, and I know you've made all of our traders smile today. Again, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you back again here very soon. I always really enjoy the time that we get to hang out together, and blessings to you. So, folks, it's Power Hour coming up here. We got Doom coming up. Andre and Dolby and Doom coming up for the end of the day. This is Topstep TV, folks. Stick around. Let's go. And thank you again, Dr. V.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Oh, yes, it is Power Hour, the last hour of the trading day, and Topstep TV, the man in the middle, very fired up in the green room. Doom in the house to the right. We got Dolby time. Doom, welcome aboard. You have an open position. First of all, what were you fired up about? And welcome to Power Hour.
Oh
Let's
man,
do this.
I'm fat on the day, but I got top ticked on my live account. That very, very top where I took revenge on that combine and worked out. Well, I had the set literally $30 got me into the DOL. Anyways, great day for you, boy. I'm holding a little runner for the show from the very almost tippity top at 883 even.
Oh,
and if we don't bounce here, our sassy mistress is cooked. I could see mid 400s, low 400s, or we stay here into the
Today?
close. Who knows?
Today. All right.
Today.
Shoot. Well, without further ado, let's get right into it. We like to play a game called Above Below here on Power Hour. I'm going to ask Doom, what do you think the closing price in the NQ will be? We'll put up a poll and traders in the chat.
Oh, closing?
Yeah, above or below.
Oh, sheesh.
Put you on the spot.
Could be a good one.
461. 461 at best.
Let's do it. 25,461. Above, below. What will the...
Perfect.
All right. Here we go. Last trade, 25,594. Dolby in the green room. We were talking about gap fill. Everyone's talking about the gap fill in the NQ. What price do we have for that? Not too far from that.
I have five. Well, I'm in the MNQs. It's like 569. For Nasdaq, let me pull it up. It is 570 and 3/4. It was, I think, a little bit closer in the regular minis, but technically did not fill, and I think that is irksome. And I don't think the market likes it. So let's see if we can fill that gap. And then anything is possible after that, Dre. I think it's game on as soon as that gap gets filled, whether or not we bounce 300 points or fall over 300 points.
Expect the unexpected, the tip of the week. All right, poll is up. Let's take a look at some of the other prices. ES trading 68.02, made session lows at 67.94 in the orders. Look at this. Gold continuing to sell off. Last trade in gold, 39.43. Crude is trading $60.51.
I'm doomed. I'm looking at 39.14 and a half for gold. We break here, it's toast. And it's even more scary because Nasdaq and gold are moving in the same direction. Something's going to give. It's Power Hour. We could see that huge cucumba or not. There's definitely going to be something. Quite a day so far.
It is. Technical sell off a little bit. Dolby time, let's break it down. What are you seeing in the NQ right now? Again, Doom short a runner. If only we had a runner. Well, Doom indeed does. Short for 25,883. Dolby time, let's do the damn thing.
Let us do it. Let's do some range breakdown in the micro Nasdaq. So we had a nice range base on the daily at around 25,892. We kind of broke through, we absolutely broke through that today. So I consider this a breakout to the downside off the daily. We've also seen a range under range formation happen on the 4 hour, also with lower highs at highs. So I am absolutely bearish with Doom here. You know, if the name of the game is to try to keep on doing what the market's been doing, buyers are not doing a very good job of making higher highs here. So the ranges, I think, have been few and far between because the volatility has been pretty high today. But the major levels that used to be great ranges have totally failed. So I think this is a market waiting to find some buyers, and I might have to move around quite a bit before that happens. It's like we found some buyers right here.
Yeah, there you go. We are seeing a little bit of a pop here in the Nasdaq. 25,616 prints. Same there in the ES. 68.04 last trade. About 10 points off the highs. Quick Delta update. We have ES minus 12,000 and NQ minus 2,000. All right, we got the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. 53 minutes till the closing bell. 43 minutes till MOC. Also, we've got earnings after the bell. We got AMD, SMCI. See how that plays out right now.
That has to be nerve-wracking, Dre. Imagine being those companies having to do earnings. The market's already down 1.8%. Just the slightest thing they could say. Oh, man. A lot of responsibility. No NVIDIA to come and bail them out. They're a little bit later.
All eyes on those earnings after the bell. Again, tune into At the Buzzer. They'll have all the coverage on that. So what levels we liking here?
Dre, I think the 640s to 650s could be an interesting short opportunity if we can pull back that far enough. I think if we're like really, really bullish, then maybe you like the shorts right here, right now for sort of a support becomes resistance sort of stair step trade to the downside. I'm trying to be a little bit better of like looking at the macro kind of picture on the charts. So not getting so locked in on like a 1 minute or a 5 minute chart, but looking at something a little bit bigger. So what would be like the largest time frame that we could take this trade on and have it still make sense? I think around the 640s, we have hour low. So 2 little points that might be good. A 30-minute had another little support as well. So I'm looking at these 640s for potential short.
All right, 640s last trade, 25,600. Doom, what prices you got your eyes on in the NQ? Chat is fired up to have Doom back in Power Hour.
I'm 50-50 on just letting Auto Trail to take me out on this trade, or just let it go. I don't see this climbing back to where we started, so safe. Just going to hold it into the liquidation, man, see how it goes. Still definitely fired up and butthurt about getting top ticked on the live account. Also missed out at AMD, but hey, tomorrow's a new day, plenty of opportunity in the market.
Hey, tomorrow's not, or today's not done, Doom. Let's see what happens here. Getting
52 more minutes.
Even right now, it really depends on a person's horizon, is what I meant. Like if you're looking for 300-point runs, very hard at this time of day, in my opinion. But hey, it's Nasdaq. You never know. We've seen it wild out before into the close. Big green, big red candles. People shifting buckets, money, coins. You never know. You never know. I love it, man. I love it.
Speaking of coins, take a look at micro Bitcoin closing in on 100,000 even. Let's trade 100,720. About $450 off the lows of 100,245. We got a little bit of a pump here in the ES 6805 last trade. On the ladder.
So dollar. You been watching the DXY at all, Dre?
I have. There is, yes. What are you seeing?
It's at kind of a interesting area technically. So it had a really big range between, let's say, 100, give or take, 50 to 75 cents, and like 115. And then it broke down through the hundreds, found some support at 97s, and now it's coming back up into the 100s again. So I'm kind of wondering if the DXY can start pushing back up within that range between 100 and 115, we're going to start seeing some pressure on gold. So technically, it could be setting up. It's getting interesting.
Dolby. I was looking at that correlation matrix last night.
MRCI.
Yes, absolutely. And there is play going on there.
Cool.
Interest rates are holding just beneath 4.1%. Be bringing some strength into the dollar. Yes, gold selling off a lot today. 39.44 last trade there. Poll is up. We can close the poll now. 62% are saying above. Doom's closing price 25,461. So the aboves.
I'm just waiting on you to say gold ain't done yet to add one more, be honest.
Well, gold is done. Gold is done for the time being. Gold is absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think another trade idea is a gap fill long. That could be pretty interesting. Can we just theoretically put some bids in between like 50 and 70 and see if we can get sort of a rundown there and then just an absolute capital V bounce into close.
6805 last trade ES. And we do have, we're talking about the earnings after the bell. We have EDP private payrolls tomorrow, 7:15 a.m. The only real jobs report we're going to get this week, again, government shutdown day number 35, 36, closing in on a record here. So
they're going to get the record, right?
I think so. Yeah, let's make history. But there might be some more focus on that ADP number tomorrow morning. It's a private payrolls or non-farm, as farm farm payrolls. But private payrolls with ADP tomorrow morning before the bell, 7:15 opening call. All the coverage is there. Take a look at that Nasdaq, 25,606. I'll ask you this, Doom. I'll ask you this: what would be the scariest trade right now if you were flat?
Ooh,
looking at the Nasdaq, what would be the scariest trade to execute?
Front run a short. Front
Short?
run a short because we definitely had some move. It would be front run a short. Definitely went on the pullback. Maybe 678. Maybe 660 also looks good, but definitely front running a short at the low. It's scary stuff. Have I done it before? Yes. I ain't got the setup down here yet for it, so that makes it scary. Front running a short. It's less scary than buying it. At least you have clear where your stop would be. You put it at the low, a little bit above the low, below the low, relatively close to the last low, and you don't have to overthink it. You know where your stop on a long would be, but where your stop on a short would be. Today's high. You really want that?
Oh,
today's high. Oh man.
Or as I said, something that Coach Dakota been going over that the stop could be the better entry. Your stop would be above the previous, let's say, 5-minute two highs, which is what 660, 680. Might as well just wait. If the market gives you that, try to short there. But yeah, trying to short the low is very scary stuff.
Yeah.
That was the trade today.
I mean, I'm kind of thinking 45s to 65s might be an interesting range to short.
All right. There's Michael Patak in the chat. Can't get out of this hole. Done down for the day at 1K. I believe the watermark. Yeah, himself out a little bit. Nice job, Michael. Locking it up. Well done. Definitely manageable for the following day. That's the name of the game. Live to trade another day, but we are pushing higher here in the ES 6808 and Q 25,621.
So, Doom, after a day like today, do you take the following day off, recoup, try to rebuild some mental capital? You just back at it again?
Well, I'm in Silverado position, so I'll be on the charts, but I definitely will be not skittish, cautious of entering into day trades. What's tomorrow? Wednesday?
Yeah, October.
Yeah, middle of the week is one of the ideal days for me because everybody's at work and I can go hit the beach and it's nice and open and there's nobody and the kid can.
Oh, that sounds beautiful.
And just, yeah. So, thanks, Toby. Actually, that might what will go on the plate for tomorrow. To be honest with you. So, I haven't thought about tomorrow. I know what I did today. Tomorrow, most likely, beach day on Wednesday. Wife is probably watching this. Babe, we're going to the beach.
Mrs. Doom. Send her regards. Mrs. Doom, how's Mrs. Doom's trading journey been going?
Oh, still chilling. Busy with other things. She gardening. I'm very fortunate to have acquired even more palm trees. Yes, and the necessary stuff to plant them. My lower back can confess to that too.
Ooh. All right, 68-10 last trade in the ES. Nasdaq grinding higher here. 25,630. Now 633's trade. Buyers are stepping in.
They are.
Not technically fill the gap. In the
Getting up to those 45 to 60s. Let's see if we get a little bit of resistance there. Got a couple 1-hour candle lows right around there.
What are we seeing at those 40s again, Dolby time?
There are 2 candlestick lows on the 1 hour right at 646. So there was one at 4 o'clock this morning. There was one at 11 o'clock this morning. And there was a half-hour bar, too, that closed right around 640s. So we bounced there twice, and so now it could be a support becomes resistance thing. But just on a larger time frame. So this is like a 30-minute to 1 hour time frame.
Good stuff. Again, Doom short from, what are you short from? 25,883.
know.
About
Way
10
up there.
points off.
That-
Yeah,
That's
Dave.
where it kicked me out of my life, man. Every time I look at it, I'm
Doom.
just get. You know when the market kicks you in the nuts so bad that your head hits the moon. That's one of those days for me. I just lift off the ground. But hey, I've been through it before. It'll most likely happen again. Today was just mixed emotions about it. Gold dancing on the bottom of the 5-minute opening range. Interesting day on gold. I started looking at it again. Next thing I know, I'm in a trade for like 3 days now. So somehow everybody moved from like Nasdaq through Asia to gold. Yeah, I was like, okay, well, we're not going to be like completely late for that party.
It's a crazy trade in the overnight. It is. It's just overnight Nasdaq. I feel like it's like a nightclub for all the people who just want volatility at night.
Oh, yes, there's a line to get. All right, Bitcoin, micro Bitcoin closing in on 100,000 even. We are $250 away. Just made new lows, 100,100 in MBT. Definitely spiked lower there. Will we get to it? MBT got closing on 100,000. Let's take a look at the ES. ES saw some rejection up around 68.10. And saw, wow, 40s. Wow, 25,640. Saw some rejection. And we are now beneath 100,000. 100,000, the MBT. It was 99,890.
Bye, Bitcoin.
What's Taylor doing?
Interesting. ES just landed back into the 5-minute opening range and just been sitting there in the past.
Crypto is just getting smoked
2
right
hours?
now. XRP's down 9%.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's down 6.6%.
It's not done.
It is. There's a lot of red over here.
Look how
Palantir's
big-
down 9%. Oh, it's ugly out there. Reddit's down 7.7. Tesla's down 4.5.
Uh-oh.
Nvidia's down 3.4. Apple's up 0.2. Sell some more iPhones, buddy.
Say Nvidia. What was Nvidia? Hopefully still.
Nvidia down 3.45.
What?
Percent.
Impossible. That's impossible. Oh, okay.
It's impossible.
ES just
Never
a holding pattern here. 6809.
You
Walking up to
mentioned
60.
Tesla.
What's up,
It's
dude?
wild what it did for like 3 sessions and 1 overnight.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just Tesla. Even before I was trading solely options, I never got into trading Tesla. It was just so out of my balance that.
That's the club that you don't want to join.
Now, I know people that made it big, gave it back, made it big again, gave it back, and never made it big again. Just solely trading Tesla options. So, no, not
Man.
my.
It's like a novel right there.
Yep. Gonna roll this thing over. We're selling coming here in the NQ 25,606. ES.
Let's go, baby.
05.
What price did I give you guys for? Was it 460?
You don't even remember? You don't remember the price you gave us?
I'm like a
661.
wine bottle hole, bro. Once the cord goes out.
461. 461.
Dude, Doom is the
I get that.
best.
Yep. See if they want to go test the
Doom
lowest.
is the
More
best.
selling coming in Dolby times 640s.
Yeah. I mean, I can kind of explain what we're seeing there. So this is actually a teaching moment from, and if we hit lows, I'll come back to it. From last week, we took a trade in the house account off the 1-minute chart that was stair-stepping lows. And my journal note, we ended up getting stopped out on that trade. And my journal note was that, if you're looking for a trade on the 1 minute or a 30-second or a smaller time frame, like go to a second chart and then start sizing up to see, what might be a same idea, but on a larger time frame. And so we were on the 1 minute, looking at this low here at 25,605. And then I had the second chart open and I was like, okay, let's do the same trade. So where we'd have like some support or resistance that other participants might come in and start interacting with our short idea. And if you go to like a 15-minute chart, you can kind of see a little bit of action around the 640s. You go to the 30-minute, kind of the same thing. 1 hour, even clearer. And so that's how I arrived to like, okay, let's put off the short at, low 600s. Let's see if we can get a bigger pullback to an area that has maybe a little bit more importance on a larger time frame. That's it.
It's tough. Yep, absolutely. Dolby, we might be pushing lower here. Are we going to test the lows in the NQ? That price would be 25,574. Less than 20 points away to get there in the ES. Seeing some selling right now as well. 68.01. About 7 points from low of day. Looks like the sellers want to give this thing a shot.
They have to. They have
to. The tick, Dolby time.
It's just, Dre, how much does it just totally collapse after this, or do buyers come back in and save the day? Like gap has been filled, game on, Wayne's World style.
Yeah, I think.
And just
I'll give it a day or two.
A day or two, yeah.
This has just been technical selling. What's the VIX at? Anyone got a VIX quote for me? I'll take a peek.
I do. It's cooked.
20?
18, 8.
Okay.
It's over 20 when it gets real serious. Is that like the
30s,
danger zone?
30s, yeah,
30s,
we
right?
kick in hyperdrive, but 20s kind of puts you on alert. But we are selling off.
Yeah, it's like yellow.
Gold train 39.45.
Oh man, I don't believe I've seen the VIX in the 30s in quite some time, even 25s.
April, right around in April, I think we went even higher than that.
I had a good month in April. Ain't gonna lie, it's good stuff. And making the big trade on a combine. Well, that's story.
Like the big trade always goes in the practice account or in the trading combine if you're in a live funded. It's always the account that you have the least amount of stress in. Something to be said about that, though.
Hey, in my trading career so far, I'm very proud to say one thing. I have not broken any sort or type of equipment around me.
Ooh.
Really?
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
I cannot say the
or
same.
Walls.
Wow. Speaking of furniture doom, what's going on with the recliner here? We've changed colors. There's like a new.
Oh no,
look.
just have a nice, trucker. Getting into the Christmas seasonality a little bit early.
Look
it's
at
the beginning
you.
of November.
Yeah.
Get a little red. It's a nice blankie that I think my wife got for me or something. If I pass out on the couch while watching a trade or something, and I put it on, it's nice and red and cozy, and just love it. Also, happened to be a red day. What do you know?
Okay.
How funny how that works. Can we put a poll up in chat?
Coincidence.
Have you ever broken equipment? Ever broken equipment from?
Oh yeah.
Because of trading, because of how the trading went. Yes. Good. What do you think it's going to be? More yeses or more nos?
I'd say like.
I'll say no.
55-45 yes. If I had to guess.
Have you ever broken something?
Just today alone, I saw a photo on Discord of a deleted user and a photo posted of a punched out laptop screen.
Ooh, I stay away from the screens. I stay away. I stick strictly to the auxiliary stuff. Mice, keyboards, screens are protected. I'm not throwing like a mouse or something.
Right.
Although I have told this
mouses
story
for
before, Dre.
Yeah, let me hear it.
I was playing FIFA with my roommate. This is like right after college, and FIFA gets hot. It's a heated game.
Oh yeah.
I end up getting a breakaway, score a goal. This is like in the final time. He gets so pissed that he takes the PS3 controller wireless, whips it across the glass desk, breaks the glass desk. It bounces, hits the TV, breaks the TV.
Oh.
And then, controller falls on the floor. And then that was it. And we never played FIFA ever again.
Was there
I still have friends that do that for money. They still play for money.
It was awkward.
I was going to say, just look at each other like, uh-oh. What do we just do?
It was a 710 square foot apartment. And there wasn't a lot of places to run.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So he scored a hat trick. You mentioned glass desk, TV, and...
I think the controller was fine. So he got a double. He hit a double.
Okay, a double. Hey, one
glass
shot.
Table and TV.
Wow.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
used to play. I think I
pull
quit playing FIFA at around 2016-ish, I think. But
Dude,
oh
it's
man, that used to
interesting.
be a game when I was a kid. We
Oh,
would
yeah.
we would fight over that thing.
Oh, yeah, it's heated.
All right, good to see.
Fun stuff.
77% are saying no. 77% are saying
Good
no. They
job,
have
chat.
not booked anything. Yep.
Hey, if the
I'm done.
if balance don't make it next day, make sure your equipment does. This is not over.
That's right.
This is not over. You can't trade without a screen. I mean, maybe you can, but
Harder to replace. Harder to replace.
Yes, it
oh yeah,
is.
good monitors are like $600 to $900, man. I wouldn't imagine like taking a couple $100 loss and total the monitor. That would be
Ripping it. Yep, just ripping up the dollars. We're trying to hold a bid right here. 25,609. Are they going to run this thing up back to the 640s? It looked like they're going to test the lows. Didn't quite get their ES or the Nasdaq. Take a look at gold. Gold is grinding higher right now. 39.46. 46. When Power Hour began, we were trading at 39.35. Nope, scratch that. 39.40.
I'd consider this so far at the moment on gold from the last low in the 5-minute opening range. Within range, dead cat bounce. Nothing. If it goes over 54 and a quarter, maybe 54 and a half on gold, it could become interesting. But at this point, you got to be really brave to jump on that. I ain't.
Not going to front run that?
Oh, I'm.
Doom. Look at Doom just chilling. Hands on the head. There you go. Again, short from 25,883. What's the unrealized on this trade?
I see it here on the chart. $550 on one micro.
Nice.
Almost, it licked a little over 300 points on the last low. It still has more meat on the bone, unless not nice people that gotta get her back the underlying asset and buy back at the end of the day, so they can even out their personal book or whatever can move the market. Yeah, man. Yeah, but otherwise, for what I marked it on the chart, so I don't forget. For 461, yes, that's where it's at for me.
Tim, what account size you trading there?
150. Okay.
150. Nice.
Yeah, I got wild on the top. I definitely overclicked the button. You know how that goes.
25,617. The Nasdaq, is that all sure? Quick Delta update now, minus 10,700 in the ES, minus 1,800 in the NQ. So peeling
Still
back
think
a
shorts are
little bit.
enticing up there between 40s and 60s.
This
Might be
is
worth
a very interesting lower high on the 5-minute right here at 592 and a half. Let's see if we don't break it in the next, I'd say 15, 20 minutes. Oh, that'll be the end of the day, ain't it? Oh, I'll give it 10 minutes. If it doesn't break it now, I'll probably cut the trade or trail it drastically.
Yeah.
Are we just gonna be range bound? How about yesterday's Power Hour, Dolby? My goodness, that was so far so good.
We got through it, Dre.
Yes, we did. We're gonna get through this one as well. I think they're just gonna test the lows again. How many times are they gonna try to test this, not be successful?
Kind of makes me think that if we do get down to this 569, fill this gap, it's just gonna turbo bounce.
Again, I mean, we got within 5 points. 5 points again. 25,569 to fill the gap. We got 5 ES filled the gap a long time ago. Last trade 68.07. Low of day is 67.94. All right, before these markets really get cooking. Oh, cooking, get it? No pun intended there. Everyone's favorite diner here in the States. Oh, something is happening over there. He's going.
Where that at?
Yeah, everyone's favorite diner, Denny's. We got some news on that. Let's bring that in. Wait for these markets to really start ranking. Here we go.
Denny's makes a major change that it hopes will go sunny side up. The 72-year-old Diner Chains board approved a deal for a sale to Tri-Artisans Capital Advisors. That group of investors plans to take Denny's private. If shareholders approve that decision, Denny's would then be taken off the Nasdaq, where it has been for nearly 60 years. Shares rocketed upwards 50% in Tuesday's pre-market trading following the announcement. Denny's has struggled since the pandemic and lost 180 of its locations over the past 2 years.
Incredible. How about that? Sunny side up, huh? That was well done. Incredible. On private. That's all she wrote.
It's now or never on that break. Talking about restaurants and stuff. Never been a big fan of Denny's. Maybe because I had too much of it. But I met with Gabe yesterday, and he surprised me with the delightful news that right by my house they're opening up a fresh, introducing Bojangles in my neighborhood. I love Bojangles.
Ooh, fun.
There you go.
Yeah, and I'll introduce the wife to it as well. You know, she's out of Germany, never had Bojangles. It's going to be
And
a
then-
fantastic opportunity.
Same, Jay.
And then the kids.
Yeah, I don't know
One at a
about
time?
fast food, but
Yeah.
Bojangles fries, bro.
I heard they're good.
Something.
Still
That's
pretty
a great range,
quiet.
Trey. A
Yeah,
great
I
range.
see that. What? Let's see it on the chart here. What do you got for the range, and what time frame you looking at?
5 minute. It's a thick one. 580s up to 640s. It's pretty wide. It's just slow, and it's just we're so close to filling this gap. So close.
There's a little bit of money in the 590s, 595s on MNQ.
I still think there's a 100-point
likes
trade
money.
available in the last 27 minutes here. If we can fill this gap, I think we'll get enough volatility to get 100 points in either direction.
I think we will. I mean, what's it going to
Down
take?
for that.
Like you said, to the downside.
I'm down for any of it.
Just down for some volatility.
Doom's just down. Yeah, Doom just wants to have a good time.
I like
Just
it.
here for the action.
I'm having a phenomenal day, man, on the other end of my trading outside of Topstep, and this is just. I'm gonna take a picture of this and frame it, put it on my wall, be like, "This is how you do it. You wait for it. You enter the top. Risk is clear, and then you let it go and go about your business." Half of this trade, I wasn't even looking, man. I was playing Diablo 2 and GTA,
old
making
school.
beats. I was flipping vinyls. I had a great day today. Didn't break anything. I had a very lengthy, wild, loud conversation with my Discord guys, though.
Oh, is that good?
Gotta be an outlet somewhere.
Hey, they caught it too, and they heard my rant and shouting "Full Barbarian." They had the whole drill, but hey, you know how it is, man. It's trading. Trading.
They're asking for
communities
the
are for?
price of the gap fill in the NQ. 25,569, somewhere right around the 25,570. And the low of day, 25,574 in the chat. Let's see, gap fills are BS in my opinion. Huh? Okay, that's so.
Is that you, Dre, or somebody in the chat with an opinion about the gap fills? Yes.
In the chat.
It really depends on the day.
I mean, it feels
It really
pretty damn
depends on the
important
day.
right now, considering we've triple bounced off those 580s.
Right there. Can we pull a poll up in the chat? Are gap fills BS? Yes or no? Gap fills BS. Last trade 25,614. 614. Nasdaq BS.
Kind of doesn't matter if you care about them. You know, if the market likes them, that's all that matters. If there's a decent chance the market's gonna get a bounce or start acting weird at a gap fill level, it's definitely worth noting.
That's what I mostly look for. Transactions or, single prints where we start building interest within the single prints, the gap, like where we start showing initiation of some kind, not just flowing through it. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
All right,
If it happens.
high here. Look at the 5 minutes. 5 minute upper end of this range right now. Look in the Nasdaq 25,622.
That's funny. You guys really pulled up that question. Are gap fills BS?
Yeah. How do you vote?
No.
I'm voting no also.
Yeah, it's definitely no.
Oh. I like it. Yep. Maybe the
All
lows.
right, we got some offers in.
Okay. 40.
45, 50, 55. Yeah, it's going to be 4 all day. 45 to 60. Actually, no, let's do 65 too. There's a little volume note up there. Cool.
All right, start at 45, right?
Yep.
We definitely got into the area of my inside volume indicator where we could see a bounce, or it's at a spot that I haven't seen it cut through in a while. And as I remember, if it goes through there, it's just ugly sell off. Would I try buy it if it wasn't short? Maybe. And risk the low, just because it's such a cheap trade and easy.
So
like
cheap.
your risk is predefined. It's quite cheap.
What's a cheap trade? What's a cheap trade, dude?
25 to 60 points. It's fairly cheap.
Oh.
If you see the potential to get at least 1.5, 2 times of that.
All right. There you go.
All right, we can bring down the poll. How's it looking? Get Phil's BS. 84%
That was a
are
good one,
saying
Dre.
no.
That was a good question.
I mean, if we don't fill it today, I think the yeses will be.
How do we not fill it today?
No.
So
68.20. 68. I'm sorry. 25,620. Last trade in the Nasdaq. Are we just gonna be range bound into close? 21 minutes till the bell. 11 minutes till the MOC.
Can't be giving us that energy.
What's that?
Oh, we're gonna range bound all day. We need all the vibes, all the good vibes for some. MOC, you're our only hope. Come on down.
Close. Yeah, we got AMD earnings, SMCI after the bell. Chip makers. For ES, last checked was minus 10,700 about 9 minutes ago. ES keeps flirting with the upper end of this range in the 5 minutes, 68.10.
Yes, 58% short.
Yep.
Nasdaq's pretty much 50-50 though. What are they seeing in that in the ES? I got some higher lows in the ES.
Yes, yeah. Seeing some resistance up to these 68.10, 68.11.
I'm gonna slap an imaginary one that I'm short right here with this fascinating tool that I forgot the name of, even though I was told yesterday I forgot the name of this fascinating tool that you bracket your thing. But
Is this imaginary trade or is this a
yeah, just trying it out, just selling it here. I'm already short. I don't want to add to it.
Right.
Yeah. It's not showing in both charts. Oh man.
Sellers rejected it right there. New 5-minute candle just opens, opening up red.
Come on.
461.
Oh yeah. You look at MBT micro Bitcoin now, slightly above 100,000. 100,960. Did bottom out at 99,850.
It's a big range. It's a good range. But it's starting to Dorito, which is pretty frustrating.
It's my fault. Bad vibes.
Yeah, what's with that, Dre?
I mean, I'm saying, man, they can't take this thing higher. They can't take this thing lower. Straight to the final. We got 19 minutes to final. We'll see what happens at MOC market on close. 50 minutes after the hour.
Where's Dr. Volatility? Can we bring Dr. Volatility in?
I see him back there. Dr. Vol, he's laughing at us trying to get through this power hour. Nope. We got a big move coming up here in the next 18 minutes. Feel it.
There was a question in chat a while ago. Where's Doom from? Doom, where are you from?
Right now, my garage.
It's from his garage, chat.
Palatine. Come on, Palatine.
I'm originally Bulgarian, but I'm from Palatine. Palatine boys drink till 6 a.m. I'm sticking with it. I live in Florida, though.
Yes, he does.
Got there eventually, chat. We got there eventually.
Yeah, I'm an honest guy. You can't ask me anything. 8 inches.
ES. Keep an eye on the ES here. Upper of this 5-minute range, 68.11. Yeah, overnight view up is 68.19. They push this thing.
Was this one of my guys asking shit?
Tube's just chilling.
Can you tell?
Yep, it doesn't go up. It should go down. You like that? 100%. That's what you get here at Top Step TV. Cross the 188,000 subscriber mark. Thank you very much. If you'd be so kind, click subscribe, click thumbs up, and click the bell upper right-hand corner to notify you when we are.
And use the QR code too. You know, you bought a $1,200 phone. Use the features. Use the QR code.
Use the features.
everything.
That's right.
Use the features.
Jay, do you like the QR code menus or no?
I do not. Old school paper.
You want paper?
And if it's a restaurant, yes. If it's a YouTube show, yes.
How about you, Dolby Time?
I don't mind the QR codes on the phones, to be honest. I don't mind them.
No. It's easier to get through, right? You can flip pages. You can. I read with my finger, right? So I can really scan the damn thing. Look at MBT. Buyers are stepping in now. 101,285. And a little upside pressure here in the 68.12 now, Prince. 6.5 minutes till MOC. Okay. Nasdaq right around 25,000. Yeah, 625.
Yeah, what's Mo's opinion of the buyers right now? Wooden, plastic, styrofoam,
recycled paper,
metal, yeah,
wooden to plastic,
corrugated
wooden.
cardboard.
You might be squeezing them. The squeeze might be
$1
on
billion
here.
business.
Talking about squeezing.
Yes, gonna do this.
Well, what's that for,
68.13
dude?
now. What was that?
Like a fidget spinner? But for
Oh, okay. We're on the grip.
Yeah, one of those things.
Okay.
I'm sure Coach Ray knows about them a lot.
Okay.
I got my drumsticks. They're just noisy, though. I can't do anything with them.
Gonna hold bid here. ES trying to grind this thing higher. Sellers come back in.
Just Dorito.
I know.
Give us something. MOC.
Micro Bitcoin.
6 minutes away.
Yes, it is. Love it.
Trump tweet.
I know.
Love a Trump
Very
tweet.
quiet. Very quiet out of the White House today.
Oh, buyers have been upgraded from plastic to wooden. Oh, yep. Mo's in chat.
Okay. The market's BS. Now we got some. I love
It's
it.
Delta. Delta increasing or decreasing?
Probably decreasing. Oh, if you got it, let me know. All right, new 5-minute candle open up here in the ES. Open up green.
I don't even know
We'll
who
see
that
what you
is. Peak the view up.
I saw that. I was going to ask you.
Okay, a little bit of a bid here.
Okay. 14's now
What
trading.
was I talking about earlier? 60s, 63s.
What to the down? Oh,
I believe Dolby were talking about 40s, and between 40s and 60s could be a good place to.
45 to 60s. Yeah, we almost got filled on a short.
We're kind of.
I still think gap fill is on the table.
Definitely could be.
Hey, if not today, tomorrow.
We didn't get there yet.
Or never. It's
40
it's
just
Nasdaq.
printed. Anything else moving? Yeah, 25,640 did just print 42.5 actually. Last trade 25,637. Market just methodically kind of push higher here. Light volume. Some changes in the next 3.5 minutes. About 3.5 minutes.
Troy, didn't we miss a long by like 3 ticks yesterday?
Yeah. Well, that's right.
I think we just missed another trade by about 2 or 3.
Is that the level? 640 is the level. Sellers came in, smacked it down.
43s, missed it by 2 points.
Is that all she wrote? I'm trying to
Let's
tiptoe this
see.
thing higher.
We can't see
Doom.
Doom short. Let me zoom out. Let me zoom. It's that
Hey,
far out.
Yeah.
There you go.
right.
There's the short. Here's the short. Let me zoom
Oh,
out.
you
Here
talking
it
about
is.
this thing?
Oh my goodness.
Up there.
Like the top of Everest.
Uh-huh.
Man, I'm short from higher, but
Yeah.
we'll see how that goes. I mean, you usually stay in the markets for from 3 to 5 weeks. We'll see. I like to swing.
Your stop is still accepting risk all the way up there.
Yes. Hey, I'm giving the buyers a chance.
What a guy. What a guy.
I'm going to slim this before MOC. I'm just waiting on Andrew to give me the heads up.
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes till 50-50. 2.5 minutes till market on close. 12.5 minutes till the closing bell.
There it is.
Well,
It'd be really funny if you moved your stop down and just got like tagged out immediately on like some whip or something.
Already happened, right? You got
straight to view up.
Where was your stop at, Doom? What price?
946.5.
Damn.
Man, I'm still
such a good
pissed
trade.
that this would have been the life-changing entry for my
Dude, you gotta make like a
big
like
one.
a poppet or something and just like set it on fire. Just let that bad juju go away.
Oh. I don't know.
already have a lighter.
You know, I'm not even sure how that works. Instead of sending something away, I don't want to call something in. Next thing you know, chairs are flying, monitors are moving, lights are blinking.
All right. 1 minute till. 1 minute till market on close. I think buyers, right? Buyers. What do you think, chat? Buy side or sell side? The numbers will change, so. But I'll give you those.
Try to bracket this thing, Trey. Get some longs in right below the gap fill.
Here's the question: are we going to close on the lows? Is what I'm thinking. I'm asking myself.
Probably not. Oh, that's frustrating. Man, game of ticks, Trey. Game of ticks.
We might give it a shot. All right, selling coming in here. All right, we got 30 seconds till MOC. I'm seeing some selling coming right now at 25,593. Nasdaq ES selling off as well. 6804. 10 points off there. All right, 15 seconds. It's going to go ES, Nasdaq, and then the NQ. Buckle up. We are selling off. Did they get the numbers early?
Do not.
Oh, they're stacking too at 600.
Look at that. Here we go.
Send it.
Light buy side. Nasdaq's essentially zero. S&P's 267 mil buy side. Look out below.
It might just tap and run.
Nasdaq was 6 million buy side. These numbers can and will change. Dow 187 mil buy side. What happened there? We make new lows. Nope, buyers stepping back in. What happened? Yeah.
This is so awkward.
It's
just do it. Just go fill the gap.
Go to your hole.
It's doing the thing with a dollar and the fishing rod. Like,
right?
I know.
Gap fill.
And it feels like it wants to go there. In the Nasdaq ES. Look at about 8 points to go for day lows. Yep.
Would be pretty interesting for a long.
Super tight. By trailing. Here we go. Super tight. 44 ticks away. I'm close to 300 points on this trade. I'm not going to let it go bye-bye. I have Majestic Kukumba erupts from the low lows. You never know. It's the markets.
There we go. We did it. We did it. It was gap filled. Did we do it? New lows just
almost.
Nasdaq. 25,571.
Oh, maybe it did. Maybe it finally did.
12 points on this.
We did on Nasdaq.
There
on
we
MNQ.
go.
Send it.
All right.
Indeed.
Is this it? Now you can just buy it?
Yes.
Yes.
Gonna close on the lows. I mean,
They were closing on the lows.
I know. It's growing sell side right now. Now it's minus 300 mil sell side, but we are selling off. Selling off in the ES, Nasdaq as well. Lows, Nasdaq, 25,000, 5, 6, 7. Where do they want to take this thing? Now 64 is print. Lows are print.
This is why I love this feature. Like trailing at 44 ticks, when especially this time of the day, if it makes that move down and up, I'm securing the max I can get out of this. And even if it kicks me out, it's already been a fantastic trade on my end.
Yeah.
Picking up here.
Chilling.
25. 557. New lows in the NQES. Not quite there yet. About 5 points to
I'm
go.
out.
You're done? Nice.
I'm out. Like 300 and I don't know. Past 300, who counts? Not
listen to you.
3,000 point wins.
Listen to you.
Look at this guy.
I know. Sell side growing. Now it's up 600 mil sell side, both ES and Nasdaq. Gap has been filled. New lows put in.
Yep. If we can get a range over range set up, it might be worth it to take a stab at a long, but it hasn't been set up yet.
It's getting a little exhausted. I ain't gonna lie to you. In my eye, it's kind of too late in the day, but it does hold that potential in my eye that it could whip right back up in this little consolidation we had for the pretty much past hour of for power hour. It could. Is it a risk worth taking for me today after all the emotions I went through?
No. Okay.
If I find myself and more than a few days that I'm down to the last minute of the day trying to make something happen, and I'm pretty sure everybody can guess what happened. That I made it happen. Oh, definitely made it happen. Big boo boo.
Yeah.
Dre, you like longs or no?
Let me tell you, 55 after, yeah.
At
Sell side growing.
All right.
Told
Got a
the
minute.
story.
Sell side growing in Nasdaq, 800 mil sell side.
Oof. All right.
Someone's asking, what's going on with Bitcoin? Bitcoin did find some buying, well, micro Bitcoin that is. Symbol is MBT. Let's trade 101,000. 101,000.
What am I gonna? Hey, 6 minutes. Get it to 461. Come on, sellers. Show me what you got.
In about 30 seconds. 30 seconds, we'll see another injection of liquidity. What are we looking at?
Ooh, that might be the formation.
And Dow just went.
Oh, just kidding. Hello.
More sell side. More sell side coming in here in
Wow.
the MOC. We'll close on the lows. It's over $1 billion. $1 billion sell side ES, $1 billion sell side Nasdaq.
Well, we almost had that 100-point trade, Dre. Almost
40s?
had it. 45s, missed it by 2 points.
Yep. Whoa, heavy sell side. Okay, we're at 2.5 billion sell side Nasdaq, 2.5 billion sell side ES. Uh-oh.
Come on, gold.
Might
Do
go to like
something.
500s.
Why didn't we sell off more? Why didn't we sell off more there? Okay. This price 67.98. Last trade in the ES. Still didn't print session lows. About 4 points to go. 4.5 minutes till the closing bell. Again, we got AMD and SMCI earnings after the bell. And we did see that sell side grow. How are they going to take this thing?
I mean, the longs are so cheap down here.
Oh.
Which is probably not the scariest trade because it's too cheap to take.
And here goes the ES. ES ramping up for a push lower.
Got 150. Okay. I got pulled, actually. There was 156 sitting at the lows here. I got pulled in the micros.
Let's see here. Okay, 25,555 last trade in Nasdaq. Pop. And Delta growing to the negative side, so
I still feel pretty confident. Going into the close here.
That moment when it starts getting out of the screen.
Where's your short from? Hold on. All right. Nasdaq heavy. Nasdaq. Looking for it. Can't find it just yet. 3 minutes to go till the closing bell.
3 minutes to closing bell. Oh man, do we just buy one? Tight stop? No.
Yeah.
Itchy.
It is.
Delta update.
It is.
Delta update. Minus 10,000 in the ES. Minus 3,200 in the Nasdaq. Well done, Michael. Well done. Yes, just love 6,800 again. Doom's closing price. Doom thought when we get to 25,461. About 90 points to go to the downside to go get there.
Wow.
Michael talking in the chat saying, I'm going to sell one if you keep saying buy one. Who are you? Oh, boy.
My man.
Market is ready to free fall.
Making a market.
Michael, the Chicago Bear. The Chicago Bears entered the chat. He is saying,
Tell you what,
below.
we get 461, but at the end of the day, my wife is going to get something real nice.
My wife. Well, gold is a little cheaper now, so might be the time to get some jewelry. Here we go. Minute 45. Minute 45 to the closing bell. Michael Tox looking for a short. House account is flat.
We were close, Trey.
I know.
We're
The
close to
45.
getting aligned.
I know. Not.
That would have been a great trade. That was 100 points, almost to the tick.
It's holding. 67.99. Can we get back above 6,800s?
Can we get 50?
Yeah, you're flat. Oh yeah, quick. Let's bring those in.
500.
James, let's bring in. Let's get the update on those live funded trader updates here. We had some big numbers this morning in fast markets. Oh, my guy P up 20. Arthur up 17. Mariah up 15. Warren 15. Abraham up 12. All right, we got 50 seconds. 50 seconds till the close. Oh, is that the best the buyers could do? I'd like to pull up the ES ladder. And look at all that size coming in. They're struggling to take this thing higher. Nice trade, Doom.
That was an insane trade by Doom.
Buyers are trying. Buyers are trying.
Biting. And, I saw it cooking, man. This Vo SPD thing doesn't really lie when it picks up direction during the day. I could anticipate a gap down in Globex, but when we open up, it's far
We got 10
stretched.
seconds here. Buyers are trying, and they are not getting any real traction here. 68.01. Now 02's trade in the ES03s. A little profit taking there, but
580s.
not a whole lot of success. I'm taking a look at the NQ. 25,578.
Stair stop
Where we
lows.
topped out. Nice jab there, Michael. Yeah. All right. Good stuff there. Got big earnings coming out after this. Doom, nice trade. Great seeing you as always. Dolby time. We were patient. Maybe we're too stingy. Shout out to
2
Mohammed.
points.
With that being said, shout
Good
out
chat.
to all the bellers, everyone watching us here on Topstep TV. We're grinding day in and day out. We're all in this together. With that being said, go to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Let's go.
Absolutely, Andre. Thank you, Andre, Dolby, and Doom for a fantastic power hour. And thank you to all of you out there watching. I say it every day, but whether you have been here from 7 in the morning or you are just tuning in now for At the Buzzer, we really do appreciate your views, your time, your attention, your trades, your knowledge. We do the show for you. We love doing the show for you. So please, we will see you tomorrow morning. But first, there is still more trade action coming your way at the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is occurring right after this. And the best thing is, you don't even need to go anywhere. We've set it up so the stream is going to end and send you there automatically so you can get up, make yourself a second ham sandwich of the day, come back and check out Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to go over all the earnings that are coming out. They're going to let you know what that means to the market and what that means for the 5 p.m. reopen. Then, once the 5 p.m. reopen does show up here, be sure to be back at 7:30 p.m. for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota right here on our YouTube channel. That's at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades is going live again with London Open. Deanna goes live with Eurotrade at 3:30 a.m. Central Time right after Aaron, so stick around for that. And then you know that we're going to be right back here at 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning, bringing you another day of live bell-to-bell coverage of these markets. Don't trade alone. Always trade with Topstep TV, and stay tuned for At the Buzzer. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.